Just a few minutes. We're waiting for our IT section to go live on YouTube first. Just give us a thumbs up once we're ready. Thank you, colleagues. We are online through Zoom and also live streaming through YouTube this morning. Do yaad aid gidideshni ade beshpada sa ane danit liniki to kodon hikain khahas koigi. Thank you for our visitors for joining us for our Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting today. Do kodoshi ilsa. Roll call. Staff, could you help us do a roll call of all of our colleagues that are in the chambers and also who are joining via Zoom?
Good morning, everyone. Beginning roll call with Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not answer roll call. Honorable Lamardo Asteret. Honorable Lamardo Asteret. Honorable Lamardo Asteret did not answer roll call. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Norman Begay answered roll call and is present. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Honorable Helena Nez Begay answered roll call. Honorable Amber Kanez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kanez Bakrati answered roll call. Honorable Crystalline Curley is present. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James answered roll call via text. Honorable Herman Daniels also answered roll call via text. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus did not answer roll call. Honorable Casey Johnson is present. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez is present. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not answer roll call. Honorable Shandine Parrish. Honorable Shandine Parrish answered roll call via text. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not answer roll call. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer, excuse me, Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito answered roll call. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie did not answer roll call. Going back up, Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not answer roll call. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not answer roll call. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not answer roll call. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not answer roll call. Honorable Curtis Unito. Excuse me, Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. She's present here in the chambers. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 19 delegates, including yourself, who answered roll call via Zoom or are present for today's meeting.
Kudo ichehet nana kudo staff do nahast eight da e kudo yahi jetla. We do have 19 members present of the Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting. With that, colleagues, we'll call the meeting to order at 11:23 a.m. Ado kudo e citizen e yehato ziki delegate chair Shondine Parrish, if you're online with us, kudo citizen e ben hikadi lwal.
Yeah, Speaker Adel, yeah, it's not only Don McClinnicky, Adel, it's also good morning to everybody on the call and also in the chambers. Thank you, Speaker, for allowing me some time to say a prayer before today's meeting. Colleagues, could we bow in a word of prayer? Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for another day to serve the Navajo Nation and the Navajo people. Today, God, I pray for each and every one of the members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I pray that each of us take the time to reflect on how far we've come and the purpose that we serve on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. God, I also pray for our speaker, our president, our vice president, our Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation Council as they are in leadership roles for the Navajo Nation. And today, I also pray for our chapters, our chapter leadership, our chapter administration, our local governments across the Navajo Nation, and our school boards, and all those that have been elected into positions that our people have entrusted to make decisions on their behalf, God. I pray this morning that we just focus on the intent of serving in the capacities that we were elected to serve. I also pray today for the Navajo Nation Council. Specifically, God, I pray that each and every one of us take that in your word it says that when we work together, when things work together for your good, and that we are successful in our endeavors, God. And I just pray for teamwork and just desire to work with one another. I think that is a big part of our role on the council. And I just pray again that any weapon formed against the intention and purpose of what we're trying and how we're trying to serve the Navajo people may not be formed in the intent of serving our people, God. And so I just lay these things before you, and I just thank you for another day, for that our council committee is full of discussion and also questions that will lead to the betterment of our Navajo nation. So I pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Kudo Iheha Chair Parish Kodonjanagon Citizen Ain Hape Hansi Ki Iheha. And thank you for our guests and our viewers who are with us during the Naa'bik'iyati Committee special meeting Kwaiki on May 25th, 2023 at 11 a.m. Ado kone epa nahol nahol jisto kone na kikone recognize guests and visiting officials. 2-minute limit per delegate. Recognizing guests and officials. Kodo Delegate Ricky Ness.
Thank you very much, Speaker Speaker Curley. I'm truly sorry about that. I would like to recognize 7 years ago, 7 years ago, our niece, Ashlyn Mike, it was a horrible incident that happened near San Juan chapter where she was abducted and she was brutally murdered south of Shiprock there. She would have been graduating with the class of 2023 at Kirtland Central High School this Saturday. And this Saturday, they're going to honor her as one of the special individuals that was supposed to graduate. Unfortunately, this horrible accident, not an accident, this horrible thing had to happen. And just ask that you all pray for the family still, even after 7 years. So, talk to them and really teach them good things and to have a lot of self-respect. So, thank you, Speaker Curley.
Iheha Delegate Ricky Nez, Ado Kune Inana, Delegate Ezrat.
Yatepen, although here the Speaker Curley, here all quite nice, so tiny honorable delegates, though staff and all any, though galley and so tiny here quite nice, okay. All so she, I want to go ahead and recognize the members, some of the members from my 5 chapters from Hauk, Lupton, Naa'bik'iyati, the Wide Runes, and Tlagito. As today, Chikai Jet has it all. Ahead, Rapidishnido. Although this weekend, Veterans, Veterans Day, Veterans Activities. So there you go, veterans, Yat Etabado, Nato Head, Abado Nido, Tiso Behadisi, Hela, Tantai.
Goshi Iheha Delegate Azret, Ado Kune Banas Soishiyaj, Delegate Herman Daniels.
Thank you, Kodo Shama, Kodo Madam Chair. Rita Kodo Naa'bik'iyati Committee members, Kodo Shunat Ano Senegi Baseball Ana Ado Nana Kodo Shama, Honorable Parish, Kodo Tuzanhabe Hain Ziki Kodo AIC Kodo Kobashetani Kodo Ado Nana Kodo. At this time, I want to thank all the parents, Adonana kudo grandparents. Amato Jeda Masaniki, Adonana kudo Amasana Ache, Adonana kudo Acho, Danasaniki, Adonana Analyst, Analyst. Banzate e holtes, Rashan and Dice, Rashan Dice, AIC can't get the snake or let quito. Rashan be not egg on that a Sandice, Hadosha not the dice knee. A call at the airco AIC can't get in it or let go. Adonana quito, Count A quito, Monument Valley High School, Utah. MV1, they're having their graduation, 2 o'clock. What I added the house, I don't know, on a store, the Mountain High School store. So I did, I could she had been it, I don't know, I want to congratulate all our children, could on dice, I don't know, I could on not the dice, Niki, so I don't talk about the Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels. Ado Kuna Anana Shij Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Speaker and colleagues, I just want to say that Memorial Day is coming up, and I know that many of our people look at Memorial Day as a day off or as a day that they get paid and they don't have to go to work. But I just want to make it known that the history of Memorial Day started actually during the Civil War. So the different, the different states recognized those who had fallen during the Civil War, but it wasn't until 1971 that Congress actually passed legislation to recognize and to memorialize the last Monday in May as the official day for Memorial Day. So a lot of people don't really know the history behind Memorial Day. It's to honor, our veterans who lost their lives defending this country. So as was stated earlier, I want to recognize our veterans. I know that they're listening in, but our veterans have done so much, not only for the Navajo Nation, but for the entire, country. The things that they have done, and many of them have seen things that we don't even think about. So I just want to recognize all of the veterans who are out there, and to say that Memorial Day is a day that we should be recognizing those who have fallen defending this country, and to remember that as we're going around and celebrating. I use air quotes because some people say that they don't like to celebrate Memorial Day, but I just want to make that known, Speaker. I also want to thank Delegate Chair Rick Nez for recognizing Ms. Ashlyn Mike. I know that there was some emotion last night with CCSD, and I know that they'll be honoring her at graduation on Saturday, which I plan to attend.
Chair Eugenia Charles Newton for his recognition. Ado Kuna Inanna Chiche, Delegate Toll.
Madam Speaker, good morning, and also our visitors, members of 25th Navajo Nation Council, do national sign, ado staff do. Recognize the Shlado Lis ado 8 regional chapters out in my area. So Yat this Monday we're going to have Casimir is going to sponsor a Memorial Day for all the veterans that passed on, the spouse Danlenigi. We're going to have an event to unfold and refold. We've been doing this for a number of years, so if you have nothing to do, come over to beautiful country of Casimir Lake, just north of New Mexico, about 11 miles from Recruit, New Mexico. It's all paved, so area Salatso Banda Ili. Idin Hilchidish Alton Hinach, the Tahalnoda, Arin Hajika. Holtaroli, thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Todd Ado Kune Nana Speaker Delegate Autoso.
Madam Speaker, Ado Adehi Konsanji Shananta So Shananta Sao Sunday on the Soniki Bennett so Yashi Penda Do Kanadi Kahatno the Koshina Nista no Nan she gave it up in the kite. Alcohol, a bear, a say, on the stone now, then there are, it's the as an announcement, our citizen, Cap 3518, I see I believe the first year project may be on hold until Council reauthorizes the extension date pertaining to citizens. I know that we have a legislation that's in place that needs to move forward, and I really hope that we do address that legislation tomorrow with tomorrow's special session. It will impact all of our projects that are in the first year, second year, alcohol, anak beda ini onsen original should over baban siske sedina niki ya kuyo shin projects for caution and my fellow colleagues, and a lot of it planning and are still going in process among chapters, whether they're certified or not.
Could all delegates time? A reminder, colleagues, we do have a time limit of 2 minutes for recognizing guests and visiting officials. Ado Kune Anana, Delegate Dr. Andy Nez.
Oh, Yate, Shade Speaker, Ado Ade, Panandana Sot Khanikia, Nikido Yate, my colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and those that are on the call. I just wanted to recognize, of course, our staff for all the work that they do on behalf of the work that we also do. So it goes hand in hand. So we appreciate you all. And those that are in the gallery, I also wanted to just emphasize the recognition of our students. I had the pleasure and opportunity this morning to talk with our folks here in Navajo with our kindergarten promotion, and coming up shortly be doing the same thing with our 5th graders. So that's why I'm joining online now. But, in our Upper District 18 region, a lot of the graduations are currently happening. I know many have occurred throughout this month, but here Navajo Pine High School had their graduation last night, and was an alumni to the high school there. So it was really nice to be a part of it. Also, Winter Rock Unified District has theirs coming up today with their promotion this evening, as well as the high school graduation tomorrow morning. So certainly want to appreciate all of our students, parents, grandparents, all the educators who take pride in educating our students this way. And I also want to acknowledge my chapters, Sawmill, Crystal, Red Lake, Aro Tsahotso, and Nihido. They've been spearheading the Treaty Day events, so I encourage all of you, if you have social media, to look at Porcupine's chapters Facebook so that you can get an update on what is coming up next week as far as Treaty Day, and commemorate and educate as well the community. And my LDA and I will be doing some workshop series starting on Wednesday to Friday. So I just wanted to give a Porcupine's chapter to community as well, and all its planners and volunteers recognition this morning, and to you all as well. Though, but have a really good meeting this Thursday, Naa'bik'iyati Naa'bik'iyati Dolesa. Thank you. Back to you, Speaker.
Delegate Nez. Colleagues, are there anybody else doing recognition of guests, visiting officials? If not, I would also like to introduce our new communications director. We have Mahayo Mainus here with us and within the council chambers. He officially started on Monday afternoon, so we want to welcome him to the legislative branch. Goshi, Yahat. Second call for any more recognitions of guests. Third call, going on down to next portion of our agenda. Review and adopt the agenda. Ms. Cook, could you help us read our legislation read our agenda into the record?
Good morning, delegates, Madam Speaker, and participating audience. This is the Naa'bik'iyati committee proposed agenda of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. This is a special meeting held today, Thursday, May 25th, 2023, 11 o'clock a.m. Presiding Chair, Honorable Crystalline Curley, Speaker, 25th Navajo Nation Council. 1. Call meeting to order, roll call, invocation. 2. Recognize guests and visiting officials. 3. Review and adopt agenda. 4. Review and adopt the journals. There are 3. April 13, 2023, April 27, 2023, and May 11th, 2023. 5. Receiving report. Report A, report on ongoing negotiations of the debt ceiling and potential impacts within the Navajo Nation. Report provided by Justin Ahastin, Executive Director, Navajo Nation, Washington Office. 6, old business, there is none. 7, new business. A, legislation 0092-23. B, legislation 0098-23. C, legislation 0080-23. D, legislation 0082-23. E, legislation 0101-23. F, legislation 0102-23. G, legislation 0103-23. H, legislation 0107-23. I, legislation 0110-23. J, legislation 0111-23. And K, legislation 0112-23. 8, close a meeting, announcements, and adjournment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, for reading our agenda into the record. We have a motion by Delegate Tulf. Second by Chair Charles Newton. Questions and comments to our agenda. First, we have Delegate Chair Vince James.
Speaker, thank you very much. I'd like to make a request. Motioning party, basically, no ajigi, to add on to report in regards to the imminent closure of Wonder Rock DES office, which would be next week, Thursday, May 30th. The report of the closure of next Thursday is DES Director Andrew Rogers. Thank you.
We do have a second by Delegate Crotty. And there's a request for the motioning party to So we do have an amendment number 1 to our agenda, Ko'egi. Do have a motion by Delegate James, second by Delegate Crotty to add on a report for Window Rock Department of Economic Security regarding the closure of Window Rock Department of Economic Security office. Presenter will be Arizona DES, Andrew Rogers. To this amendment to add on a report. Go to Delegate Azret.
Yate sto here na speaker ado quite council delegate na so tani do aren that's not sai ado she I want to make a motion to amend the agenda to bring item D, F, G, I, J, and K as a consent agenda and put it under the first item under new business with the approval of the motioning party. Thank you.
Delegate Azret, we already do have an amendment on the floor for a motion for number 1 was to add the report. What you can do is request the motioning party to include your consent agenda, unless if you want to do it separately as an amendment number 2. Delegate Azret.
Adoyate speaker, Ashin Delegate Vince James, maybe I just go ahead and add it on to your amendment 1. There's a consent agenda.
Delegate Azret. Yinshi Ikinanenchia. Or which? Go ahead.
Okay, look, speaker, these items will be D, F, G, I, J, and K. Okay, la.
Delegate Azret for that clarification. Motioning party to amendment number 1. Chair James, there's a request to modify your amendment to include a consent agenda. Chair Vince James.
Oh, yeah, Dayton, speaker. So that is for items F, G, I, J, and K.
D.
It would be letters D, F, G, I, J, and K. I believe these are all legislation that are ARPA regional projects. Shiyash?
Okay, I was just going by what was typed on the screen. So D, F, G, I, J, K. Okay. That would be fine with me if there's no other any colleagues, delegates that want to request.
Madam Speaker, this is Delegate Naa'bik'iyati.
It's a Shema. We are in middle of going off a recommendation of modifying amendment number 1. I'll open up the floor to comments to amendment number 1, then I'll recognize your presence. The second party, Delegate Crotty, do you concur?
This is Delegate Cardi. I concur. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. Now, do we have additional comments or questions on amendment number 1? That is to include a report and also the consent agenda. You did do request to speak. Delegate Helena Naa'bik'iyati.
Yes.
Kodon Shema, you have the floor. This is to amendment number 1 to the agenda.
Can you hear me now?
Koditsa.
Okay, letter number F, Madam Speaker, the 25th Council, good morning. Legislation 0102-23, that's the legislation that sponsoring and co-sponsored by Honorable Seth Damon. AD has an amendment, so it can't go with the consent agenda.
There will be deleting off letter F off the consent agenda. For comments and questions to the amendment number 1, we have Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to request to modify to delete 008023 off the agenda.
There's a request by Vice Chair Slater to delete letter C, legislation 0080-23. Kodo motioning party, Shiaj, Delegate James. Hakoshi, Ketni Yahagi, Delegate Crotty.
I concur. Thank you.
Hakoshi, there is that request to accept it to delete letter C, legislation 0080-23. This in regards to amendment number 1, Delegate Dr. Andy Nez.
Yes, thank you, Shada. Speaker, I want to, regarding amendment number 1, if they can hold off on legislation items D, G, I, J, and K on a consent agenda, because I want to make an amendment to include legislation 0084-23. I sponsored that legislation during Law and Order, and it passed on Monday, and it's ready for Naa'bik'iyati committee. And in the event that it is included, and potentially add that to the consent agenda. So at this time, I'm asking the motion parties to add legislation 0084-23. Thereafter, we can entertain the consent agenda so that we can possibly add it. Thank you. If I'm
Delegate Dr. Andy Nez, in regards to adding legislation 0084-23. We do have a direction from Office of Legislative Services that the committee report is not ready yet. So this is all right. For clarification, the chair of the Law and Order Committee did sign that on the committee report, so we can allow. There's a request for modification to add on legislation 0084-23. Ado Adet, Delegate Nez, is that also a request to include that with the consent agenda? Hod Adet, so that's on it. Just for clarification, Dr. Andy Nez?
If it can be included with this amendment to the consent agenda. But I don't know if it would need it to be added first and then to the consent agenda, or if it's okay to just allow that into the consent agenda simultaneously. Yeah.
Hokoshi, Delegate Nez, to avoid confusion, we're going to allow of your request to add your legislation first to the agenda. Following after that, we can be a part of the consent agenda. Johota e kwaegi behes ani ilo be hadits that it has to be on the agenda first. Eshin kwaegi just to add 0084-23 do leh. Back to the motion party of amendment number 1. There's a request to add legislation 0084-23. Shiyaj, Delegate James?
Speaker, that is perfectly fine with me.
Hokoshi ado Ketni Yahagi, Delegate Crotty? Alright, I don't see here any objections from Delegate Crotty to add legislation 0084-23. Since we do have a concurrence by the motioning party, we'll go forth. Ado Kune'anana, we have Honorable Damon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Could you read the title of what 84-23 is? Thank you.
I'll refer that to Office of Legislative Services, and they can read that legislation to the record.
Legislation 0084-23, an action relating to law and order and Naa'bik'iyati committees, supporting the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety, Window Rock Judicial Public Safety Facility, relocation to Fort Defiance, Arizona. Madam Speaker.
For the legislation, and we'll pass that out for your reference too as well. This is in regards to amendment number 1. And it is updated on the screen too. Second call on comments, questions? Third call, going to a vote for amendment number 1 to the agenda. Since we do have some colleagues that are joining via Zoom, staff, could you just help us with the roll call vote?
Beginning the vote with Honorable Stephen Arvizo. How do you vote? Oh, excuse me. Honorable Helena Nez-Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nez-Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Nguyen, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Nguyen votes green. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota? Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Shandine Parrish is excused. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson? Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So? Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Cianito, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Once more, Honorable Curtis Cianito, how do you vote? Going 3 times, Honorable Curtis Cianito votes green. Going back up, Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson is excused. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 19 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with Madam Speaker Crystalline Curley not voting.
Kodo 19 in favor, and amendment number 1 to the agenda does pass. Colleagues will send out another agenda, the updated one. Ado kunesh nana, dos la not dos kidaf. This is back to the main motion of our agenda. Delegate Azeret. Okay, waves his time. Colleagues, are there any other amendments or comments to our agenda? Second call. And third call, going to a vote to approve our agenda for today. Staff, could we do this?
Delegate Nez.
Delegate Nez, we are in process of voting to approve our agenda for today. With that, colleagues, going around to call for a vote on an agenda. Staff, could you help us with a roll call vote? Before that, while we're preparing to vote, we'll have our staff read our second reading of our agenda into the record.
Amendment 1 would include a consent agenda for D, which was legislation 0082-23, G, legislation 0103-23, I, which is legislation 0110-23, J, which is legislation 0111-23, and K, which is legislation 112-23. Those would be part of the consent agenda. The second item on that was to remove C, legislation 0080-23. And then the next item to that amendment was to add legislation number 0084-23. In addition, a report will be added in regards to Arizona Department of Economic Security. Madam Speaker, those are the amendments. That is the amendment.
Thank you, staff, for reading to the agenda into the record. Going for a roll call vote, since some of our colleagues are also online. Staff, could you help us do a roll call vote?
Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito votes green. Going back up, Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota. Going 3 times, Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. For the record, Honorable Shandine Parrish and Honorable Jermaine Simonson are excused. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 20 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with Madam Speaker Crystalline Crowley not voting.
We did adopt our agenda with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. And staff will help us get the updated agenda out and posted. Review and adopt the journals we have for April 13, 2023, April 27, 2023, and May 11th, 2023. Journals were sent out by the staff on May 23rd, 2023 at 1:26 p.m. Motion by Honorable Damon, second by Delegate Toth. Are there any questions or comments to the journals? Delegate Toth, I see you and request to speak. Waves his time. Zoom. Second call. Third call. We'll go to a vote to adopt our journals. Staff, could you help us with another roll call vote?
Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Once more, Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. For the record, Honorable Shandine Parrish and Honorable Jermaine Simonson are excused. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 19 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with Madam Speaker Crystalline Curley not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. So we do adopt our journals for today. Going down to number 5, receiving reports. Report A, report on ongoing negotiations of the debt ceiling and potential impacts within the Navajo Nation report provided by Justin Ahasteen, Executive Director of the Navajo Nation, Washington, D.C. office. I believe we do have Mr. Ahasteen online with us.
Yat Asia Justin Ahasteen Yansha Adona and Shlinigi Eben Ghana and Shle. Tutsuni was a similar Ghana Edasha Nana Kisani Edashanel Ako Ego Denanishle. Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, for welcoming the Navajo Nation Washington office to speak on the importance of the debt ceiling and the potential impacts it may have on our Diné people if the United States does default on its debt. The debt limit, often referred to as the debt ceiling, is the total amount of money that the United States government is allowed to borrow in order to pay existing debts. In no way does this authorize new spending. Social Security, Medicare, military salaries, and tax refunds are examples of the types of debts that are incurred that need to be paid through the debt ceiling. Failing to increase the debt ceiling and allowing the country to enter a default status would have catastrophic economic consequences worldwide and on the Navajo Nation. What is looming is the global financial crisis that threatens our jobs, our people, and pushing us further into an economic hole that we are desperately trying to recover amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. On April 26, the United States House of Representatives approved the Limit, Save, Grow Act, also known as H.R. 2811. This bill allows for the debt ceiling to be postponed until March 31st, 2024, or when there is a $1.5 trillion increase in the debt. The Congressional Budget Office predicts that H.R. 2811 would reduce our country's deficit by about $4.8 trillion over a 10-year period. However, the proposal would result in major funding reductions for both the Indian Health Services and the Department of the Interior. This means that access to tribal health care, Indian education, transportation services, and a whole slew of Bureau of Indian Affairs programs will be reduced by nearly $1,188 million. Specifically, if H.R. 2811 were to become law, the Indian Health Services and facilities would be at a loss of over $800 million. The Indian Education Program under the Bureau of Indian Education would further lose $200 million. The Tribal Transit Program and Rural Transit Assistance Program under the Department of Transportation would lose $32.8 million. And potentially the operations of Indian programs under the Bureau of Indian Affairs could be at a loss of over $50 million. There are also risks funding opportunities that the nation could greatly benefit from by having unobligated balances revoked under the American Rescue Plan Act, the CARES Act, the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, the Coronavirus Preparedness and Response Supplemental Appropriations Act, the Paycheck Protection Program and Healthcare Enhancement Act, and the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021. This is important because the Navajo Nation, this is important to the Navajo Nation because HR 2811 does not define unobligated balances. But by definition of the White House, unobligated balances are those that have not yet been committed by contract or other legally binding actions by the government. Yesterday, Vice Chair Slater and I met with the U.S. Treasury to further understand what the definition of unobligated funds are. Based on the discussion, we are confident that the definition applies to any unobligated funding from the federal government accounts, not state and tribal accounts. This means that funds that tribal governments and state governments received are safe. In recent days, President Biden has stated that although he does not want to claw back COVID relief funds, he would be willing to negotiate on the undispersed funds with Congress, which puts some of the funding that the Navajo Nation has at substantial risk. This includes any pending applications with any of the federal agencies. One particular application is with the U.S. Treasury on the nation's State Small Business Credit Initiative, or SSBCI, which has been submitted for $98 million. Based on discussions with U.S. Treasury, the nation must have an approved application in order for the funds to be considered obligated. At this time, the nation does not have an approved application, and Treasury indicates that additional information has been requested from the Navajo Nation. It is unlikely that the Navajo Nation would be able to have the application assessed, even if all of the Treasury questions were answered in the next day, due to the lengthy review processes and the large volume of applications that still need to be assessed from other tribal and state governments. Another section of funds that are at risk are those with the Rural Transit Assistance Program from the Federal Transit Administration within the Department of Transportation. The nation currently has 4 pending grants totaling $3,408,262 that is still considered unobligated. I've already contacted Executive Director Silversmith of the Navajo Division of Transportation regarding the potential reversion of funds. NDOT and the Department of Justice are aware and are moving swiftly to ensure that all required information is submitted so that Federal Transit Administration may review and approve the award for the Navajo Nation, which would then allow those funds to be considered obligated. Yesterday, President Nygren sent several letters to our congressional delegation as well as the majority and minority leaders in both the House and the Senate to advocate that Congress not reduce spending that would impact tribal programs, and further advocated for Congress to increase the debt ceiling to prevent a disruption of services and benefit payments. President Nygren has also voiced opposition of the reversion of funding provided under the various appropriation packages during the COVID pandemic. Additionally, it was discovered that the Navajo Nation has an outstanding grant agreement under the Treasury's Capital Project Funds, CPF, established by Section 604 of the Social Security Act, as added by Section 9901 of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. That remains to be signed, which is valued at $167,000. This application is currently being submitted under the 164 process, and President Nygren is expected to sign and execute the grant agreement once it has been generated. After the U.S. Treasury accepts the grant agreement, the funds will be considered obligated. Our Navajo people will most be impacted by increased interest rates and the cost of goods and services. Credit cards, car loans are anticipated to have an increase in the interest rates. On the Navajo Nation, where grocery stores are sometimes 3 hours away from local communities, they will be met with higher grocery prices. Those who take out loans, this may cause our people to resort into taking out high interest loans in order to afford the basic necessities. And to the extent which is not known, it may also impact 638 contracts, future federal grants, and water rights settlements. But we won't know this until the U.S. actually defaults on its debt, because it's never happened before. We certainly understand how critical Indian health services are. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted critical access to comprehensive health care for Native Americans and Alaska Native communities. If Congress fails to raise the debt ceiling, the Indian Health Services will still have authorization to operate, but it is expected that services will continue for a short time. This is due because IHS employee paychecks will likely be delayed along with other federal payments. It is not clear how long the system will be able to operate on the goodwill of employees who are not being paid on time and the hours that they'll likely be reduced by managers across the IHS system. Any hindrance to the quality of Native American healthcare is a concern because Indian Health Services has reported that Native American and Alaskan Natives born today have an average life expectancy that is 10.9 years lower than the U.S. of all other races. It will disproportionately affect individuals who rely on the Indian Health Services as their primary source of healthcare by leaving them susceptible to deteriorating health outcomes and limited access to the necessary medical treatment. Further, it is possible that crucial infrastructure upgrades such as the Gallup Indian Medical Center could be at risk of funding shortfalls. I've reached out to Deputy Director Ben Smith to inquire on what funds remain to be obligated to the Navajo Nation and to other tribes, including, but have not been able to receive a response just yet. A similar request was also made to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, but we are also still waiting for a response. Furthermore, the United States does have a moral obligation to support those who have served in our armed forces. The Department of Veteran Affairs has an annual budget of over $300 billion to provide services to veterans across the United States. These funds provide vital services, including healthcare, disability, compensation, pensions, and education assistance. Within the Navajo Nation, there are over 10,000 Navajo veterans who may benefit from these services. If we reach the debt ceiling, it may jeopardize the availability and delivery of these critical services. Failure to address potential disruptions would not only compromise the well-being of Native American veterans, but undermine the principles of fairness and gratitude towards those who have defended our nation. According to the most recent American Community Survey of the U.S. Census Bureau, there are approximately 164,235 people living within the Navajo Nation or on the Navajo Trust lands, comprising over 50,000 households. Approximately 16,000 or 32% of Navajo households do receive Social Security benefits. The average household receiving Social Security benefits are approximately $14,482 annually or $1,200 monthly. In total, over $237 million of Social Security payments support Navajo families each year. We know that within Navajo communities, many families have multiple generations under one roof, and in many households, grandparents may be raising their grandchildren and relying on Social Security to do so. This income plays a vital role in ensuring their economic stability. Breaching the debt ceiling may disrupt the distribution of Social Security payments, leaving our most vulnerable population at risk of financial instability. Given the already prevalent economic disparities faced by our people, any disruption to these essential benefits will further exacerbate their financial hardship, especially for those who rely on Social Security as a primary sole source of income. Our people then have to resort to other means, such as high interest loans to help secure basic needs such as drinking water, groceries, and/or medical supplies, further indebting households. In 2011, the Treasury put out a tentative plan on how they would respond to a situation if the debt ceiling was not raised and their ability to raise funds to meet those obligations. The plan essentially prioritizes the payment of interest on existing debt and delays all federal payments uniformly until enough tax revenue is brought in to pay for one day's obligation. There are currently a 25% gap between tax revenues and expenditures, so Social Security checks could easily be delayed by a week in the first month, with the delay getting worse each month that the debt ceiling remains in place. With the harrowing challenges for Indian country, it is important that we stay vigilant on the negotiations between Congress and the President of the United States. Right now, President Biden has positioned himself to put reverting unspent COVID relief funds and implementing work requirements for federal social welfare programs on the table for negotiations. However, President Biden has made it non-negotiable to have climate provisions rolled back to the Inflation Reduction Act, student loan cancellation plans, and expanding income-driven repayment plans for student loans. The GOP-led House has stated that they are non-negotiable for the U.S. government to reduce its spending and adding work requirements to Medicaid, supplemental nutrition, and temporary assistance for needy families. It is important to note that if and when the President and the Speaker of the House come to an agreement, it will take approximately 10 days for a bill to be created and approved by both chambers of Congress. There is also an existing U.S. House of Representatives requirement that requires any bill that's presented to the floor to be open for 72 hours to allow members to review the bill. The Navajo Nation Washington office will stay informed of these ongoing negotiations and provide any further updates as we lean into the consequential date of default. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Hosteen, for your report. Colleagues, do we have a motion and a second for the report? We have a motion by Delegate Jesus and seconded by Chair Charles Newton. First, for request to speak, we have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and thank you, Mr. Ahasteen, for sharing that report. Just listening to the news, it sounds like it's getting worse and worse. And I have been asking for the last month for a leadership meeting, and it hasn't happened. So, Speaker, you kind of need to take the bull by the horn. And if it just is council that's meeting, then so be it. We cannot wait for President to make time for council. This is a priority. We just received a report that it's going to affect a majority, if not all, the entire people living on the Navajo Nation. We should be partnering. In the event that this happens, we should be partnering with food services to try to figure out how are we going to get people food. In 2019, there was a government shutdown. IHS employees were not getting paid. They didn't have food. So as a council, we had to try to figure out how can we get our federal employees food and the things that they need to survive. We should also be reaching out to NTUA to try to figure out how can we, do we need to pass legislation to allow those who are federal employees working on the Navajo Nation to have some, extended time to be able to pay for their bills. This is part of being not reactive, but being proactive in the event that this happens. We also should be looking at the ARPA money. If this happens, how are we going to help our people? As was stated, we're already looking at IHS employees. There's that concern, Speaker. We're looking at a lot of probably, I don't know, I didn't hear anything on the 638 contract employees. I'm sure that they're going to be okay since the funding is already there, but we need guarantee that they're going to be okay because that's law enforcement, that's social services, that's EMS, that's IHS. We don't have a plan in place. And my understanding, Speaker, is right now we are looking at what maybe the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we have 6 days. And if it's going to take Congress 10 days to write this legislation, we don't know what's going to happen. And so for me, I'm worried. And I know that maybe there's some delegates that have faith in the federal government that they're going to reach some kind of compromise, but that doesn't sound like the case. Even this morning with the reports being reported, there's no compromise. And everybody is waiting. The whole world is watching right now on what's going to happen. But what I worry about is how is that going to affect our Navajo people? What is going to happen when your people come to you to say, I didn't get my SSI payment, or I didn't get, I normally get paid through veterans, as a veteran, I didn't get my check this month. You're going to start to see more and more people coming out to say that they're being affected. So, and right now, Speaker, we have 6 days. We haven't even met as a council to talk about the possibility of if this were to happen, what are we going to do? That's not leadership. We're going to fall into that reactive mode if that time comes and an agreement is not reached. Then people are going to be asking us, what is the Navajo Nation going to do? As a nation, I don't know about the letters that were sent by President Nygren, but even this council, we haven't even sent a position statement. There's many tribes that have already sent their position statements to say, look, you guys need to work together. This is how it's going to affect our people. Our people are the ones who voted for you. And in the last election, Speaker, the Navajo people were the ones who changed the election outcome in Arizona. We elected Democrats in those positions. That's how powerful we are as a people. And yet the Navajo Nation has not came out to state what their position is with what's going on at the federal level. Perhaps we think that we're immune to it, but I don't believe that we are. And as I stated, I've sent an email several times asking, let's do this leadership meeting. And it hasn't happened. And I'm guilty of this. We're too busy out waving at graduations, going to different events when we should be calling all of the leaders to sit here in this council to talk about, in the event that happens, what are we going to do? I also want to point out that they're eyeing the money, the COVID money that hasn't been spent. And there are senators right now saying that if it was such an emergency, we would have had that money spent already. Our projects, they're encumbered. But how do you explain to the federal government we have an emergency on the Navajo Nation when we haven't even spent half of that $1 billion that has been allocated to the Navajo Nation, to the Navajo people? It's going to be a tough argument to make, especially in light of NHA sending back that $68 million with the message that the Navajo people don't need this money. We're in a very difficult situation right now, but I know that I was elected to speak and to lead, and right now I'm just not seeing that leadership right now. So maybe this weekend, instead of us going out and spending Memorial Day weekend having fun or doing what we need to do, we call all the delegates and the president to come in to sit down and to talk about the possibility of how this is going to, impact our Navajo people, but not only talk about it, come out with a plan. Lock us in this chamber until we come up with a plan, because our Navajo people are looking at us for some guidance, for some help. And right now they're probably not really understanding, how this is going to impact them. But when it does, it's going to be too late for us to react. Who are we going to help first? The elders, the veterans, the children? We don't even have that plan in place. And we saw what happened with COVID, Speaker. So colleagues, again, I've sent emails. We need to sit down and we need to talk about this. We need to come up with a plan. We need to sit down and again, that's just one idea, is asking NTUA, for those who are affected, in the event that this happens, can we afford to ask NTUA to look the other way until things start moving again? Because right now, the last report that we received from NTUA were millions of dollars, behind in utility payments. So again, Speaker, I know that, it's just not what's happening with the debt ceiling, but it's the fact that they're already looking at our unspent money for COVID. So who's to say that if they reach that agreement that they're not going to come back and say, okay, we're going to recall that money back? And that's the other reason why I was requesting from Dana to draft that legislation to put due dates in place. Number one, if we get to keep all of that funds, but number two is in the event that at any time they request that money back, are we prepared to give to our Navajo people? And we're not. We're not prepared. We still have CIB issues. We still have people who have not been paid out from hardship. We're not prepared right now. And this is part of being proactive, is having this plan in place. So Speaker, you know, if President can't meet with us, that's on him. But the least you could do is call a mandatory meeting for delegates to come in to talk about this, because as was reported already, it's going to affect a lot of our Navajo people. And I guarantee you, colleagues, I guarantee you, what's going to happen is they're going to say, well, council is getting paid. They have nothing to worry about, because that's what we heard in 2019. And I don't want to be put in that situation, so I'm begging you, Speaker, and I'm begging my colleagues right now, let's come up with a plan. What is our plan? How are we going to get people fed? How are we going to help them with their bills? How are we going to explain to them this whole debt ceiling and how it's suddenly affecting them? Who is going to be affected? I think at this point, Speaker, I think it would be nice if you did some press releases and maybe even got onto the radio to ask people to listen in on what's going on and to pay attention to how this is going to affect them. If you're a veteran, this might affect you. If you're receiving Social Security, this might affect you. If you're receiving, you know, disability, this might affect you. And then the other thing that I didn't hear, and perhaps Mr. Hastings mentioned, is the retirement. That was on the news this morning about how it's going to affect our retirement. And I'm scared of that. So if we can, you know, try to figure out now, you know, how are we going to come together to do this? Are we going to wait for this weekend to have fun and then come back on Tuesday and address the issue when we'll be 3 days before 2 days before it's due? Or are we going to act now? But I'll leave that to you, Speaker, in deciding. And again, I think that if we have to make these decisions without President Nygren being there, this is a matter of priority. And it's a matter of us as leaders to set our priority. So I work for the Navajo people. They are my boss. And I'm speaking on their behalf right now because many of our Navajo people will be affected if this doesn't get decided. And I think that message needs to be sent out to let the people know, at least give them warning that this is happening right now, Speaker. So with that, Speaker, I just want to say thank you very much for recognizing me. And again, colleagues, I'm ready to get to work. I'm ready to put my plans aside, you know, to get to work because I'm scared. I'm really scared at what this is going to mean for our Navajo people, and we don't have a plan in place. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, for those recommendations and insight on the discussions that we've been having through email, and also Mr. Hastings, thank you for providing this report. We did receive some of the documents and communication that you have been sending over, so therefore we did put this on the agenda to address the severity of this topic. Give our colleagues that chance to also to respond, and if this is an urgent need from our colleagues, you know, just looking at our calendar, we don't have anything scheduled for Saturday and Sunday. But going forward, we'll open the floor up to additional comments to our presenter. Delegate Toll.
Madam Chair, thank you. aro koro beswas ani tleniki. Ani aro da isanolts aido ani na hot I leil. Do everyday bahane I de hot aban shi do hot aban sus kes haleit out o nazi Thailandsen ko ni president do ni tate ni gata kudi na hot ishika chi do nida o asao. So that is good recommendation from our Honorable Charles Newton. Ako hota haun nil a leda bast et nil ast et nils and emergency hodon ni aje chin lije. We have no funds. You have to do legislation all that. So could you shahon an zago hon kade ol kal eben shiban sus keso ni hodon nil got Ako dik at speaker do kodo achait out press release nenegi ad nek etchalas Twitter san la so security ba nata haji za ede yaye za talso akon ding hita anil traigi yahe ba asho TV hita hallo akon le tlediat ede hait bahadil netide to sin spazenda an hin khalchnende to joya ta halleda ako ebenena kodo ye khatsigi ani hote o na hoti hashit in lachit o hot has alto so he kwe ho ba yadi titi ne roshi ako this morning we just waste our time. Ako anahot ile u ani halas Twitter sani dos it's a lot so it's a pension ba nada haji an hich andas ba nene ko do ka ichi to show ko ho ne jo do ni jo ba hanno ne nek eche DGA adon hi chapter official do that esto shi do tan hipa jo bich hata istio ya da do leshi a ko hot do kwide da ba honno sto ya en hi dene kuda panit indo di pana hoit aron hanna hoit a ko yego so zenishi hota di kilto shiga hot aban sus keso Nilsko Korobani Tlashido Nilso. This weekend the Yadi Jato see if the president can come in and plan with us. Don't now she on here that the little do. Washington on that we don't have agenda. We're not prepared until we get there, yeah. Hot on his whole culture, Shanat Ani no Senegito come ni Yego na hoti Yego yahe san kidat isla. You hotas a lot so and by we get pension from it. We go to a hospital in Albuquerque. And it's other el Carlos. I just honanate. I just in staff. If we don't know when you go to the hospital you might not see the staff in there, so ya ishin atlin kono ado report elia gishin yat o that ilginto recommendation ahait ahota ako edon hikat ata dolis ani hunso ba this Madam Speaker, thank you.
Akashi Delegate Toth for your recommendations or kodo press release and radio form. Maybe we'll reach out to our Washington, D.C. office to get a lot of those facts and get to help us with a press release and also that radio announcements. We have Honorable Shana Antlaw.
Yeah, Shadeja. Madam Speaker, the Honorable 25th Navajo Nation Council, Dida Besa Bayet Igin Le Washington, Shetil Alto, Hala Ani Di Anahot Nehesalal Todo Hastwido Sani, Anihilto, Nahanal Nishigi, Le Salato do Zel in it Nahanal Nishigi, Ako Di Ani Shilto, Bansis Kesigi it Abelt Ego, the work session, then Igilto, Ani quit Edole. So I just wanted to add in my comments and my support to have a work session, a mandatory work session. And there was an email sent to the 25th Navajo Nation Council from Mr. Ahastin on May 18. Ako hinant anle Washington an leshigi kunal tos baka. So he did list all of the programs that would be impacted. If we can go ahead and use his memorandum to guide the 25th Council to create a plan for each of those items, and in there the veterans is listed, Social Security, as well as some of the impacts on the funding for our employees. So we can use that as a template, and then we can move on further. Ara she'eya RDC itka shanal nish. Ako eilto nidienta hinal nish. We had a work session, and during that work session, we did get a report from Navajo Department of Transportation. And during that work session, I did ask about the unobligated funding. And so also that program will be impacted. So we do need our division directors and departments to come up with a plan. And so I would say that we as council may have to implement directives. Ako nidi hashkehigi e bahastkitende kadeya I see in Nahot. So right now we are faced with the federal dollars that may be reverted back. So with that, I think that council does need to implement some directives to these divisions and departments to come up with a plan where they obligate the funds. So during another work session, we did ask about the small businesses. And so SSBCI, and we do need a plan as well. And so we do know that each delegate, they have projects within their communities that need attention. Some of them are urgent. We do need to have these directors and divisions also make this a priority. We were saying that, you know, we're ready to work. We as delegates, we're ready to work and work with these departments and divisions as well as our colleagues. So with that, I just wanted to thank Mr. Ahastin for keeping an eye on the debt ceiling and then giving us this report, this very in-depth report. And then also, as Shache George Tolth mentioned, we do need to send out our public service announcements to our elders and those that are out in the community, because they too need to get prepared. They need to start saving for, you know, their essential needs. And then also, as Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton stated, we do need to help create programs, whether that be a food feeding program or even looking into how the enterprises can create a credit system so that when they are not able to receive payment, then they're able to assist with that particular utility bill or however they need assistance. So with that, Shadeja, Chair Curley, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you.
Delegate Pla, we are looking into possible dates on meeting quickly, even if we had to do it later this evening. Tomorrow a special council session so that gives a time frame for if there needs to be an emergency legislation. So we'll look into the times for this evening. If needed, we can do that leadership meeting this evening, but this we'll make that connection through email or if that recommendation comes from the floor. Do kone enana, we have Chair Delegate Jesus.
Madam Speaker Curley, and also to members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. It's really disheartening to hear with the current national debt ceiling issue that is going on. And again, you know, the Navajo Nation has been fortunate enough to this point to be awarded all these monies. And I really do hear the concern of Delegate Madam Chair Charles Newton in regards to having a plan in place and being proactive. And I have been through an email thread that she had sent out a couple of weeks ago in regards to the ARPA dollars. It really does bring grave concern in regards to ARPA dollars, number one. Yes, the administration is really looking at the funds that were given out in forms of ARPA as a priority. And again, it's really unfortunate that Division of Community Development and the nation as a whole, we're all struggling to even put a really good blueprint in place on how that expenditure is going to happen and at a fast pace of that funds being encumbered. Because as we all remember, the whole intent of these ARPA dollars was to get to the basic necessity infrastructure to our constituents in their home communities, whether if it's getting a water, wastewater, house wiring to electric, the telecommunications aspect of it, and whether it was also getting some of these projects going. And this, you know, is really disheartening to know that looking at the ARPA project right now, that we really haven't even encumbered a high percentage of that money. So with that, again, just as Honorable Claw had mentioned, if we're going to have this session, I really think that it would be very viable to have the Office of the Controller present to give us an overview on, you know, just the current financial position, the financial health of the Navajo Nation, with all the division directors to be present. And again, you know, we're talking about programs that are going to be impacted, like the TANF program under Division of Social Services. We have the SNAP program, the food stamp program, which is at the federal level, that will be impacted. And how does food distribution program come to play to hopefully assist some of these individuals that would need food. And then we've also got Indian Health Services that's going to be impacted. We're talking about treatments to the latest email that we got in terms of the $300 million where it's supposed to build out for bathroom facilities. And Indian Health Services would probably have to come in and give us an update as to what their plan is. And then also Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, because as we could all remember, a lot of our constituents across the Navajo Nation, as having NTUA being their electric provider, has seen a big increase in utility price and monthly payments. I mean, they're paying $300, $400, $500 a month. And how now are our constituents that are on a fixed income through the Social Security monthly distribution now are going to be impacted. So again, the high recommendation for division directors to be here at the meeting. And not only that, but I've been reviewing the permit trust funds and the sales tax dollars on under Division of Economic Development. And I know that they have their own appropriations of, I guess you call it conditions of appropriations on how these funds can be expended. And there's projects under Division of Natural Resources back from 2016 that still has not been expended, and 100% is still not committed. So maybe these are the projects that we need to pull monies back from and put it into other projects if we can't meet ARPA at all. So again, there's a diverse amount of issues here before us. Our veterans, you know, we've got so many families that are going to be impacted, and also, you know, TANF again, and we really do need to come up with a plan, because this is really going to make a big impact as it's inflicting damage on our Navajo Nation constituents. And again, just being ready. So if it has to be a work session, please just let us know so that we could hear from the division directors as well as to what is their plan right now going forward. So I just wanted to address that, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to go ahead and give the floor back to you.
Delegate Jesus. Inanna, we have Delegate Daniels via Zoom.
Thank you, Shema. Kudo, yeah. Nana. Ado kudo. The Washington office then hit a Nike. But you're a team kudo, yeah, kudo. It's a friends, kudo. Ado Nana kudo. I kudo. It is Adida. They hit a huge Nike. Ado Nana kudo, the Gaita. Tuesday, I sent out an email requesting for this report during Nabi. So there I saw it could even constantly, yesterday, even Ben Nashatek from the office of the speaker, he still want that report. No, yes, not this, even I should open constantly. So, we have our constituents, what is the council doing? Can I get a by it? Yes, that no, but not a bad kid. A coke, let me reach out to Speaker's office to get a report from the Washington office. That's all. I saw what's that today. A coke, I just want to thank the office of the Speaker, staff, and then again Mr. Rico. Donana Quito, DC, Quito, the Washington office. A Quito, the net that is Quito. I knew what's up back in 2019 at the Diego. Cutting doesn't know Diego, a Yata was just the last so our Social Security data. We yell Yata was. So, Quito, the great, I heard recommendations. From my colleagues, Madam Chair Charles Noon, to have another meeting, perhaps this weekend. Navajo Nation President, Mr. Nygren, so tomorrow we have a special session perhaps legislation, emergency legislation the ship so Senat Senigi Zunak eat on the big Nicodo had many Ado Kodo and Greta, Ado eat Zago. I see Ben hit all this quite. I knew what the best I need to each other, even if you given John Ada, Sada did all this. Even Kodo can never cut these with Kodo. So it is about $3 Kodo. Kudo oi aside na hano by particular recommendations that na koto kudo perhaps Friday, tomorrow is Friday. I don't know, Saturday we don't have anything. So on Saturday or Sunday actually internet penalty big kudo. So it is up a dito let's go. Suma, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Kushi Hihachiyash Kudo Delegate Daniels. Although Kwashi at the we haven't really heard any questions specifically to our executive director. So with that, we'll keep going forth with other additional comments or recommendations. Although Nana, we have Vice Chair Slater via Zoom.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Director Austin, for the report. Colleagues, I just want to emphasize that we have to be careful in what we're saying because there's been quite a few speakers during this discussion that have said that the ARPA dollars that are currently in the nation's possession are under consideration for clawback or reversion back to the federal government. Right now, that is not what has been reported from any of the congressional offices that I've spoken to. It's not presently in any of the bills that are out there that are either related to the debt limit or related to any sort of clawback. And but my point is we should be specific and we should be disciplined, because if we're trying to attack an issue, we should understand it wholly and be responsive to that issue. And so the concerns that Delegate Charles Newton raised, which are in line with what Mr. Ahastin said, and that is, okay, if there are payments delayed, how do we help our people? And if there are programs that are going to have their funding reduced, how is that something we can respond to? And I think if the United States defaults, it's going to be catastrophic. And it's something that's never happened before, and it's almost impossible to envision what all the repercussions are going to be here on Navajo. And I would like to think that our leaders in Congress are going to take the responsibility to come up with a solution, as they always have. And I think the closest we got was about 72 hours before the default back in 2011. I'm still confident that something is going to take place, because I think it's fair to say it's going to be the end of the United States as we know it if the U.S. defaults on its debt. And the issues that will arise are not something that the Navajo Nation has the financial resources to overcome independent of federal assistance. So in terms of a work session, I hope that we can think very strongly about what we want to accomplish in that, and not be overly broad and extend into things that are not presently on the table. What's presently on the table is funding in federal agency accounts that has not been obligated. So that means it hasn't been spent, i.e. sent over to a tribe, or it's not on a contract that can be drawn down by a tribe. So if it goes into a contract, even if it's not drawn down, it is obligated. The ARPA dollars that's in the nation's possession have already been expended by the federal government. They're not a part of this discussion right now. But in terms of a response to helping our people, I would like us to hopefully accept the principle that we don't compromise our children and grandchildren's financial stability through the Navajo Nation government's finances to deal with a very short-term issue. It would be very easy to spend a lot of money very quickly and put the nation in a worse financial position that we may never recover from, because we have, in this year, $6 million less in our general fund budget than we did last year. And it's only been declining year after year for about the past 5 years. So there's less money coming into our government than there was before, and that's with the costs of goods and services rising. So I wholly support trying to come up with a strategy. I think we need to come up with ideas first and not just expect the executive branch or someone else to lay it before us, but to think about what realistically can be done and who is at greatest risk, who do we have the greatest obligation to, and how could we help them in the short term? Because if we default as the United States, I mean, who's to say that they're ever going to pass anything after that? And we could be stuck with really serious spending cuts for the federal government going forward in any future bill. So the reason we're heavily in debt, like 32 trillion or something like that, is because the nation, the United States, is spending way more money than it's taking in. So there are big structural issues. The reason costs of goods and services are so high right now, a lot of economists believe, is because the federal government issued so much money and pushed so much out the door in the last 3 years. And so with that much money, consumers are chasing fewer goods and services that are readily available, and the people who have them and are selling those goods and services are able to charge higher prices because there's more money out there. So here in Navajo, it seems like we always get the short end of the stick from federal policy, but I'm confident in our leadership, and I'm hopeful for the leadership of the United States. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Point of order by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Speaker, I call a point of order per rule. Sorry, I'm looking at Rule 25 and Council Rules of Order when I should be looking at the Committee Rules of Order. But I do call a point of order, Speaker, because there was a comment made that we have to be careful with our words and that the ARPA money is not being called back. I need that in writing, because if you Google the debt ceiling, everything says that they're clawing back COVID-19 funds. My understanding and the way it was explained to me is ARPA is COVID-19 funds, or I'm sorry, COVID-19 funds. So if we're going to get a report from the Washington D.C. office, I need Mr. Justin Ahostin to put that in writing to the entire council, to the entire Navajo Nation, that this does not include the ARPA money for the Navajo Nation. Because when I see the news, when I read the papers, when I'm keeping up with this, they're talking about clawing back the unspent COVID-19 funds. So what is COVID-19 funds? And I need it in writing that we are clear of it and that it's not going to claw back the ARPA money. So if we're getting reports from Congress saying it's not ARPA money, we need to request that in writing. That way, if they do claw it back, we have something to fall back on. But, when I hear the news and they say, clawing back COVID-19 funds, that's ARPA money. But if there's other delegates who have heard otherwise, Speaker, and again, maybe with this, I'm drafting in a legislation right now for the emergency, our position on the debt ceiling. So maybe we can request that. So if Congress is telling us it's not included in the ARPA, then we need it in writing so that our people know that it's not going to include that. Otherwise, I'm just going to assume that we better be prepared. So that's why I call this a point of order, Speaker. I need that in writing. So Mr. Ahostin, if you're listening, can you please give us that in writing by 5 o'clock today so that leadership has that? Thank you.
With that, we did recognize that point of order. At this time, we'll return the floor back to our presenter, Mr. Ahostin, on your input and recommendations on what was shared here on the floor. Mr. Ahostin?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Charles Newton. Just to clarify, so in HR 2811, the language, and this is the discussion we had with Treasury yesterday, the language, the way it's written, if we are to proceed with that language, it is the unobligated funds within the federal government's accounts, not the state and not the tribal accounts. It's the unobligated funds that have yet to be dispersed from the federal agencies. That includes any pending applications that may be out there, because an application is still defined as unobligated. It's not obligated until an award has been made to a recipient. So that is the direction and the guidance that was provided by the U.S. Treasury. We can take that legislative text and we can send that over to your office, Madam Speaker, for further analysis. But just based off of the discussions that we had with Treasury yesterday, that's the guidance that they're moving forward. And just as a quick update, because we just got an update, it looks like President Biden and Speaker McCarthy are close to securing a deal, which is expected to be either later this evening and or tomorrow, no later than Tuesday. So that is the word that we have right now from our contacts up on the Hill. But any agreement that is made between the president and the speaker will have some cuts, and President Biden is negotiating the clawback of unobligated funds from COVID relief from federal government accounts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Hosteen, for that clarification between the question that was with our ARPA funding and also the unobligated funding definitions. We have Vice Chair Johnson.
Yeah, Madam Speaker. So it's pretty much a comment on, what we're discussing here today. Let's go ahead and I would recommend having a leadership meeting right after this NABI is adjourned. So that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson. We did have several recommendations throughout the floor for a leadership meeting as soon as possible. Eshin Koagi will consider that for after Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting. Determine will be most likely be finished by 5 or 6. That's just estimating on the time that we have considered other legislations in the past. But we'll consider that recommendation for that leadership meeting this evening. Is there any specific to that recommendation to include the Navajo Nation programs that will be impacted? I believe that will include that recommendation. We have Delegate So via Zoom.
Thank you very much. Do you guys hear me first of all?
Oh, koditsa.
Thank you very much. There was prior years where the debt ceiling had been negotiated, and the Navajo Nation really has not weighed in on the debt ceiling issue. But it is important, and this is the reason why I always say that our council works is to try to work at the national level and the state level. And a lot of our work turns to be at the local level. Leadership, the cost. But our job is to try to strategize and how to move forth on this. But what I'm getting to is that as we move forth on this, we have to think what the administration has in their plan, especially the administration that's going to be directly impacted the program. I'm sure that the travel program got their notice, who's going to be directly impacted, and whether it's whether it's social services or whatever program. But overall, this debt ceiling issue, no matter what the Navajo Nation Council does, forgetting the decision makers in Washington will be pushing that button, yay or nay, whether they vote to be allowed to increase the debt ceiling or if they don't vote on it. They oppose it. And all of it is, again, to spending that Congress is indicating that we have to get a hold of spending. That talks about a lot of the payment. So that's a conversation at the national level with the federal congressman. But I think whether council decides to meet, I think that we have to see what our tribal or our division directors, what funds are directly impacted. I think that's the direct thing that we need to look at. What funds are going to be directly impacted, and the Nigerian administration should have a rundown on what direct programs are going to be impacted by this decision of the debt ceiling, because it's a negotiation between two parties. And so I think that one is that maybe we can entertain a directive at the end of this session, indicating to the administration to get a rundown on what programs are going to be directly impacted, and have them do a report to us. Maybe we can meet Monday. Have them do a report to us Monday. Have them work on the report Monday, or even Tuesday, as that's the earliest. Then at the same time, get the program to have a strategy. For instance, if it's regarding social service program, as an example, how can you entertain to try to, realistically look at what's going to really happen. And Carl Slater's right. Every year, our money coming in from the government is very low, and all we can say is that our general fund is low, but again, we're going to have to look at maybe offsetting some of these costs if we can. The other thing too is that we have to look at our internal budget too. The country is kind of tying its belt on spending. And I think that we have to start looking at some of these issues ourselves too, pertaining to spending. And, it's going to be unfortunate if the United States decides to go into default. And it's going to impact us. So, but again, Congress usually settles some at the last minute, so it did go without it. But again, this decision will be weighed upon the decision makers in Washington, because they're the ones that are negotiating with the president. They're the one. They're the body that's going to make this decision. They're going to, like I said, they're going to vote green or red, yay or nay. So it's very scary. See what's really going to happen. It's going to impact interest rates. People aren't realizing that if this happens, it's going to impact interest rates. Make people with credit cards, auto loans, But again, we just have to wait to see what Congress is going to do. The other is that we need an internal analysis from our travel programs that are going to be indirectly impacted, like transportation. And then at the same time, allowing the controller to actually work with these programs to try to get that information together so that we have something in writing going over here. So thank you. Go mute.
Coach Delegate So, for your recommendations and also on your thoughts of sharing the report. Ado Ka'akinana, we have Delegate Damon.
Thank you very much. I have I don't have a written report in front of me, so I guess going off what Honorable Carl Slater had indicated and back to Madam Chair Charles Newton's first comments on this discussion is going to go back to Mr. Hosteen. Is it Hosteen? Yeah, Justin Hosteen. Sorry, I'm over here. I'm not all here right now. Mr. Hosteen, the question I'm asking you is, in my mind, the way that you explained it is that the dollars are not that, the dollars that are specifically trying to are I guess in the negotiation process to be, that are potentially considered on the table to be clawed back, are dollars that the Navajo does not have in its coffers, but possibly are allocated, but within the federal government system. And what I mean by that is Indian Health Service has dollars that are been identified for SDS projects under the COVID. They were fully funded for the first time to do all SDS projects. That money has not come to the Navajo Nation. My understanding is that those dollars are still sitting at IHS. Do you mean dollars like that? Those dollars are potentially on the table to be clawed back. The second question is, you're talking about dollars that are not within the Navajo Nation coffers as well, is like Navajo Housing Authority's dollars from HUD that are in the federal lock system, an arm from the Treasury, are dollars that are not part of the approved any COVID plans in the consideration to be clawed back, like the NAHASDA funds that are in the United States Treasury's lock system. Is that what you're talking about on a potential clawback? That's my question.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, with your questions to our presenter here. But before that, we'll go over to Vice Chair Yazzie.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm glad we're having this discussion as well. Sometimes I think a lot of us don't understand the big money system at the federal level. And one of the questions that I heard Slater say is what can be done realistically. And I think also thinking about at the local level. And, I think about, we used to be farmers and ranchers, and that's in our DNA. And so one of the things I want to also say to the community people out there is, if you receive SNAP EBT benefits, formerly known as food stamps, you can use those benefits to purchase seeds or plants which produce food. And so maybe we need to also think about it at that level and start going out and relearning the skills of how to grow our own food. so that way we're not relying on funds and money that can put us in, that bring us to the situation, you know, thinking about that level. And I know we can do it, you know, even for me, I've just recently learned how to grow food, and it does take time, but you can do it. So that's the other thing I want to add to this discussion, because that can be done realistically. You know, you can control your food and you can grow those things, and you can do things like your peppers, your squash, your lettuce, and tomatoes. And I don't know if that's part of this discussion here, but I feel like what you can control, how you can be sustainable, you know, you have that power with you as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, colleagues, for your comments and questions. Just to summarize some of the recommendations that were shared during the report is having a leadership meeting as soon as possible. And we also heard having the impacted programs provide strategies or plans before the council members on how they will deal with this issue, and also just further clarification on which funds are being talked of being pulled back. Those are some of the top recommendations that we have during our report. With that, we'll turn the floor back over to Mr. Hosteen for those specific questions that were questioned here on the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Damon, for your questions. So to kind of put this in a different lens, well, first I want to talk about the SDS project listing funding. So the SDS funding was actually appropriated under the bipartisan infrastructure law and not any of the COVID relief appropriation packages that are up on the chopping block right now. So the SDS funding is safe. But looking at it from a different scope, so we have funding in the Rural Transit Assistance Program that's administered by the Federal Transit Administration. This is an example. They have funding that can be allocated to tribes as competitive grants, meaning that the tribe has to apply for the funding, and if they are awarded, they would receive the funding. That funding would be at risk because it's funding that is given to the federal agency to administer for a specific program, but until the funds are awarded to a tribe, it's considered unobligated. So that would be an example of the type of funding that's at risk. Anything that has an application component to it, meaning that the tribe has to apply, be reviewed, and awarded. The same thing goes with the states. So those are the type of projects, and this is where the SSBCI comes in. That is for $98 million, and right now the Navajo Nation does not have an approved application. We are still gathering information for that application. Treasury has asked for specific information from the Navajo Nation to move forward. But even if, you know, because of the short timeline and because it looks like Congress is actually coming to a deal with the president fairly soon in the next few days, it is unlikely that we would be able to be awarded for that type of funding before the legislation is introduced and passed by both chambers. What we had discussed with Vice Chair Slater, and our office has actually been working to help draft legislation to address this by writing up the findings section, is to advocate to Congress that any pending applications that tribes have are allowed to be reviewed and processed and awarded and not subjected to the unobligated portions, because it's a little unfair to tribes as a whole who have applications that haven't yet been assessed to have that funding ripped away from them because they're categorized as unobligated because they haven't been awarded. So that's the type of funding that we're looking at.
Thank you, Mr. Hosteen, for clearly clarifying some of those questions here. We do still have several questions and comments here from the floor. We have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and also Mr. Ahastin. And I really want this to be in writing, Speaker. And the reason is, I was asked by another delegate who was saying that about the unspent funds, and it was actually Speaker McCarthy. And the New York Times even reported it, and he said, quote, "The American people are tired of politicians who use COVID as an excuse for more extreme inflationary spending." This was a speech that he made on the House floor. And he said further, quote, "If the money was authorized to fight the pandemic, what was not spent during the pandemic should not be spent after the pandemic is over." And this is in the New York Times, and this was stated on the House floor. And that was why when I did question, what exactly does that mean? And does that mean our ARPA money? Right after that, another senator spoke and said the same thing. If it was such an emergency to use COVID money, there should be no excuse to have any of that money left over. And that's why I was saying that we were given over $1 billion to combat COVID. And we can say from our point of view that it's encumbered and that, we're gonna use it. But in my experience, and I think as many of our experiences have been with the federal government, they don't look at it that way. And I always think back to what Delegate Eugene So used to say. The federal government is going to give you a jacket in the dead of winter while you're standing in Phoenix and expect you to wear it, but they won't give you a jacket in winter when you're on the Navajo Nation. So in my experience with not only, what has come down the pipeline from Indian law, the Supreme Court cases, but just the way that the federal government has always treated Indian tribes, I'm worried because of that statement. If the money was authorized to fight the pandemic, what was not spent during the pandemic should not be spent after the pandemic is over. And the pandemic, is it over? On Navajo, we could say that it's not. But, are they going to listen to us? So I'm worried, and I think that all money right now is on the table. So if Mr. Ahastin can 100% guarantee in writing that our ARPA money is not on the table, and we can get that 100% in writing by Congress, then I'll feel better. In the meantime, if the Speaker of the House, who's leading the Republican GOP, if he's making that statement, again, I will read it for the record. If the money was authorized to fight the pandemic, what was not spent during the pandemic should not be spent after the pandemic is over. Doesn't that mean our ARPA money? And if it doesn't, then again, I want it in writing so that the Navajo people, we can say that this money truly belongs to us and we can truly, finish out with these projects to complete them out. So that was the reason why I raised that. And I was trying to remember who said it because it was on CNN Talk, how they do the constant displaying of what's being said on the House floor. And that's where I caught it from. And again, there was another senator who spoke after that who said almost the same thing, which is if it was such an emergency, that money should be spent, because they weren't talking specifically about tribes. They were talking about the states that haven't used those funds yet. And that was my concern is, okay, we technically haven't used those funds. We've encumbered it through Navajo Nation and they've given us the money, but it's still considered to be unspent funds. So, Speaker, I just wanted to clarify that, and that's why I need it in writing. I need something in writing to say that our ARPA money is secured and that we're okay and that we have until 2026 to use this money. So if we can get that in writing, I'll sleep a little bit better knowing that the ARPA money is secured, but we still have to have a plan in place in the event that this is not agreed upon. And if, as stated, if it's not tonight, Tuesday, but can we afford to wait until Tuesday? So thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Charles Newton. There's a request for a written explanation on which funds and that if this does impact our ARPA funding. And just where the sources are coming from. And that question is to our presenter, Mr. Hosteen. Could you provide us a timeline on when we could be expecting that? And then that will help guide us our decisions here within council. Mr. Hosteen.
Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Charles Newton, for raising those concerns. I have actually just sent over a request to the U.S. Treasury to provide official guidance on the terms of unobligated funds within H.R. 2811 and which accounts they are specifically referencing. And as soon as that email comes back, I will send that over to the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All right, thank you. Point of order raised by Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Just for clarification, Mr. Ahostin, there is nothing about obligated or unobligated funds. It is any unused funds. It's any unspent pandemic emergency money. What does that mean? What does unspent pandemic emergency money mean? Because like I said, we on our end, we've obligated it. On our end, we've received the money, but technically it's not spent. It's only encumbered. So is that how Congress is looking at it? Is as long as it's encumbered, we're okay? Or does it have to be spent? Because there's a difference. And that's what it specifically says in the ARPA legislation. You have encumbered December 30th, 2024, and then you have spent and projects completed December 30th, 2026. So which one is it? Is it that it has to be encumbered and that the Navajo Nation is safe, or is it has to be spent? And then is it, are we looking at our ARPA money and other monies that are available out there? Thank you, speakers. I just want to make that clarification.
Thank you. We recognize that point of order here by our chair, Charles Newton. With that, we'll return back the floor to Mr. Hosteen and maybe give us a timeline. And also, I think there were several specific requests that would be written within that written report from your office. Mr. Hosteen?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you again, Chair Charles Newton. We will engage with Treasury to get the definitions of exactly what you have raised, Chair Charles Newton. The White House only has published guidance on unobligated balances, which again is those that have not yet been committed by contract or other legally binding actions by the government. So in a sense, I do believe that that is the encumbrance, meaning that there are contracts in place to actually utilize the funding, not necessarily spending all of the funding. But we will definitely work with Treasury and our partners up on the Hill to get a clear guidance on what the intent of HR 2811 is and the terms that they're utilizing and how that would impact any of the funding that Navajo Nation may have. We are hopeful that we can get that answer by tomorrow afternoon, depending on how responsive Treasury is. But as soon as a response does come in, we will formulate that response and send it to the entire council. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Hosteen, for those clarification and also giving us an outlook of the time frame that you'll be providing those documents to the council. Ado kodo hot elashananta ados adet dos na dos kita. And we did have several recommendations to do leadership meeting and also getting those clarification on some of the definitions that are in that proposed bill. I don't see anybody else in queue online. We have Delegate Begay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If we're going to have a special session or leadership meeting again, can we have him give us a report prior to making some kind of legislation to act on it? See what's going on prior to having right before the leadership gets going. You know, if he's available, up to date report, I guess, from what's going on in the White House. That way we can talk about it up to the minute that what's going on up there, and then we can kind of judge it from here how we're going to draft a legislation or what we're going to do. Thank you.
Delegate Begay, that believe that was a recommendation that the need for a leadership meeting between executive and also legislative and the impacted programs. Maybe there is already discussion on how these they're going to strategize on drafting out a plan. Mr. Hosteen did say that he will forward any information once he gets them in hand from either the Interior or the Treasury. Will be shooting those emails out once we get those reports. Are there any other comments or a question for our presenter? Delegate Riquinez via Zoom.
Thank you very much, Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Council. I'm listening, and it's very concerning what we're hearing. What the Deja, Honorable Chair Charles had brought up, and Lebanon, Ani, Glenki, Lanko, Yegon, Hidet, Haladi, Ne, Ilabinahit, Adola. What is the plan moving forward? If we address it as soon as possible, let's do it as soon as we can. And if we say mandatory, this morning's meeting was mandatory. Only half of us came. How can we approach this meeting? Because I did have a very important meeting this morning at 8 o'clock, and I decided to cancel those meetings to be in Window Rock. And it's very important when we understand that there's an issue before us that's very highly paramount, that we have to be there. Maybe no. And when something is said sometimes, we get offended, we get our feelings hurt real easily. And then we start to email people, we start to text people, and we shouldn't do that. Constructive criticism, Walia. I just think sometimes that we really need to breathe it in and say, yes, let's do this. Let's clear our calendar for this day, and let's all be there. And if we're going to say that, let's have that commitment. Let's have that commitment to be there, to participate. And this is a very important issue. We spend a lot of time on these ARPA dollars, and I'd really hate for these monies to be reverted in any way. And if it's very important to us, we need to be there and talk about how we can move forward with it and come up with a plan, because that's what we do as leaders. And I'm listening, and I appreciate all of you's recommendations. So I'll talk about this. Back to you, Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, Delegate Nez. Colleagues, are there any additional comments or questions? Online? Second call? Third call, we'll go to a vote to accept the report. And Mr. Hosteen will be keeping in touch throughout the day and throughout the weekend to see if we can retrieve those documents. And colleagues, depending on how far we end this evening or this afternoon with our agenda, and if it's feasible, we can schedule that meeting for this evening. And we'll reach out to the president and vice president as well. Hakoshi. Staff, could you help us with the roll call vote?
Honorable Lamardo Azeret. Honorable Lamardo Azeret. Honorable Lamardo Azeret did not vote. Honorable Norman Bigay. Sorry. Honorable Helena Nez Bigay. Honorable Helena Nez Bigay votes green. Honorable Amber Kanazba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. Yeah, are you on there? Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus did not vote. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson did not vote. Honorable Andy Nez. Honorable Andy Nez. There's no Andy Nez? Okay. Honorable Andy Nez did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Shondine Parrish. Honorable Shondine Parrish. Honorable Shondine Parrish did not vote. Honorable Jermaine Simonson is excused. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Otto So votes green via text. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Is that Yanito? Okay. Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green. Going back up, Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret did not vote. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus did not vote. Honorable Andy Nez. Honorable Andy Nez. Honorable Andy Nez did not vote. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Madam Chairwoman, you have 17 in favor and 0 opposed.
Thank you, staff. We do have 17 in favor and 0 opposed and chair not voting. For the record, Delegate Dr. Andy Nez voted green for the report, so that changes a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Thank you, Mr. Hosteen, and we'll keep in touch. Receiving reports. B, report on building closure of Window Rock Department of Economic Security Office. Report provided by Andrew Rogers, Arizona Department of Economic Security, and staff. Mr. Andrews, if you are online with us, you can unmute yourself or press *6.
Chairwoman Curley, members of the delegation. My name is Angie Rogers. I am the director of the Department of Economic Security. For those of you that are not familiar with the department, we are the human services agency for the state of Arizona and operate about 45 locations for benefits, food stamps, SNAP, TANF, and Medicaid eligibility. Also the Division of Developmental Disabilities, Employment and Rehabilitative Services, Child Support, Early Intervention, Housing Assistance, Domestic Violence, Homelessness, and a multitude of others. We learned back in March that our landlord in the Window Rock office has decided not to renew our lease. We have been frantically searching for a new location in the Window Rock community to be able to continue to provide services to the community in partnership with the Navajo Nation. We unfortunately have been incredibly unsuccessful in finding a new location, although I am encouraged by very recent efforts to look for a building, a piece of land, or any other place that we can occupy within the Window Rock community, which could include other local areas. We have started to pursue an option with Gallup to be able to co-locate with their Department of Human Services, although I recognize that is not preferable. But my intent was to be able to, again, provide local direct support to the residents of the community. I now am coming to you asking for your help in finding an emergency location for our individuals to be able to disperse emergency benefits. We have very strong ways to be able to provide services virtually. However, we do not have a physical location where an individual could come into and receive, in particular, emergency SNAP benefits. And I'll pause there for questions.
Right, thank you, Ms. Rogers, for that report. Colleagues, do we have a motion and a second for the report? We have a motion by Vice Chair Yazzie and second by Delegate Arvizo. We have questions and comments. First, we have Kodoshiche, Delegate Toll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Zitsu. Also, the body of nomination 25 nomination council. Yeah, quite well, you know, it's kind of sad to hear that. And is there a way the speaker's office can assist trying to find the location and why the lease was not approved? Is it because of the bill, outstanding bill, or what is the reason why it was closed? So I think people needs this office because daily people come out and ask for assistance. Ajbatsatat el kalo ako ito Washington leko tobka yiro nzaw nena yida nestenchinko agiro ebelkhazo. So if possible, I wanted to know if the speaker's administration can assist trying to find the location. Thank you.
Hold on, Miss Rogers. Colleagues, are there any additional questions or comments before we go back to the presenter? Ms. Rogers, you can go forth with your answers.
Thank you. My apologies. Madam Chair, Delegate Nez, I was remiss in stating that there have been conversations. Both the Navajo Nation has spoken with our current landlord who operates on a county island as a private leaseholder. She is unwilling to extend our lease at that location. I think the rationale is that she would like to either tear down the building or either renovate it for a new tenant. We have worked very directly with members of the Speaker's office and the President's office to try and find alternative locations. Nothing final yet, but I want to honor and say thanks for their efforts to try and find a new location. The timeline that we are dealing with right now is we must leave the office that we are currently in by next Wednesday. And so we are looking for both emergency location to provide benefits, as well as continued partnership with the Navajo Nation in a more permanent way where we can continue to provide services in the local community.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. We did have initial contact with the Arizona Department of Economic Security early on of this month, and also, I believe, about a month and a half ago regarding this situation. So they have been trying to seeking alternative locations. However, this was added to a report just to relay the message back to our people that their offices will be closing here within this site. However, we can also help with the public information on where to defer these clients and these customers, either if it has to be virtually or online, and we can help assist within that area too. That the office of this, the closure of this office. Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Good afternoon, Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Just thinking here, we heard from the previous report. The report is given by the Washington office in reference to try to how we're going to assist certain Congress individuals, Biden administration, to see how we can try to prevent this, helping in the negotiation of the debt ceiling. Reason being is, again, going back to, we don't want payments to stop to our people that receive Social Security and certain health benefits or welfare benefits. And we're in the same situation here with this closure of this office here that's run by Arizona government. And from what we see, we really want to continue to service our Navajo people that reside in Arizona. So I know we have a facility that can be temporarily used. I know it's used by one of our committees here, but I think it's very important to continue those service for our Navajo people while we work out a solution for a permanent facility for this, to assist in finding a permanent facility for this Division of Economic, for this government services that's provided by Arizona government. So is there a possibility? I know we have our Madam Chair here from Law and Order to temporarily utilize that building, their meeting room facility, the modular building, just temporary for them to house this entity to continue to provide service for our Navajo people. At the same time, quickly expedite to find a permanent solution to accommodate this entity. So I'm just kind of throwing it out to the Naa'bik'iyati and to Madam Chair, just to continue to have this entity provide service to our Navajo people, but at the same time, quickly work on finding a permanent solution. Madam Chair,
All right, thank you, Delegate Simpson, for some of those recommendations. As of right now, the Law and Order building is also being adjacently used with the Elections Office as well, or where their meeting spaces too. So we have several legislative branch that switch out the usage of LOC building, and at the same time with the subcommittee meetings. However, we can. I think the other solution will be trying to reconnect with the executive branch on see if there's any vacancies anywhere within these buildings. In the meantime, Kwado Delegate So via Zoom.
All right, thank you. So, I was gonna indicate, recommend the LOC building, but it sounds like we have legislative branch that's utilizing it. But for the election office, and I thought they had an agreement with down at the a place down at the office complex. The other is that I think that economic development there at the their office has a conference room, and I think that conference room could be utilized. The other, we can maybe have them utilize INDOT's conference room there at INDOT, where we meet there. Conference room is there's a conference room on the second floor also. There's avenues there, and I think that whether the Arizona Department of Economic Security is working with the administration, I think the administration is really not looking high and low. Also, we have two lots that are or option that it could go to Ganado there at the Burnside shopping center. And I remember that they're trying to bring in a tenant there, and I think that space is still vacant. The other is that the shopping center in Naa'bik'iyati there has a vacant facility also. So there's options that that they could opt into. It's very disheartening to see that the service may not be provided in Winter Rock, but overall, we have to make sure that we do find a location for this. The other is that as a location is done, can't just say, hey, but we got to get this season. We have to do it through the proper process and make sure there's at least agreements in place so that there's protection for them. Just these kids. But we can do that. The other is why can't we? There's other avenues that we could look at. So, okay, now I'm going to go ahead and go and mute for now as we move forward. Then bench. Thank you.
Ahihat Delegate So. Next in queue we have Chair Jesus.
Madam Speaker, for bringing this issue before us. I know this came out of Governor Hobbs's office in regards to this concern with Arizona Department of Economic Security. So I have a recommendation to you, Madam Speaker. I know that the shopping center here in Winter Rock, adjacent to the Lowe's shopping center area, I know Nick Taylor with Navajo Nation Shopping Center, Inc. has their office, and I think they do have some spaces available. I think 2 spaces available. And then the other one is Tanith, their new building right behind Navajo Nation Inn on the north side. I know they recently had a grand opening a couple of weeks ago, and maybe they have extra spaces, because when we toured the building on the day of their grand opening, there's some really good sizable office spaces. So maybe they do have some additional unused office spaces that Roxanne Gorman can be talked to about via Division Director, Mr. Thomas Cody. I just wanted to make that recommendation, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Jesus. Are there any additional questions or comments? If not, we'll make those necessary connections on some of the recommendations that were stated. I think that does need a coordination with the executive branches to see which office spaces they also have available in which spaces. At this time, we'll give our closing statements to Ms. Rogers, if you're still with us via Zoom.
Yes, Madam Chairwoman. Again, I just wanted to say a great appreciation for your willingness to help, not just from the council, but also from two individuals that have been tremendously helpful in driving the community, speaking with potential leaseholders to try and get us an alternative location. So thank you again for your community efforts in helping us to stay within that community. Just to wrap up on what I'm looking for, really, again, any physical presence would be greatly appreciated. Ideally, we are looking to staff 22 staff members, and I can certainly send you the specifications of what ideally in a long-term situation we'd be looking at. But effective Wednesday, we would be looking at a way for individuals to come receive emergency benefits in one local location there to be able to disperse emergency SNAP benefits. So that is our request today, and I look forward to continuing our partnership together, not just in the Window Rock community, but in the other communities on the Navajo Nation, Chinle, Tuba City, and others. So again, just appreciative of your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. And if you could sign or send over any information that we would need to relay back to our community members on either the relocation or if is there a virtual option for services, please feel to forward that over so we can help within those efforts as well. Thank you, colleagues. Are there any other questions or comments before we go to a vote? We have Delegate So online.
Yes. The other thing too is with the state of Arizona, I chair the Navajo. We have a building down in Sanders, Arizona, and I think that for future collaboration and future effort, I think that we could have a dialogue pertaining to this service. We bought a building there right off the freeway, and whether this office in Window Rock does not, if you guys don't come through with a lease and you're still looking for something, I think that's another option, but it would require further discussion pertaining to that building there. The building has been purchased by the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. The building has water. The building has electricity. And but the only thing that would happen is it would allow the constituency base that receives their benefits in that region to travel down to Sanders, Arizona. The other is that you know that the state transportation is there also. So it's adjacent to the you have the port of entry mechanism that's there. So there's already some sort of state leadership offices there in Sanders. But that property we have is totally in the owned by the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. So that's just my input here. The other is that there's a shopping center up in Navajo, New Mexico, or Navajo, Arizona, and I'm not too sure if they have any openings there for their office space also. But you would have to directly communicate with that that those owners there. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Delegate So for some more recommendations on office spaces. Otto, thank you for your questions or recommendations during this report. Colleagues, are there any additional comments or questions? Second call? Third call? Colleagues will go around for a roll call vote.
Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati votes green. Honorable Stephen Arvizo also votes green via text. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez also votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish. Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Yanito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green. For the record, Honorable Jermaine Simonson is excused. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 20 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with Madam Chair Crystalline Curley not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 20 in favor and 0 opposed, and chair not voting on the report. We have Delegate Dr. Andy Nez online.
Speaker Curley, can you hear me?
Yes, Delegate Nez, we can hear you.
Akoshi, thank you, Speaker. Also, to my colleague, I want to make a motion to suspend floor rules before we get to consent agenda so that we can add item G, a legislation 0084-23 to the consent agenda.
There is a motion on the floor to suspend floor rules and to add legislation 0084-23 to the consent agenda. Is there a second? Second by Vice Chair Johnson. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments to the motion to suspend floor rules? Second call? Third call, going to roll call vote to suspend the floor rules. It will just require a majority vote, colleagues.
Honorable Lamardo Aseret, how do you vote? Honorable Lamardo Aseret, how do you vote? Honorable Lamardo Aseret votes green. Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati votes green via text. Honorable Norman Bigay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Bigay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James? Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota? Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green via text. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson? Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So? Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito? Honorable Curtis Unito votes green via text. Going back up, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James? Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson? Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. For the record, Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati and Jermaine Simonson are excused. With that, Madam Chair, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 0 who opposed, with Madam Chair Crystal Curley not voting.
Oh, yeah, thank you. We do have 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting on the suspension of floor rules. Hastran ko na old business attend do sostit ko na nana new business ko a consent agenda for A, and we'll have the staff read the consent agenda into the record.
Legislation 0082-23, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee and Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Curtis Yanito's Delegate Region. Chapters include Mexican Water, Tuatlacan, Tisnospas, Aneth, and Red Mesa. The sponsors, Honorable Curtis Yanito. Legislation 0103-23, an action relating to Naa'bik'iyati Committee and Navajo Nation Council, amending CAP-11-23, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Stephen R. Arvizo's Delegate Region. Chapters include Church Rock, Ayambato, Mariano Lake, Pinedale, Smith Lake, and Theroux, to include additional projects for this delegate region. Sponsor, Honorable Stephen R. Arvizo. Legislation 0110-23, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee and Navajo Nation Council, amending CAP-09-23 and CD-61-22, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Vince R. James Delegate Region. Chapters include Jedito, Cornfields, Ganado, Kitlichin, Steamboat, to include additional projects for this delegate region. Sponsor, Honorable Vince R. James. Legislation 0111-23, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee and Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Lamardo Asseret's Delegate Region. Chapters include Klagato, Wide Ruins, Hauk, Lupton, and Nahat Adzil. Sponsor, Honorable Lamardo Asseret. Legislation 0112-23, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee and Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Danny Simpson's Delegate Region. Chapters include Vicente, Lake Valley, Nahatashkij, Standing Rock, White Rock, Herfino, Naizi, Crown Point. Sponsor, Honorable Danny Simpson. Legislation 0084-23, an act relating to law and order and Naa'bik'iyati committees supporting the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety Window Rock Judicial Public Safety Facility relocation to Fort Defiance, Arizona. Sponsor, Honorable Andy Nez. This legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording per Standing Rules of Order Number 9. Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you, staff. We have a motion by Delegate Toth. Is there a second? Second by Vice Chair Johnson. Colleagues, will go straight to a vote for a roll call vote for the consent agenda. Staff, could you help us with a roll call vote?
Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay votes green via text. Honorable Helena Nez Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Honorable Helena Nez Begay votes green. Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green via text. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Nito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Nito. Honorable Curtis Nito votes green. Going back up, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So did not vote. For the record, Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati and Jermaine Simonson are excused. With that, Madam Chair, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 0 who opposed, with Madam Speaker Crystal and Curley not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have 18 in favor, 0 opposed, as chair not voting. We're moving down to new business B. For the record, Delegate So voted green, so that does move the vote up to 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Now we're down to item B, legislation 0092-23. Staff, could you help us read the legislation to the record?
Legislation 0092-23, an action relating to Naa'bik'iyati Committee, confirming the Speaker of the the Speaker of the 25th Navajo Nation Council's appointments to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee's Gaming Subcommittee. Sponsor is Honorable Brenda Jesus. This legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording per Committee Standing Rule of Order Number 9. Madam Speaker.
We have a motion by Delegate Toth. We have a second by Delegate Arvizo. We do have comments and questions coming on the floor. We'll give over some time to our sponsor. Chair Jesus.
Yate, good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Speaker Curley, honorable colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council that is present here in the council and also via Zoom call. Regarding legislation number 0092-23, again, reads heading as a resolution and action relating to the Naa'bi Committee, confirming the Speaker of the 25th Navajo Nation Council's appointments to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee's Gaming Subcommittee. So again, there is an attachment as Exhibit B, where there was initial appointments that was made by Honorable Speaker Curley for members to serve on the subcommittee for gaming. And I just wanted to make it known that there's an email that was just released a couple of minutes ago where there is an amendment, I believe removing Honorable Norman M. Begay off of the list and adding Mr. Honorable Seth Damon onto the New Mexico side of the sub-gaming committee. So if I could have one of my honorable colleagues to please sponsor that amendment, or is it amendment legislation? So that's a request that I would like to make. But again, this was an appointment made by Honorable Madam Speaker Curley. So at this point, I will stand for any questions and or comments. Back to you, Madam Speaker.
Chair Jesus. There is a request for an amendment from the floor. First in queue, we do have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and also thank you to the presenter for presenting this legislation. Speaker, I would actually like to amend the legislation altogether and remove the memo that was issued by your office, Speaker, appointing I think it's Exhibit B on the legislation. And the reason I'm requesting this amendment to have that portion removed, Speaker, is we have a legislation that has blank lines where we're supposed to make nominations, and then we have a memo from the Speaker that's appointing people to that legislation. So we just want, just to make it clear, if we remove Exhibit B from the legislation, and it's a simple amendment, you're just removing the memo and then inserting the names into the memo, Speaker. That way it doesn't look like you're appointing, and that it is a decision that is made by council. So, Speaker, I do respectfully ask that, and I think we talked about that prior to the legislation. Ms. Delegate Jesus, that's the request at this time, is I do make a motion to remove Exhibit B from the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Charles Newton. Just for reference too, there was a new memo that was sent out if you do wish to switch that memo out as well. But there is a motion on the floor from Chair Charles Newton to remove Exhibit B. And then we'll turn the floor over to Ms. Barbroff on why the legislation had blank lines, so we can have her clarify. Ms. Barbroff?
Thank you very much. So the question as to why the legislation has blank lines is because Office of Legislative Counsel somehow messed up and we got the wrong version posted. We had the legislation ready to go and we're just waiting on Speaker's memo. When we got Speaker's memo, we didn't seem to go back and insert the names. So it's absolutely Legislative Council's screw up on that one. So as to removing amendment or Exhibit B, certainly you can do that, but I do want to point out that when the subcommittee, the gaming subcommittee, was established, and since that point in time, it has had a provision in it that the Speaker makes the appointments and Naa'bi confirms. So if you want to take out Speaker's authority to make the appointments, then we need to do more on this legislation than just remove Exhibit B. I need to go back and tweak some language, because this legislation, like the legislation in the 24th, states that the Speaker makes the appointments. So I will need I guess a few minutes. Oh, she just wants to switch out. Okay. I sent that amendment out earlier, and that amendment includes switching out and inserting the names. And then, of course, after Chairwoman's amendment, if there is, then you can make amendments to those names. I hope that makes sense. So, yes, go ahead. Sorry for my rambling.
Thank you, Ms. Barbroff. We'll go back to the motion party just for that clarification as well. Chair Charles Newton.
I'm sorry, Curley, I should have been, Speaker Curley, I should have been more specific. Yes, it's to swap it out. Otherwise, the appointment of these individuals are the ones that are included in the legislation. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Charles Newton, and we'll give staff that amended language to be put on the board. In the meantime, do we have a second to that amendment? We have a second by Delegate Azeret. Staff, could we read amendment number 1 into the record?
Amendment to 0092-23. 1, replace existing Exhibit B with new Exhibit B. 2, page 2, line 18, after Honorable, insert Council Delegate Helena Nez-Begay. 3, page 2, line 19, after Honorable, insert Council Delegate Otto So. 4, page 2, line 20, after Honorable, insert Council Delegate Casey Allen Johnson. 5, page 2, line 21, after Honorable, insert Council Delegate Stephen R. Arviso. 6, page 2, line 22, after Honorable, insert Council Delegate Seth Damon. 7, page 2, line 23, after Honorable, insert Council Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton. 8, page 2, line 24, after Honorable, insert Council Delegate Shundeen Parrish. 9, page 2, line 25, after Honorable, insert Council Delegate Brenda Jesus. 10, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, for reading that amendment number 1 into the record. Colleagues, we do have a motion and a second for this amendment. To the amendment. Online. Second call. Third call. Going for a vote on amendment number 1. Staff, since we do have some colleagues online, can you just do a roll call vote for us?
Honorable Helena Nez-Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nez-Begay? Honorable Helena Nez-Begay did not vote. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay? Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels? Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Oh, Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez? Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota? Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Shundeen Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shundeen Parrish votes green via text. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson? Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So? Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito? Honorable Curtis Unito did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Helena Nez-Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nez-Begay? Going 3 times, Honorable Helena Nez-Begay? Honorable Helena Nez-Begay did not vote. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay. Going 3 times, Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Going 3 times, Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson. Going 3 times, Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green via text. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito. Going 3 times. Honorable Curtis Unito votes green via text. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. With that, Honorable Amber Knesbek, Honorable Helena Nesbegay also votes green, as well as Herman Daniels, who votes green. For the record, Honorable Amber Knesbek and Jermaine Simonson are excused. With that, Madam Chair, you have 19 delegates who voted in favor, 1 delegate who opposed, with Madam Chair, Crystalline Curley not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have 19 in favor, 1 opposed, and chair not voting on amendment number 1. So the amendment carries. Back to our main motion. We have Delegate Arvizo. Delegate Arvizo waves his time. We have Chair Vince James.
Yeah, Speaker, how much time do I have? Okay, I don't think there's time, right, in Naa'bik'iyati? Okay, so I was just confused. You said waive time, so AD, just want to make that clarification. So, Speaker, what I'd like to ask of you is in regards to all the subcommittees, if you and your staff can generate a spreadsheet indicating all of the delegates on what subcommittees and committees they serve on. I think that would be very helpful to know because I think at this point we do have quite a bit of our colleagues that are serving on multiple subcommittees. And I think that needs to be shown and known to the 25th Council to have that understanding due to the fact of trying to run into issues regarding quorum when meeting starts to be overlapped and what is being taken as a priority from our colleagues for our meetings. Eventually that will happen. Eventually we'll get to a point where there's one delegate serving on too many committees and not coming to other important committee meetings because they're either traveling or they need to be at another location for another subcommittee meetings. So I think that would be very helpful to have and to know. That way it gives us an idea on how we should be planning. So if we can have a spreadsheet indicating all that information, that would be very helpful. Number 2 is this a question and maybe get a clarification is I know that we do have in the amendment you guys did insert council delegate Brenda Jesus here, and she's also the sponsor of the legislation. Are we in order, or is it a conflict? Would be one of my questions as well, since she's the main sponsor, or do we need to make that correction? I just wanted to get that clarification as well. That will complete my questions and my comments, Speaker, in the 25th Na'afa Nation Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Thank you.
Ado kudo yaha. I believe I'll take on that question, kudo Chair Vince James, on two requests that you had on that spreadsheet. We are actually working with the Office of Legislative Services and Speaker's Office creating that spreadsheet, and then which committees are there, dating all the way back to the 22nd council. Committee that you land that, so we're just giving to see if some of those committees or subcommittees had carried forth task forces. So we're doing that research going all the way back, and if some of those subcommittees need to be brought back to life. So we'll be forwarding over that spreadsheet to you, and also who's serving on those subcommittees and committees. Though number two, we do have appointments. So there are 3 appointments from Arizona, and then 3 appointments for New Mexico delegates. And then there's 2 appointments that are at large. The at-large appointees are, I chose the oversight, and then also that would include Council Delegate Brenda Jesus as being the Chair of Resources and Development, so she will be serving as the at-large. And also Council Delegate Sean Dean Parrish for being a Chair for Budget and Finance, so who is also identified as the at-large. But if there's any further clarification needed from Ms. Barbroff, I don't believe there's any conflict, but just to make sure we can refer that question over to Ms. Barbroff, since I did write the memo. Ms. Barbroff?
Thank you very much. The Office of Legislative Counsel has taken a look at this type of issue on numerous occasions, and the issue really is if is a conflict of interest for a delegate to sponsor something which they eventually get appointed to. We've determined that because they're not taking any actions that are different from, they're not being affected by any actions different than what everybody else is affected by, we don't think that there is a problem or a conflict with her sponsoring the legislation when Speaker is doing the appointments. It's primarily a ministerial act. So good question, because it was one that OLC, our office, did look at, but we don't believe that it reaches the levels of conflict of interest. Back to you, Speaker. Thank you.
Ms. Barbroff. And next we have for questions regarding to the main motion. Kodoshiche Delegate Toth.
Madam Chair, aro nat ani ni glenigi ani corona de kiri what on she. In the past, we used to don't get involved in a lot of these kade yahid or hayu committee. I know Chair Jilon this morning, Jilon Kobe Hichahaozi, you had to be at the committee, take charge. And a lot of times it doesn't happen. You always have a vice, or you delegate somebody else. So those are the reason why I think being ethical for your duties. Ko e yahe don liklada ani o ko o ke ne ka achidani nenibina kira dil chibina hot e o hancha leda e sahat bil kharajni ba from all the 5 agency aslago kade yahe shisha no bil kenalti. We should have a system. We are in lot. So I kind of disagree with how these are made. But you're just giving your community a hard time if you're not going to be there. Kora area hai constitutional amena ebe hasito lil aro speaker the question desikat. We should have this done already. Ketan le February the data. Kote gano naso ekot anda bane kahalet a hot elansen. Higan lere da hanizade e juno e tol ke nata hi nende caucus da tleo caucus ya ji aja khait al kenda hi no ni la no a khot an da shilnes e opasa kade ya hai shishe role shinara no a khot a e ben hoitlan leko even the standing committee a honana agencies in general hota yahne ja caucus arot the department the subcommittee ke not ne connect da hidi no binda hini ka enda nada hini nle after the speaker ni keo aron the bikede standing committee initiated e kodo to bahon da ni ro di gano no tindi wa hona natsa la kede dan nestli subcommittee standing committee to appoint a kohot abai kajo atol gitna to hinzen eshi atschneko alle be khansi keso she aji khatash naido tschnida she nasha aibna I already might she aden hilden dashin stodini. So I try to limit myself on these committees. Edi hot echo. Dishi joda do slito joda no ado. O betranane jaha copy ahinte. Do hasat zida dan itzende. People looking at us. Ishranada ihano. Ako edi gibe da hosliado being ethical. Because you're doing it for your community. Do I hear the pada programs na ede ba de seko corona de kiriani because when you're appointed to that you're going to take some action akota neko hot e be hat is to ben Einstein a le jodo le to jo be khajni pa belnda hi banda hi kha akot an jono ilwol to le ko eko ede koro chnat ani no leni hota chukana chota ne kara tsil cho kena donde huinzen ko kedet ni clean ede ya koro be hatissito the you committee da hilialto. Do we have enough money for those? If we run out of this money, then what do? We go to UUFB. Without contacting our community, the people's money hatnia could obza bezach dai nilabane kago hot abai kan neko ebe dasi tirobe da huinya go shi jonodo in da huitlaro le joinzen to hot aban this case in Hanses case to jodo le to jobe ne stoli akhodat eko Edea, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Goshi Kehat, Delegate Toth Jokwaigi, timelines of introducing the gaming subcommittee legislation. Just for background information, we did gather this through the Office of the Speaker. So this gaming subcommittee was established back in the 23rd Council. It was in October. And back in the 24th Council, it was legislated in July. So I believe we met that deadline prior to July. Yeah, you did ask for specific dates on when this should have been passed. We'll go back down to comments and questions regarding the main motion. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So I just want to clarify that in terms of timeline, we technically are behind, Speaker, because the Arizona Gaming Compact, we did, during the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we got that through. But there's conversations right now that we are missing out on in terms of the appendices. So it's not a matter of looking at, when 22nd and 23rd, it was a continuing thing. So this, for gaming, we are a little bit behind. We need to catch up. There's decisions that have to be made. But colleagues, just know that the compact has already been approved by the 24th. What we're working on now are the appendices. And so the appendices, it is an important part of the compact, as some of the language is defined within the compact. However, I think like the bulk of the work has already been completed. And just for clarification, unless the laws have changed, the gaming subcommittee is it's a subcommittee of the Naa'bik'iyati committee. So the gaming subcommittee, we only make recommendations, and those recommendations are passed by Naa'bik'iyati, and in some cases, depending on what it is, then it gets, it may be referred to council. So just for clarification, the Arizona Gaming Compact was passed, it was approved by the 24th Navajo Nation Council, it was voted on, it was signed by President Naz. The work that's left are the appendices that we have to look at. So, I mean, unless there's some major debate regarding some of the language, I think that the 24th, we started with the appendix and we got kind of the big issues out of the way. So I don't know if gaming subcommittee will be meeting as much during the 25th, but we do have to get the appendices through. And that's really going to be our focus, unless, and I'm hoping that this doesn't happen, unless we have to go back and amend the compact itself, which would require us to have to open up the compact again, go through the process, and try to get it approved through council. But I just wanted to make that clarification. As I stated during the 24th, we were able to get the compact through, and some of the bigger, I guess, the issues with the appendices, we were able to get that through. But in terms of what's needed, we know that conversations are still ongoing right now with the gaming, I guess the compact there in Arizona, but it only pertains to the Arizona compact. It's not New Mexico. It's just the Arizona Gaming Compact, as I understand. Again, unless the legislation, the original legislation has changed, I believe that is the purpose of the gaming subcommittee. In any subcommittee, the subcommittees, our responsibility is just to make recommendations to NABI, and then council gets the full vote on, well, I should say council, NABI gets the full vote, and then depending on what it is, it may be referred to council. But I could be wrong. Maybe Dana might want to correct me on that. But that was really, during the 24th, that was our goal, and it's going to continue to be the goal. Thank you. Oh, and Speaker, I did email you, colleagues. I'm going to be leaving the chambers, colleagues. I'm going to still be online. But as many of you know, I take care of my mom. And my mom currently is, well, she needs me right now. As many of you know who have elderly parents, there's some things that we can say, Mom, we can wait off till tomorrow, but I can't tell her that today. So I'm going to excuse myself at this time, Speaker. I'll be on until 5. Where I've requested to be excused, but if I have to come back, I will come back. I just need to get my mom situated. So I apologize for that, colleagues, but I'll still be on the line up until 5 o'clock. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Charles Newton. Next in queue, Kadosh Yaj, Delegate Ricky Ness via Zoom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Arushnant, I'm not sending a page pass on it. But also, the Naa'bik'iyati, the old Naa'bik'iyati, Chico, Ashterajis. Look on Haban, Siska, what I'm thinking about this gaming subcommittee is I would like to be on this committee, but I really don't want to spread myself too thin. I'm already on 2 committees and subcommittees, well, aboard and Intech. So, you kind of have to know when not to be a part of a committee when you're spread too thin. Especially chairs, being the chair of a committee requires a lot of work. I mean, you're the coach. You create a team of committee delegates, and you guide. I guess but when the coach is not there, the team doesn't know when to play defense or offense. And I'm thinking, that there's 3 from Arizona and 3 from New Mexico, and then 2 of the at-larges are from Arizona. And sometimes you just kind of got to come out and say, I really should not be a part of this. And step down and say, okay, I don't want to be left to neglect the committee, which is very important to standing committees. That's where it's really I'm not picking on you or anything, but you begin to learn when not to be a part of something. I know there's a couple of delegates that are not on any of the committees, and maybe that is their choice, that they don't want to be. But with this, we have 4 casinos, one at Loop, Twin Arrows Casino, one at Gallup, Fire Rock, and then 2 over here in my area, Upper Fruitland and all that, Flowing Water, as well as Northern Edge. The decisions, the recommendations that you guys make to Naa'bik'iyati, to have a legislation to move forward to the states of Arizona and New Mexico, really in Hasalado, in the Ahaki, and some people misunderstood me. And I just talk this way. I don't have any hidden agenda. I was taught to speak straight, linear talk. I don't come but Joban so you have to be careful in doing this. And even when I go to my meetings locally, I don't count mileage. And some days I just don't, because I don't want to. It's what I do. And this morning I was talking about the difference between a politician and a public servant. The nabanjil need the nabandil الخليط إخوات النبناش أدول ليلا جنزن سسته عشان بتشهد العرب كهج إصلاح نيت ليش دول ليلا جنزن. So you kind of have to think about these things because people are watching us. Oh, the nahadan hissid. Back to you, Speaker.
Delegate Nez, Before I turn back the floor over to our sponsor too, we'll go to Chair Vince James.
Nana, Speaker, thank you. Speaker, I just want to caution you. Kodo ohod do na antin. Do bohosh the non hijahan zehako. Earlier, you made a comment that I selected two individuals that are chair. FYI, do shidok lato chair in shle. Do ochashia do shilhojo baoshi. I could use this against you. You have 4 chairs position, although you have 4 delegates that are vice chairs. Don hayat eta. Shidat doshit zinda. Jokot a nse il kesi gi dad e. Abe aje in da hitja. Ashin be la a. Hashin a yo da hotne aje. Shin jokodat ehi akon se il kesi gi dad e ako. Okoko e kwaigi e shaba akon zendo lelako. Kodo. Okoko e she e di kwaje trato lelido. E do what I inch ke da ko. An en hit no ohosh ato nantin et e. Jot no eben na Ecuador Eastern ohosh lado lila Speaker Curly oko hot a kodo be benja hanana sito do e alla de hot anje khasti da ye gon hezaba sit don hezabe yelti ki basitio ba akonit zeno yat e the kuide she kondesh ni del toko oko at hot e hot a benja hanana sito lila Speaker, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Shiyaj Kudo, for that recommendation for those future appointments on other committees and subcommittees. Ishin Junago spreadsheet delia be'ahozendole. And are there any additional comments or questions to the main motion? If not, I'll return back the floor to our sponsor, Chair Jesus.
Madam Speaker and colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Kodon Linigi, Inhinit Bedil Ahido, Kodo Sad, Beda Aquin Zendo, Ba Aquin Zendo, Kunde, Hashin Togo Kodo, Hajo Nanish. Adol niligi benkich e althegi ha the legislation lejo cuide legislations drop a desla e argin di schnitli ande dide a trailchiash a coco she sizido eya do eya shiti eya subcommittee or committee gidon sendi nida Ashi bin linigi height kodo in hilanjit das taigi Madam Speaker shot so long she akot ein linigi akot shiji igi yilansen ado eya ba hehansen ado alto nana eya di bin yeh be tahatisti not ani liye ani etne panasha do anle Ohot soto helch in heldot easy ahada. Hashine la the ne le nes not asada nes that ding doba anes na trat nas nil hata haut soho that shit email a day ido shit the hal net deed eya nda has le at the Resources and Development Committee jewot an liningi. A coho a she could need a need a nation not ani nothni. Ha at egid la eya a deal wall a dish walchins and la a cohon linigi eya shadzotlo she could the shit nila on sentla ado in the pelagana nila. You know, step out of that box and, you know, experience some new adventures in your life. And I see this leadership capacity as that very opportunity. And I'm not afraid of it. I believe that I'm more than capable of fulfilling the duties and responsibilities of, this position. Akoko, I'm not trying to take Madam Speaker's side, but this is my personal prerogative. And I just feel like, this is a blessing, and this is where, with my honorable colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, their encouragement of allowing us to voice our concerns in an ethical manner. What is ethical when we talk about ethical integrity? And you want to give your time regardless if it's supposed to have been family time. You don't want to claim mileage. And because, for me, oftentimes a lot of it is local. So with that, being closer to Window Rock, I do feel like, I have that advantage. And I really, partake in this opportunity right now with my colleagues, not just the individuals listed on this legislation, but I believe that any other delegate of the 25th Navajo Nation Council is welcome to be part of these dialogues as well. It's not, like a roll call to say that let's see who's here and let's see who's not here. And that's what I would, challenge all the delegates to do, to hear your voice. We want to do our work right, ethically, the right way. But we always have to remember it's not for personal interest for us as delegates, but what would be at the best interest of the whole Navajo Nation. That's the landscape that we should be looking at when we get onto these certain committees. So I just wanted to speak to that. And again, I just thank everyone for their comments, my honorable colleagues. And I do appreciate, again, your support for this legislation, as it was mentioned by some of my honorable colleagues, that these appointments should have happened at the onset of the speaker being appointed to their term, which was a couple of months ago. So again, I do appreciate that, and that will conclude my response, Madam Speaker Curley.
Thank you, Chair, for your responses. Colleagues here in the chambers or online. Second call. Third call. Staff, could you do our second reading?
Legislation 0092-23, Amendment 1, replace existing Exhibit B with new Exhibit B. 2, page 2, line 18, after Honorable insert Council Delegate Helena Naa'bik'iyati. 3, page 2, line 19, after Honorable insert Council Delegate Otto So. 4, page 2, line 20, after Honorable insert Council Delegate Casey Allen Johnson. 5, page 2, line 21, after Honorable insert Council Delegate Stephen R. Arvizo. 6, page 2, line 22, after Honorable insert Council Delegate Seth Damon. 7, page 2, line 23, after Honorable insert Council Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton. 8, page 2, line 24, after Honorable insert Council Delegate Shundeen Parrish. 9, page 2, line 25, after Honorable insert Council Delegate Brenda Jesus. 10, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, for doing the second reading of the legislation. With that, colleagues, we'll go for a roll call vote. Staff, could you help assist with the roll call vote?
Honorable Helena Nez-Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nez-Begay. Honorable Helena Nez-Begay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton also votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green via text. Honorable Vince James? Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus also votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez? Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota? Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So? Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Inito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Inito? Honorable Curtis Inito did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo? Going 3 times, Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes red. Honorable Curtis Unito? Honorable Curtis Unito? Can you repeat Honorable Curtis Unito? Honorable Curtis Unito votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish also votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish votes red via text. Honorable Nathan Nota? Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Correction, Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. For the record, Honorable Jermaine Simonson is excused. With that, Madam Chair, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 3 delegates who opposed, with Madam Chair Crystal Curley not voting.
Yeah, thank you, staff. Ado Koegi, 18 in favor, 3 opposed, and chair not voting. The motion does carry. Thank you, colleagues. Down to new business C, legislation 0098-23. We do have the sponsor here in the chambers with us. Staff, could you help us read the legislation to the record?
Legislation 0098-23, an action relating to the Budget and Finance and Naa'bik'iyati Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving $2,695,476 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance, UUFB, for various programs under the executive and legislative branches to cover their expenses for the remainder of FY 2023, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, Section 820F, Section 820J, and Section 820L to allow use of UUFB funds for reoccurring expenses. The sponsor is Honorable Seth Damon. This legislation was heard at Budget and Finance Committee, and they do have one amendment, which is Amendment 1 on page 6, line 2, insert the following new paragraph. DD, the sponsor of this action contacted the judicial branch regarding the branch's needs, if any, for supplemental funding for the remainder of FY 2023. The judicial branch responded with the memorandum attached as Exhibit AA, indicating that the branch has no need for supplemental funding at this time. 2, attach as new Exhibit AA the memorandum from Karen Francis, Administrative Director of the Judicial Branch, dated April 19, 2023. 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibit as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments. And then therefore after was recommended to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Madam Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, staff, for reading that legislation to the record. We do have a motion by Honorable James, second by Honorable Jesus. We do have delegates in the request to speak. Sponsor, Speaker Damon, give you the time to present the legislation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Naa'bik'iyati Committee here in the chambers, and good afternoon to the staff. Good afternoon to a couple of individuals and constituents that are here in the chambers here with us as well, and visitors. Good afternoon to colleagues on the call. Thank you very much for being a part of the discussion, and then everybody listening in, whether you're within our Four Sacred Mountains or outside the Four Sacred Mountains this afternoon. Thank you for joining us and being a part of the Navajo Nation governmental process. Colleagues, I'm bringing to you legislation 0098-323, and it's a supplemental funding request for the remainder of FY 2023. When I first started this initiative, it was really to help assist in one of the biggest struggles that has happened, that has started a couple years ago and has continuously happened every year, and that's the decrease in amount of the indirect cost of funding. A lot of our different programs, specifically you'll see in here, like Office of the Controller, is obligated on an annual budget basis from the general funds, where almost a total percentage of their general funds is obligated to personnel. And they utilize indirect cost funding to help carry them over in their operational funds. And due to the decrease of our indirect cost of funding that is coming back every year, it's going down. The push was to help assist in some of these programs. So in reaching out to the different executive programs, they decided to make sure that it was an equal distribution amongst all three branches. So I did reach out to Mr. Rico and Madam Speaker from the legislative side, and then I also reached out to Madam Chief Justice and Karen Francis on the judicial side. If you can see in the exhibits that are here entailed, on Exhibit A, you'll see that the Navajo Nation Executive Branch is asking for a total amount of $1,427,481. Of that, it'd be going to three different business unit numbers. The Office of the Controller receiving the most of that, or actually second highest, which is $405,737. And you can see this on Exhibit A. I'm reading off the memo dated April 7th, 2023 in Exhibit A in the legislation. The second one is the Office of Miss Navajo for $271,744. And then the Office of the President and Vice President for $750,000. Second is a direct request too as well from the Office of the Speaker and from the Legislative Branch, and you'll see that memo in Exhibit K, and that exhibit is dated, actually the memo is dated April 27, 2023. And the Legislative Branch is asking for a total amount of $1,267,995. And you'll see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 different business units. Starting off with the Navajo Nation Council, requesting $50,000. The Budget and Finance Committee requesting an additional $20,000. Office of Navajo Labor Commission requesting $50,000. Office of the Speaker requesting $222,000. Office of Government Development requesting $50,468. Office of Legislative Counsel requesting $100,000. Office of Legislative Services is $120,000. Office of the Auditor General is requesting $269,400. Eastern Navajo Land Commission Office is requesting $85,000. The Health, Education, and Human Services Committee is requesting $184,418. The Resource and Development Committee is requesting an additional $587,000. And then finally, the Law and Order Committee is requesting an additional $54,000. And you'll see that total amount again is a little over $1.2 million. And again, this is a supplemental request for the remainder of the year for FY 2023. And this is a direct request coming out of the Navajo Nation's UUFB coffers that would be going to these different programs. Again, as reaching out to the executive and legislative branch, the third branch was reached out, and you'll see an exhibit that I initially added this in the original legislation request, but I think I know how busy it gets at Office of Legislative Counsel. It wasn't included, so I made sure that this was included for the record. I know that Madam Chair Naa'bik'iyati had asked if there was any questions 2 weeks ago, actually to the day. Madam Chair Naa'bik'iyati asked about why is the executive branch not receiving any funding. I did reach out to the executive branch program, to Ms. Karen Francis and Honorable Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation, Ms. Joanne Jane. And they responded back with a memo dated April 19th that they don't need any supplemental funding. And again, that's in Exhibit AA. They're not requesting any supplemental funding. But I did that out of courtesy because I think it's, if one party, one branch gets additional funding, it should be open to everyone. And in reaching in that portion of the amount of dollars allocated, should be somewhat of, if not equally, but somewhat of sort of a directive to making sure that that's a responsible action on our part, or at least of myself as a sponsor of a legislation. So with that, colleagues, you can see through here, the legislation does have numerous budgets attached to it, and this legislation has been in the hopper for almost for over 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks now. Actually, longer than that, almost a month, exactly a month. So there hasn't been any specific requests. I have been working with one delegate who has reached out to me and asked for that they're going to make an amendment to this for purposes, but I don't think that amendment is ready. I do believe that amendment will probably be ready until tomorrow. I know that there's some other colleagues that might be having amendments to this for additional resources, and I leave it up to the discussion of the committee in order to make those decisions. As this is a committee, this is a Naa'bik'iyati committee's decision to go ahead and move forward. So again, colleagues, if there's any recommendations, and if you were looking to, I've always said this, if you're looking to sponsor some funding and you're not sure how to utilize that service, or try to get that those dollars, or if you don't know how to utilize or get the budget forms, or hunt down an OMB memo or a controller memo, I'm here. You can always reach out to me. I'm assisting a couple of colleagues already in trying to make sure to get their legislations together and help assist them through the process. But here we're specifically asking for remaining amount dollars. Again, this was as a recommendation. You'll see that this came directly from both branch chiefs, and this is their initiative that they're pushing forward. and then also a memo specifically from the judicial branch indicating that they're not needing anything at this time. So with that, colleagues, I'll go ahead and yield back to the floor at this time, and if there's any specific questions on there, I'm here to answer those questions. I did ask, I'll probably ask for Mr. Rico at some point to be, I never asked him formally, but to be my agent. But I know Mr. Patrick Sandoval was here 2 weeks ago to answer questions. I don't know if he's on the line, if there's any more specific questions on the executive branch's budget. And I think that that's something that we can continuously make sure that you have all the questions answered in order for us to go ahead and move through this process. Again, this is probably the first supplemental funding that was outside of the emergency funds or the UUFB fund request for summer youth employment. And this is a opportunity right now to go ahead and have that discussion. So I leave it up to you, colleagues. And again, I request respectfully to go ahead and move this legislation forward, because this is the legislation that would go forward tomorrow. And this is the reason why I requested for the petition through Office of Legislative Services. And I thank you, colleagues, for signing onto that petition in order for us to go ahead and move this legislation and other legislations through the process through a special session tomorrow. Other than that, Madam Speaker, I'll go ahead and yield to the floor at this time. Kat.
Thank you to our sponsor and Speaker Damon for explaining the legislation. First in queue, we have Delegate Crotty via Zoom.
Yes, thank you, Speaker or Chair Curley. Appreciate the legislation from Speaker Damon. I'd like to, since this is an amount that's primarily focused on the Executive Office of the President, Vice President, and Ms. Navajo, and in looking at the budget forms with legislative branch, I'm reviewing the budgets and the requests. So we're in May, our fiscal year ends September 31st, 2023. So let's say we're at June, July, August, September, 4 months, maybe the maximum for this request. But the budget forms, as they were created, are all basically indicating like 6 months. And I'm looking at a lot of these temporary positions. So I'll start, because it's a pretty large legislation. It's 100 on my digital count. It's 107 pages. So what I'm looking for is, so we had a report. So I'm looking at what we're dealing with now as a nation. We're dealing with the federal ARPA funding. We're dealing with the debt negotiations. We're dealing with the state funding and other areas. And I'm looking at this 25th Navajo Nation Council and this administration have been in office just over 4.5 months. And what I didn't hear was some of the accomplishments on the offices that are requesting additional dollars. And because for 3 to 4 months budget, you're requesting $2.3 million. So I'm trying to put that all into context. So my context is, we have challenges with some of the duties that we have the authority to move forward when it comes to spending and providing support to the Navajo people, and how that compares to what this request is. So if we could start the questioning by Speaker Damon, if you could identify in areas that you're familiar with or with your agents on how areas of this UUSB will specifically assist in the expenditures of the ARPA funds to avoid any possible reversions or to expedite the process so that the Navajo Nation will benefit, that our people will benefit from these resources that have been allocated to them. And so that's what I'm looking for, because that's my top priority. And that's what I'm hoping that this legislation will look at. And in the findings, it does state, trying to see, other than, I'm just trying to see if there's some type of language that states that this request has a focus in on trying to create this effective and efficient Navajo Nation system for these dollars. I don't see that so far, other than in section 2, the findings, it's just all of the different requests in the exhibit. And on page 3 of 7, line 5, does state the Office of the Controller's request to cover the incoming controller's salary. We do not have an incoming controller. To my understanding, we have an interim controller who's on a PAF. So I would need to understand the current status of the interim controller, that salary negotiation, and office security services. So let's start with section 2 findings and help me understand this request. And at this time, in hearing the report from this morning or following the news and the impact, how this budget that was created by the offices will help with that initiative, and what direction then are we moving in, and how are we keeping ourselves accountable? Because if we're not making progress, I'm not sure then we should be allocating additional dollars and take a hard line and saying, you get what you get, you make the best of it, and then you fix the problem. And if it's because we're not having these conversations because of different situations, then maybe it's like we're gonna commit, and I heard that earlier, we're gonna commit to have these ongoing discussions to work collectively to extend these dollars so that communities can have water, electricity, and other services. And how is this request going to facilitate that, or is this request just going to be status quo, and we don't have those hard conversations on how we could have an effective Navajo government system? And so I'm curious, I didn't hear that in your presentation, and I'm curious if this ties into, or how can we tie this into being more effective here on Navajo Nation? And if these dollars, how are they going to benefit? So if you could help me understand that as a sponsor, I'd appreciate that for my first question. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Crowdy, for your questions. Go move this forward along for more questions here on the floor. Shiche, Delegate Toth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Auto sponsor, Mr. Honorable Damon. Ado inta Viswas Ani Plenigi. Just want to have a question, and also after the response, I'd like to make an amendment. Excuse me, Mr. Damon, how come our chapter are not included in these supplementary fund? And is there some request from them? Chair? Response, please. like to have a response from Mr. Damon. Come to chapters not included. Any requests from them? Mr. Damon.
Honorable Toth. We do have two questions that were posed by Delegate Crotty and also Delegate Toth. At this time, refer back the time to our sponsor here, Delegate Damon.
Thank you very much. Again, good afternoon, everyone. I don't know. Well, let me say this, Madam Chair Crotty. Let me start off with the. I don't want to say I don't know the correct way to respond, but I think what is translated in your question is two things. One is if there's anything to push for any funding that is going to help assist in accomplishing the drawdowns and expenditure of the ARPA funds through the FRF office. And then the next one is really trying to identify the effectiveness for services over the next couple of months and how that's going to be best beneficial for the Navajo people. And in doing that, I do want to state that under the ARPA dollars, for the specific ARPA dollars, as we all know, moving from the 24th Council into the 25th Council, there was 10% of the funds that were specifically set aside to help utilize and expend those funds. And those dollars are relatively broken down specifically on the executive side and on the legislative side to accomplish that. And I think that we just had an update from the Speaker's office this past Tuesday before the Budget and Finance Committee meeting to understand that role on the legislative side. I think the process we've been working together on Tom Platero's shop in the FRF office to hear the explanation, not specifically line by line from the different programs, but how they're utilizing their dollars to go ahead and execute that on the ARPA funds. And I think that there would be a mixture. I can't speak specifically for that, but since you're asking me, in having the discussions not only with Patrick Sandoval and his team and former controller who helped assist to put this budget together on their level, is really trying to execute that we're not only having to draw down just on ARPA funds right now, we're having to draw down on our general funds, $638, everything with the Navajo Nation that needs to be drawn down to as well, that we get on an annual basis that is coming, that comes through the pipelines from federal grants or from external grants, state grants, or even from New Mexico Capital Outlay in order to help successfully draw down on those funds. I think the pathway is to really try to hone in on that direction too as well. And you'll see that the services provided through the Office of the Controller or even through the presentation that you might hear today from, or actually the response from the Chief of Staff. On the legislative branch side, I think since you're asking me personally specifically, I think that you'll see that in the budgetary process that's been identified, not only for the committees to act, that you'll see that, but also on everyday basis in order for the Labor Commission, the Eastern Navajo Land Commission, and specifically the Office of the Auditor General, Office of Legislative Services, Legislative Council, and Office of the Government Development to really help assist in their operational process on some of the shortfalls that they've seen throughout that was probably requested in the FY 2022 budgetary process that created the FY 2023 budget. And I think that some of these shortfalls in there are helping to assist in getting some of these initiatives completed, whether that's the purchase of equipment or rendering services through contract service, any external contract, having additional dollars, like example from the Auditor General and the Government Development, and also specifically trying to line their goals up with the oversight's goals, and really trying to make sure that it's giving enough resources to committee members and to the council when we're looking at our own internal budgets. That's what I can specifically see as of right now, Madam Chair, on that. But before I turn it over to see if Mr. Manuel Rico from the legislative branch has anything to add on to that, or Mr. Patrick Sandoval, who might be on the line, or Deputy Chief of Staff Michelle Linyazi might give you further detail on that. But that's, since you asked me personally, those are the discussions I have had, Madam Chair, in order for us to go ahead and try to execute these initiatives. The second portion of the question, let me go to Honorable George Tolth. Honorable George Tolth, when you look at the memo that has come down from the executive branch on Exhibit A, at that point, I didn't get no supplemental funding request from Calvin Castillo's office from Division of Community Development. I rely on the executive branch programs to go ahead and initiate that. And there was no documents that are given to us specifically to say, okay, this is what the shortfalls are from there. If Mr. Castillo has a process to go ahead and work through that, and if he might not need additional resources, I couldn't answer that for you, Honorable Tolth, to see if he's reached out to the chapters, or if he's reached out to the ASE program, or even to his internal process to help assist in trying to make sure that they have the best tools or resources in order for them to move forward. But if there's an assistance program for additional resources to the chapters, I think Honorable Arvizo just teased me earlier about it. I think if the response is to go ahead and get some dollars for the chapters, I haven't had a discussion with anybody from the executive branch to say, okay, this is what the chapter's resources are needing additionally right now. Usually through the process that'll come through the oversight, or usually that will process, and historically from the past, if they would have that further request automatically, and or we'd have some kind of process coming from like the agency councils, and the agency council usually has a directive to say that this is what we're needing right now, whether that's being additional resources like for PEP funds, or additional resources for housing improvement, the resources for dollars for housing improvement, or if there's a shortfall. I know some of the things that Budget and Finance Committee is trying to look for right now is helping to utilize couple of the deficits at the chapters for the LGA certified chapters, especially on their salaries and the matching funds for retirement and 401k. So I couldn't answer that question to see specifically right now. I know what my own chapters are needing, but where do we take in the approach to work through the process and what we have right now, and working together with the outside entities in order to complete our tasks at the local level. But I have not received anything, Honorable Tolth, specifically from the Division of Community Development in order to say this is an amendment that we can go ahead and put in here specifically for the chapters. And as a division director of community development, I think that under the executive branch, that's the task of them to really say, okay, how can I reach out to the chapters and work with them to go ahead and clarify their specific needs so that they can have those tools in order to move forward. But Honorable Tolth, if you want to have that discussion with DCD, I have no problem setting that meeting up and working together, and we can possibly get a legislation before the summer session, or even earlier than that, for the chapter services. But again, I have not received anything from DCD in order to give any insight that say that their chapters are needing additional funding specifically at this time. With that, let me go over to Mr. Rico. I think he's wanting to go ahead and respond on the initiatives. If anything, I think Madam Chair Crotty asked if there was anything on ARPA or anything to help make sure the effective services through this supplemental request.
Thank you, Speaker Damon and Madam Chair Crowdy, for the question. Good afternoon. My name is Manuel Rico. I'm the Chief of Staff with the Office of the Speaker. When Speaker Damon reached out to the legislative branch in regards to these funds, it was a request of, if there was a shortfall, and that's how we sent the memo out to the other departments within the branch, and that's where these budgets came in from. In regards to ARPA, nothing really is ARPA. I want to say a lot of it, you could go back to the committees. They will be addressing ARPA, so that's kind of their shortfall, and the shortfall that came from like the Speaker's office, council, and the committee accounts. That was, I hate to say like this, but from the previous administration, and not planning for like a big one was the inauguration and the orientations that were completed for the 25th Navajo Nation Council at the beginning of the comprehensive budget. Those funds weren't. There wasn't a special set aside for those orientations or the inauguration, so we had to utilize the department and council budgets for those. So that's where, with on our part of the Speaker's office, the council, and the committees, that's where I put in there the shortfall that I believe will get the committees and these departments into the next fiscal year. So, but we do have, as mentioned, I believe on Tuesday, we met with the Budget and Finance Committee to discuss the administrative allocation for the legislative branch. And in there, we will also include a consultant to assist the legislative branch with basically reports and, giving the Budget and Finance Committee updates in regards to ARPA. But I did send out a notice to all of our departments that are requesting funds to be on the line so they can specifically answer questions that are brought up. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. And with that, let me go ahead and turn over to Mr. Patrick Sandoval, who's on the line, so he can go ahead and any more specifics to Madam Chair Crowdy's question, and maybe a response to Honorable Toll's question about funding for chapters through the Division of Community Development. Mr. Sandoval?
Good afternoon, members of the Navajo Nation Council, Madam Chair, sponsor. You hear me okay?
Yes, Chief of Staff, we can hear you in the chambers.
All right, first of all, on behalf of the Office of the President, Vice President, we are glad that our Navajo Nation Council is taking the time to take a look at the request that we have before you, and we ask that the legislative branch understand, and then I'll get to the questions related to the Honorable Amber Crowdy and others, but upon entering the office here, we were able to, we discovered that the quarterly expenditures for the office were above what would have been normal for probably the first quarter expenditure amount was well into the second quarter. So therefore, we were left having to use dollars to cover other items, cover projects and so on. So in addition to doing what we want to do, we want to make sure that we're able to be staffed appropriately here, and we're looking to hire a couple more positions, obviously, and as well as probably a couple contractors to assure that we're able to deliver on behalf of the President's campaign promises and the initiatives set forth. We had a number of outstanding invoices to programs, enterprises, as well as businesses that were not paid and are still unpaid to this date. And again, that's what we would use some of the allocated money for. President Nygren is traveling quite extensively, and some of this travel is by air using private services, private contractors out of Gallup and Farmington and Cortez. But it really is going to help us to keep those costs covered to make sure that the president is able to get to the many locations that he's requested, not just on Navajo, but off the nation as well, to our regional cities and meeting with governors and state representatives and so on and so on. The other factor that we really want to mitigate is the fact that our executive protection personnel are having to move him about in the absence of airfare because of the budget. And that is really getting into a situation where human lives and safety are at risk by the trips to Phoenix and Albuquerque and other places, and then return time homes of 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, back to the office at 7:30, 8 a.m. And so there's a huge safety component in the effort to secure more money for travel costs so that we're able to eliminate a lot of that. Also, we want to continue to be able to reach out to the people using media, radio, newspapers, other forms of communications, as well as social media. And I think all of the members of the council might understand that that's not free, and it's really important that we're able to understand exactly what those costs are. We also want to make sure that we're able to secure some funding for training for members of the Office of President and Vice President, to include executive protection agents and so on. Service contracts. We have some service contracts that we'd like to enter to make sure that we have probably the best connectivity when it comes to the internet, and also supporting that. We certainly need updated equipment within the Office of the President and Vice President. Upon getting here, it was sad to learn that there was only so much that we could do with the equipment that we had related to information technology and so on. So we are certainly looking forward to rebuilding our capacities so that we could use latest and greatest equipment as it relates to Mac computers and all of the software supporting it, as well as the equipment that's used to help with the computer equipment. We're also having to ask some of our divisions for office equipment and supplies because of the shorthandedness on our side, and we'd like to not have to do that. We'd also like to make sure that we're able to secure ample blue books, Navajo Nation code books for the staff that need them. Upon coming to the office, I believe we might have had one complete set and maybe a few volumes of another set. So obviously we need multiple ones. And there's no IDC carryover. Also, the vehicles that we're driving in the Office of the President and Vice President, they are breaking down on a regular and frequent basis. Some of them are from 2016. They have hundreds of thousands of miles on them. And in order to make sure that we are where we need to, we're having to make sure that these repairs get done, sometimes outside of fleet management, but we continue to work on it. And essentially, we want to make sure that we have dollars where we need them for constituent services and so on and so forth. So just FYI. That's kind of my list of some justifications, honorable members of the council. And I would like to go into a little bit of some questions regarding the Honorable Amber Crotty and expenditures of ARPA funds. We are feeling pretty confident that we're moving along. The FRF office, the President's assurance to not only the council, but the people of the Navajo Nation that these projects for housing, these projects for bathroom additions, these projects for power line extensions and hookup to power and other programs that are associated with ARPA, we're assuring that the plans that were either put in place are being executed or making modifications to plans so that we are reassuring that we know that we get as much of these dollars out. And I believe there was a question on accomplishments. This is kind of kind of rehashing, but many accomplishments have been made internally at the Navajo Nation as it is associated with the hiring of people so that we can begin to fill positions, the appointment of the controller, and even working with the former acting controller to get stuff done so that things can get moving and things are not bottlenecked. Our bottlenecks were at DOJ, at OMB, at Department of Finance, Division of Finance, and we've had to work through a lot. And each and every one of those divisions and their programs are severely short on staff, so we've had to work through that and trying to figure out how do we bring new people on board and how do we do it quicker and more efficiently and continue to work with the process. And in the meantime, pushing everyday stuff, whether it's an issue related to public safety, Division of Health, the Division of General Services, assuring that it's getting through. We continue to work on the larger economic plan for the Navajo Nation with regards to new revenue generation, regarding job creation, new business development, and so on. We continue to work on road issues and issues at the elderly care services and youth services. So again, those accomplishments are what's there. Findings, I'm not sure if that's related to the audit findings or not, but again, that's something that's a priority of our administration so that we can begin to identify findings. But as it kind of relates to that, we've worked well on the issues related to 638 contracts and the Bureau of Indian Affairs to assure that we're closing these things out, we're moving things along. And again, I'm not sure about the findings question, but if that's what it's talking about, then I can circle back and discuss that a little bit more. The status of the interim controller, the controller, Mr. Sean McCabe, he's here to work. He's obviously very qualified to fill the position. And one of the discussions that I had with him one day was just, out of the blue, and we're wondering for ourselves, how do we get any work done? Because it's just one fire after another. It's one entity after another to keep things moving, get things going. But we're doing our best, and we're working, and we're trying hard. And to Mr. Yanito regarding chapters, as far as community development is concerned and the President's office, I do not believe that we did reach out to chapters for any funding request, and our request simply just started as Office of the President and Vice President for to fill those needs for the lack of funding for a lot of the stuff that I mentioned earlier. So that's it, Mr. Damon.
All right, thank you for our sponsor and their agents for presenting to the questions and also to the legislation. We have Chair Vince James.
Akahat Speaker Ado Shnalet Speaker Damon Ado Kodo your agents Ado the 25th Navajo Nation Council Kodo be haneit zille Achilndil nesh Achilnail nesh dollich so that all hayu the bail hijaha is the let's work together. Let's do it for the people. Let's come together for the people. And this is an email that we receive, and I'm going to make it known here that we as delegates, we as lawmakers are important individuals. And for President Nygren's Chief of Staff to indicate, quote, "Let me make it very clear. I do not have to listen to delegate committees regarding any aspects of contracts. I can cancel a contract at any time. I do not need the approval of the delegates committee." Unquote. Akoko okot al yeltio don hayat eta Dig at kodo budget hitato nanal sosali. Kojet did our budget in the wheel jisho. The other labelje na wheel na. Ni hidden na en lene lede bahayo ne. Banda yi na leko. Oko at kodoka hoshi. Akot our chief of staff of the Navajo Nation. Ni hidden hat ziko. Kodoka hoshi peso. Ni hina yo kid. For office of president non hit that no kodo peso. Detailed budget forms kodo form 4 ni hitato. Nanas nelako. Doda hui liago doda deniki so da zel to o na cha khato zo to le hinde hat al ki its eho. Ni he kodo ho jo hildil nesh. Ehil neil nesh to le di ne. Aden go hat an khayat hi aden go kot chin hit it Beispa sa ananit lini. Ado hiti nenon khayat Ado hat che yeltie. Na khayat ko. Hat gitan hit that nila. You don't have that authority to talk behind individuals' back. You don't have that authority to be stabbing individuals in their backs and then have a different picture on the front side. Jokonda na has ako. Okoko ashonde ado ohidi nen ashonde ado hot kha yeltie. Kodoye ni hidden en ha da zolo ya kwaiki ya da dil ni bakadi lwalti no. Kad gitan nan hinil ado hinit zi to biga ha hidi ni do le ado hidi ni da do. Okoko shisa do hot ba hadis ako. Had belagarnik the anila what comes around goes around comes back around to you da no the odds are yadel tikle ako. Egi hot ako. Akoko ha nesha ashin ko. Kodo office of president and vice president based on your KD. Jo on so kodoba and sis case ako. Adot you fleet gonna yi days nella. What odd that she ashon President Nigrin le look on tail dan hado gal. The quid the she invite in daily and echo and my colleague she thought honanat echo. Invite a bit del on. Haji yahat no. Okoko kadedo ha you base of bus and nil do hala jot ahat ego based on need and ala for fleet. Okoko aja chitich down indo le. No, what base on la ni Nelson ko. Ado nana Miss Navajo has ando. Alto okot yen hitch hanatze. An lay that or needed data. Speaker in Hatasata and the gun at Hatasatahi eats Miss Navajo and Linet dato kodo Miss Parish do. Hot ben hitch hatze. Ben hitch hata atze, not an ni lini. Miss Navajo's office do your base of quil ida. Don't hitch base of quil ida hat no ko. Do benin not kodo o baby cases ko. A quit argent here away lini benan nish ido benan nish ons quite do touch a need or not the in the huist it do chini yajda. Miss Navajo the chini yajit ya iga ho kashi chini yajit. But not what done skoko dat loho dan pistan jono what Miss Navajo in nil hard that late big ehol jis late that quenched edolich jo what shin sada keso chinebel ta hojon Miss Navajo da bel ya iga leko benina klato la do lich the snow kodo motion lini ishla ako adona na trao quaiki legislative branch. Ni has anje ako beshpan sa anibel has anje kot the quick shin kate na hona ako alto kodo hot based on lini al kate da has so selin ko be da inisto lich be lachet hinanish ido lich beniya hot das so ko wala be khan nanit on shin dot o be khan nanit ido lich to ko ishin tot adot ehedan de hastot hodon nil alto jo peso ina hot lista hidi nota ebe yel tkile ako ko shesindo e ani the quishin be hata isti in leko the 24th Now for Nation Council aja el ko peso o destin dan hit non khayat hi ako anid additional need ado hala ado hajoban sahas keze akot a ilch hata hit ziho ban ne khayako ako kwaiki yati ni hat no inauguration hat no akot ado the kui the shin twin arrows the hine khaisali ko ad kot abik as lado dibik as lan hit no da ko ha shi bitanet lon ya da alkein da dit ichiyan altin alkeit nas kan an hit an nit zo hata hi kha kot orientation ban si ko jo kodat ego da hajo ban setze keso hodat aho hazi zihit aba akosin zin ko ako edo the 24th Now for Nation Council sko beso istin to need alto ko shin hodat ehon dat ko ado kodat ehigin ta haton ne no akot ad kuishi hala an hikech kodat lia don hikech khosla slin ko ashin honne ya hot staff lini bananas de la ko khashin yo alla an hita has on don ni hikech kodat lia got yo ni hikosen danilna hojo baon ade cheta ha kindly Wanderer Scouts Center do ko da hot an nahada alia sali ko ado abelach kodon hinan nishna de lia do the quid she hot na ho travel hidi no ba hanet le ko ani da ha nit kodo down hit the napa nita ni hit the napa it di no da hot mileage da binyeta so tot other promotional items da kota hot ahoda binyeta so large meals ako kodat ako ashi ani hot ben khayado ben hike test kunza nat ani ni leko apendat hanana za ako to kunilt eshin kwaiki penna 7 o'clock at meeting do leka no aton de hajon he stach eta zidon he han khast kin da to hajoj eta zido ate be yahanata hasi lots linko ako ashon breakfast burrito no atla kode benta ilgasho ibani kheko ni nanas neloko akodat ehoshin ya beso benia chita ako do khashin o yo honen ya benia ako do khashin ya kwaiki hatinit gibn he da be hatinit etot ejita be hatinit conchito edo benia ako in latin hiten en leni paneta do bayel tiki hot kwaiki chita enigi jo kwaiki panet en leko do benia beso arketas so do benachin hiten benanish etil ako ado benata hot latobe hata isi ko training no edo benia hodat das zohan leko an hirlaton not nil alle adok at budget season jen hirtana hodil jish you're going to hear all the departments indicating of the needs of funding that they need to operate akoko okoda hot ahoda ni hitaton da hat eto leko ako shin alto be khan sanane keson khaya ananat kodo beninat kodo motion ishla ako kot la to ba hastito oshin be ken di khan so in hitishne ako an shnat no tleniki spesh ba an no tleniki kot ba hastito le ya dan speaker shana huin thank you
Yeah, Shiaj Kodo, Honorable Mitch James. Ado Kuna Inana, Shiche, Delegate Tol.
Madam Chair and Naa'bik'iyati Committee ni Tlenigido Beswas Ando Hosabayelti. Speaker, Mr. Damon, I guess your recommendations to meet and get the information from community development. I would like to be in that part of that discussion because we tend to forget about our chapter. the chapter always, have shortfall also. We need to give them something because they need diesel fuel and then PEP and all that, just enough to get around up to new budget. So so I don't want to make any amendment. I was going to I need more information from the chapter. So we can get some information from them. Hopefully by next 2 months, we can present this to this body. There are we tend to neglect some of, basically they are in. So ben yadi ni ne koro ojo pantus case what they shliliko. So I'd like to have a meeting with Mr. Damon, also community development, so we can figure out how much money they need just to cover them up to September 31st. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Kashi Kehat Delegate Toth. Story. We have Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Naa'bik'iyati. Sponsoring Mr. Damon Kehat, Delegate Damon. Thank you. I do support your legislation. And just before I do speak on the legislation here, I totally agree with Mr. Tolt. We tend to forget about the chapters, their shortfalls, and what we have been facing for the last 3 years, especially with the inflation and decrease underfunding for each chapter. I will go ahead and tell Mr. Tolt that I am going to move forward with the legislation to get additional money for the chapters. Hopefully, we'll get that complete within 2 weeks and present it to the council, hopefully by during a special session or during a summer session. So I am working on that right now with the speaker staff to get that done. So just to get additional funding for each chapter, for all 110 chapters. Our question on Delegate James Yahadzi, the Eagle. We got to practice what we preach or say. And I agree with that. We're here to help out people, our Navajo people. But at the same time, we're here to help out our staff too. What facility do they work out of? Quite not a kaho. You don't so not Bezani. Crown Point, Kalchina. I let you working out of these unsafe buildings. And our Navajo people going into these unsafe buildings to get services. Table for minor glitches about who's this can Division Community Development take on this project. I know they work with ARPA. I know they're working with citizen funds, but it was still tabled. And to this day, our children, our staff, are still working in these unsafe buildings. And our Navajo people are still going into these safe building services. So tomorrow, Honorable Delegate Riso will be putting this on the agenda as his emergency legislation. How Mr. Damon's get his support, I hope we get our support on this legislation. And Brother Damon, you do have my support in this legislation. But again, we're going to definitely get these funding to our appropriate departments, division, to provide service to our Navajo people. And Delegate James, we're here for our Navajo people. We're here to serve our Navajo people. And it takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of traveling. So at the same time, our kids, our children, our staff have to work out of safe buildings. So Mr. Damon, the legislation became the kato, Diro Hinchke for tomorrow, that we do support delegate resource legislation in reference to getting the larger building for Crown Point. So our DAN office, election office, public health office, public health personnel, Aro Kalateda, Lower California building. So thank you, Delegate Damon, for sponsoring legislation. I do you have my support again. So again, I ask for your support for tomorrow's legislation. Okay, Mr. Damon, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate Simpson. We'll turn the floor back over to our presenters. Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much for the comments from Honorable Vince James, Honorable Toth, and the support reiterated from Honorable Simpson. And just going back to Honorable Toth, I just now talked to Mr. Rico, and his staff is coincidentally working together already with Mr. Simpson. So I think that that would be good in order for the lead role to be taken from there. And I think the objective will be to try to bring that back, again, like in Honorable Simpson's timeline, within, if there's another special session, or specifically by the time summer session comes around, for that supplemental funding request for the chapters. And then going back to Honorable James, I think there were some more comments. I don't know if there's any response specifically. None from the legislative branch side. I don't know if there's any response specifically on the chapters request from Mr. Patrick Sandoval.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My response related to the chapters request was that the President's office did not reach out to the chapters, and we're getting a hold of Mr. Castillo to find out exactly what might be being done with working with each chapter and anything that they may have as far as requests additionally. But again, our office did not reach out to them, sir.
Madam Speaker, Chair of Naa'bik'iyati Committee, we can go ahead and yield back to the floor at this time.
Thank you, sponsor. Honorable colleagues, are there any more additional comments or questions to the legislation? We have Delegate Crotty online.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shadeja, Chair Curley, sponsor Delegate Damon, and your agents, chief of staff, Sandoval, Siaj, and Mr. Rico. Appreciate it. So the findings is, it's not an audit finding, it's actually part of the legislation. So there's a section of Navajo Nation legislation, so on 3 of 4, where they'll put a series of findings. And so that's what I'm referring to, just to clarify that I'm not addressing any kind of audit issues. But there was a question regarding the Office of the Controller's request. So this request in Exhibit A is actually, as I was reading this legislation, and we've been going through it since it was dropped a few weeks ago, is this is asking for UUFB, but it's asking for a waiver. And the waiver, because it's been determined that some of the costs are, I'm not sure what cost is reoccurring. And the intent of the UUFB is for like a one-time unmet need allocation. And so I'm looking at the finding sections, or I'll just say Exhibit A, looking at Exhibit A in the budget. So it's to cover, I need clarification on this language that says incoming controller salary. So the council has not confirmed a controller, so we have an interim controller. And what I need clarification on this budget, Exhibit A is the amount that's being requested, and the Office of Security Services, let's see, let me go down. budget on Exhibit A. Because it looks like the program's performance is the same criteria of fiscal year 2022 because it's first quarter, second quarter, same performance criteria. I'm looking at page or budget form. If we could look at budget form 4 for the Office of the Controller, here's the breakdown of the 405,737. So this is where I'm confused because it's the request for the budget is under consulting, which is object code that's 6520, maybe that's 6620, apologize. But there's consulting, and so it's consulting fees. Here it says 18,000 fees per month, and then the taxes. My copy is not as clear. Let me. And then there's a sign. So that's 19,080. I think that's a sign like times 6 months. So that's 114,484 controller's position. So we're back to this quote unquote controller's position. But according to Navajo Nation law, there is a specific process for the controller. So are we speaking about the interim controller that has been presented to the Budget and Finance Committee and has provided a report to Naa'bik'iyati, Mr. McCabe? Is this the consultant contract that we're looking at? Because in the committee we were told the PAF was signed, and so is this position considered a consultant position? Is it considered, or what is the PAF? What? Just help me understand if it's. I thought it was either a temporary or a political at will, but the way this, I'm trying to understand the way that this budget is being requested, and is the office, I don't have access to FMIS. So is this request for additional funding? When I looked at fiscal year 2023, that was approved by the 24th Council last fall, there was funding for the controller, the interim controller. And that was on, I believe that was a contract. And so is this asking for additional money on top of what was budgeted for the controller for the remaining months of the fiscal year? Or is this considered an additional $18,000 per month for the interim controller? And looking at the next item is consulting fees for the Office of the Controller, Security and Financial Consultant. Security contract. I would just need clarification. If we've re-evaluated if security is still needed. But I'm looking at this financial consultant. So $265,122 to pay for financial services contract. So let's dig into that a little bit more and help me understand what is being presented and then what item and the role or the current position of the interim controller so that I'm aware what the request for the funding is. Let me look at, I'm going to look at this one page, Appendix K. To assist in the closeout and preparation for the annual audit. And so that would be a consultant for the month, well, possibly June. And I'm looking at the signatures. So there was enough signatures to ask for a special counsel. You need 16 if you're going to waive the law. So what I just need to do is completely understand this legislation since there were so many signatures. So June, July, August, September. help me understand, because I thought the annual audit is currently being conducted. And so is this for financial consultants from the month of June to September to help for the annual audit? If I could get better clarification, Speaker Damon, if you don't have that answer, if we could ask the agent. So I'm really clarifying on Exhibit A, and I could walk away knowing exactly what is the request here. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty, for your questions. I'll refer back to our sponsor since I don't see any other colleagues in the queue. Speaker Damon?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And then thank you very much, Madam Chair Crotty, for the question and in reference to the Form 4, Budget Form 4, under the Office of the Controller's Request, Business Unit 107022. The total amount, again, requested on that Form 4 is $405,737, and you broke those two down under the consulting. Specifically to your question regarding the contract services for the second question of into the 6540 effort or request for Office of the Controller, Security and Financial Consultants. That one specifically, I can probably refer that directly to if the controller is on the call, but I'll refer to Mr. Patrick Sandoval. And then the second one in regards to the question about the PAF and the clarity to see if that's specifically for consulting fees. Additionally, adding that on to an annual PAF. I don't know if that's something that OMB has recommended to put in that specific line item, but I'll go ahead and get that information to you through Mr. Patrick Sandoval at this time, and if not, I will definitely get that information to you by tomorrow, Madam Chair, to get that clarified on the specifics, because that's more of an in-depth conversational question that I think specifically I would not know anything about those specific consultant requests for services, and then additional questions to the additional the additional funding for, in this case, it says consulting fees for $18,000 a month, including taxes for the controller position. Mr. Patrick Sandoval, are you on the call to answer that information?
Yes, sir, I am here, and I will give a little bit more information, and then I'm going to turn it over to our legal counsel, Ms. Bitsa Becker, who was very intimate with the procedures and what we had hiring the controller. So what I do know is that the Controller's Office did not budget all the way out for the remainder of the former acting controller's salary. We kept the same salary in the same neighborhood. BITSA will also be able to explain the PAF and what its processes were. And then I also know that security down at the building for that particular those offices is being carried by the controller's office. If I remember correctly, specifically only by them, even though the agreement was to have all the programs pitch in to pay that security contract. So, Honorable Delegate Crotty, I will now refer to Ms. Bitsa Becker and allow her to explain a lot of the stuff that's been asked and the questions that are before us now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief of Staff Sandoval. This is Bitsa Becker with the Office of the President and Vice President. So, backing up, when Elizabeth J. was still here, we learned that there was not sufficient funds to pay a new controller's salary. The funds that were available for OMB just funded Elizabeth's contract. At this time, so when we found this out, we knew that the controller was going to have to seek And I apologize, I haven't followed this in the last couple weeks. But in the original UUSD request for contractual amount, because we just didn't know whether it would be a salary or a contract at that time, and things were still being discussed. Now, fast forward to hiring Mr. McCabe. He is a full-time employee. Employees of the Navajo Nation are allowed to have secondary employment with permission. So he is retaining his employment with his firm. We had him do a conflict check, and we're satisfied that he currently doesn't have any conflicts. Mr. McCabe is expected to work 40 hours a week, and like any employee, if he can't work, then to provide notice when he's unavailable. And so he is a salaried employee of the Navajo Nation. Thank you, and I stand prepared to ask any questions, to answer any questions.
Thank you to the sponsors and also agents for your responses to the questions. Colleagues, are there any additional comments or questions on the legislation? We have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton via Zoom. You have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker, and also thank you for the information. I just want to make sure that I heard that correctly. So the Navajo Nation is employing the controller, Mr. McCabe, expecting him to work 40 hours a week, and then on top of that, he's also working a second job at his firm. Is that correct? I just need clarification on that. And then if that is the case, I guess, how do we handle that? I know you said that you did the conflict test, but how, I've never heard of that, so can I get some information on the way that works and previous, appointed officials who have had positions similar to Mr. McCabe, where they're working for the nation and then also returning or retaining their position at their own consulting firm. Thank you.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, I believe that question was directly to the executive team. During that time, they'll answer your questions. With that, we'll continue to go forward with some more questions. We have Delegate Crotty and also Delegate So in queue. Delegate Crotty?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Deja, Chair Curley, sponsor Speaker Damon, and your agent, Mr. Sandoval, and Ms. Bitta for answering the question. So I'm reviewing the fiscal year budget. So this is the reference for colleagues who are going to look it up. It's CS-40-22. And if I could, I would need help from either Office of the Controller or Office of Management and Budget to help me understand this controller budget item. Because in the discussions last summer, then interim controller Elizabeth Begay had notified the committee that her contract was until February. And I just need some information in terms of, it was not my understanding that budget just went to February, or now when she exited in April. And if there's no funding, what I'm hearing is then there was no funding for another contract or to continue with the contract. I'm just trying to understand then how there was a PAF signed off if there's no funding for that budgeted item. I would need clarification on exactly this budget unit number, and if I could ask Office of the Management Budget, or if there's someone from Office of the Controller that could help me understand what happened with this unit. Because since the 24th Council, and I voted red, was to remove Perlene Kirk, executive, the former administration entered into contracts or had, first, I think we were talking about this at Budget and Finance this week, and there was an acting controller and then an interim controller, but that was through contract. And so there is Navajo Nation law that says there should be a recommendation and it should go to council for confirmation. And so I think there's been enough time in this gray area that we have a clear picture of how we're moving forward, and then a clear picture on this budget unit number. If I should consider the controller a consultant that's salaried, because that's different than a 40-hour position, because salary means you work until you get the job done. And so I am trying to understand, and I did ask the sponsor, so Speaker Damon was aware that this was an area that I needed additional information. So at this time, I'm trying to pull out that information so I could have a clear picture on this exhibit and the request. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty, for your questions. Next for questions, we have Delegate So via Zoom.
Do you guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Delegate So. You have the floor.
Hey, thank you very much. I think what is going on with with this particular legislation, and I think as the request moves forward, it is addressing some of the needs, and some that we need to support to keep the other government running. The other is it provides the continuous direct services. Also, the issue with the chapters could be a separate initiative, because funding that goes to the chapter is allocated through the 50/50 formula. And that's by statute. So this is a request for the mother government here to continue services. And then I do agree with with the few months out that's left, and we just have to somewhere buckle down and try to make sure that we try to use existing budgets to be cautious. And with that, so therefore, with this legislation being forth, I'm gonna make some adjustments for myself also. So relating to community work and things like that. So, but other than that, I will be voting in favor of this legislation. The executive branch has a responsibility, has duties and responsibilities, and this is needed, and the legislative branch also. This is needed to continue those responsibilities. I do support it, and they did all with understand. So, go on mute.
Yeah, Delegate So. I don't see any other colleagues in queue. We'll turn the floor back to sponsor, Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much to the questions, and good evening to Madam Chair Charles Newton, and again to Madam Chair Crotty, and then to our colleague Western Agency, Honorable Vice Chair Honorable Otto So. Good evening. Thank you very much again for your questions. I think going back to your first question, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, the question about Sean McCabe's specific role working together with the nation at this time, I think I'll turn that question, the floor over to Chief of Staff, Mr. Patrick Sandoval, who can probably clarify further detail on that. The second question about questions towards OMB or the Controller's Office in the object. Just for your clarification, I think what I'm trying to understand on that, what I'm questioning to myself now, Madam Chair Crotty, is if the individual is signed a PAF, then that should state PAF, or that should say that in the budget forms, that it shouldn't be under consulting and maybe be under the specific business unit number, and then also this, what is it, the sub, what are those called? It would be under personnel expenses 2001, and then the sub account number, object code number would be 1018, which is the line item for the, or 1016 for the line item for specifically for the controller. So I think that that's a good question to ask of, and to see if OMB or the Controller's Office is on the line. And I think that's more of a question towards OMB. But as you can see, I did get these reviewed by Office of Management and Budget, and they did. You'll see the memo attached to the specifically for the Controller's Office in Exhibit D, and in there they felt that these were proficient or sufficient to proceed. So I took them at their clarity because they reviewed it and they're the experts. But if there's needed to be changes in that, I will definitely make sure I get those changes. So, Madam Chair, if there's OMB on the call to get that clarified for the Madam Chair Crotty. And then if anything else, Mr. Patrick Sandoval would like to further go into details on that, I'll go ahead and give him the floor. But again, thank you very much. And I think Honorable Otto So specifically just had some comments on it. So at this time, Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to the agent, Mr. Patrick Sandoval, Chief of Staff for the Office of the President, Vice President.
Good afternoon, members of the council. Again, great questions with regards to how the processes took place and assuring that we brought people on board, and obviously we allowed the former controller to continue her retirement. And again, our goal is to assure that we continue services to the people through the best management and the best management practices. So what I will do again is I will go ahead and refer the questions and some answers back over to our legal counsel, Ms. Bitta Becker.
Hi, thank you, Chief of Staff. I believe the first question was whether Mr. McCabe is an employee with secondary employment. The answer is yes. I think the other question I heard is how were we funding Elizabeth's contract, and how did a fully funded PAF get signed? And the comptroller staff will have to confirm. My recollection is that there were budget transfers being done to cover Elizabeth's contract, and I think it was out of operations, and all of that money was exhausted. And then there is some funding in the line item to pay the salary for the comptroller, but it's not a full year's salary, and the comptroller staff will have to confirm how much money is in the salary line item to pay the comptroller's salary. I hope I addressed any questions. I'm happy to address any that I can. Thank you.
Thank you for your responses from Office of the President and Vice President. Do we have anyone from OMB online with us via Zoom? Okay, we have Mr. Bial online here with us. If he could unmute or press star 6 to answer some of those questions that were raised on the floor. Mr. Bial? Believe you can press star 6 to unmute your phone. Mr. Bial, if you could, you can press star 6 on your phone, or you can press unmute. We are trying to unmute you on our end here. Mr. Bial, we can hear you on the floor.
Okay. Members of the committee and presenters, representatives from the President's office and so forth. This is Dominic Bial, Director, OMB. Now, when we reviewed the budget document, the budget form 4, that's being where the questions are coming from, it shows, my copy is not exactly clear either. I heard Delegate Crotty mention that. But under 6520, the consulting line item, at the end of the statement there, it talks about, it looks like 6 months, $114,480 for the controller position. So we would take that to mean that the funding, this funding, 114,000 or so of it, is to be made available to cover the controller's position. And it would appear, because it's in that line item, to be a consultant arrangement. Now, whether that's to cover the prior interim controller or the new one that just recently came on board, that part's not clear. So that's just going by the budget page itself. Now, subsequently, we've heard, and it's mentioned again this afternoon, that the current interim controller is now a salaried position. The appropriate place, if that's true and correct, and that's the way it's going to be done, then it should be in the personnel 2000 series of account numbers, object codes. And looking at the budget book that we have, at least to start the year, there isn't a position, a regular salary position budgeted. So what it could mean is should this be approved as is, and the decision, and it's cleared that the controller, the current controller, will be in fact a regular salaried position, then this funding or the appropriate funding that's needed could be transferred into that personnel account. That's just the way it looks, just looking at this budget page. Now, the specific details, that would be probably OOC themselves, since this is their budget and they prepared it. So they should be able to clarify further. Madam Speaker, that's my response.
Thank you, Mr. Rial, with your responses. Colleagues, we do have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton via Zoom.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, Chair, we can hear you. You have the floor.
Thank you. And thank you again for, I guess there was not clarification given on my answer. And I'm a little bit confused, but, you know, I will expect something in writing for providing the information about the controller holding two different positions. That's worrisome for me, especially because the controller is such an important position where they are, you know, they're tracking Navajo money. And I'm, you know, it just worries me that full attention won't be given. Also, if 40 hours, you know, if Nabi calls the controller and they're outside of that 40 hours, are we going to be paying overtime? And, you know, to get reports from the controller, I guess just try to help me to understand how, you know, in a professional position, 40 hours is doable when, as delegates, we all know that, you know, we've had situations where we've come close to midnight debating legislation. And I know that when Perlene, our controller, she sat there with us, debated these legislation. So I'm just a little bit worried about the 40 hours. I'm also going through and I'm looking at the budget forms, and I'm always a big stickler on, you know, funds that I feel like, you know, is that something that can wait? And what I always tell my division departments that the Law and Order Committee oversees is there's a difference between need and need is something that you absolutely have to have and you can't function without it, whereas want is something that, you know, if there's a little bit of extra money, you know, you probably could ask for the wants that you want, you know, in your budget. And I'm looking over, and my first question is, there's a budget already in place when it comes to traveling. I need to ask, is President Nygren traveling more than former President Nez? Is that the reason why there's a request for increase in his travel? And then the increase in funding, because when I look at this legislation going through the budget form, I see a lot of want that could be presented during budget. For instance, the Office of Navajo, $25,000 to purchase furniture and analytical equipment, $15,000 for furniture and equipment, non-cap analytical equipment at $10,000. You flip the page, $75,000 to renovate Ms. Navajo Nation's assigned apartment consisting of a complete fixture and furniture replacement. That to me is a want. That's not a need. It is a want. As was stated previously by Delegate Simpson, we have Navajo Nation employees that are working in buildings that are dilapidated and buildings that are, you know, that are filled with asbestos. So how do we justify renovating this Navajo Nation's apartment at $75,000 when we can't even provide a safe environment for our employees to be doing their job? In addition to the additional costs that the president is asking for his travel. I know that there's also within this legislation the request for the legislative branch, and I know that we have had those discussions about the legislative branch, and why, in some cases there is a minus. But, we need to have that conversation so that people can hear, what it is that we're debating. I also have a problem with consulting fees. I'm looking at the office of the president and vice president, and in there's $200,000 of consulting fees and consulting expenses. I have made this request to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and I'll make the request again. Who are we paying? Who are our consultants? Because during the 24th, the legislative branch, we had consultants. The executive branch, they had consultants. And what I found out is that we had 2 separate consultants doing the exact same work. How is that being fiscally responsible? And that was that was the reason why I had such an issue with Washington D.C. office, was because I couldn't understand how can we purchase a house in D.C. for the purpose of providing a place for our Washington D.C. office to be, and then we're paying thousands of dollars in consulting fees for people to help us there in Washington, D.C. Isn't that the job of the D.C. office? And then we have our own consultants on the legislative branch to help us in D.C., and the executive branch has their own consultants to help them. So I need a list of all of the consultants that the Navajo Nation has and what their job duties are. Because colleagues, my new colleagues, when it comes to budget, what you're seeing in this legislation is exactly what's going to be attached when we go through budget. And you should be scrutinizing, because we're talking about the needs of our people. And I just don't see renovating somebody's apartment at $75,000 as a need. That's something that can come before the regular budget session during regular budget session, and it can come before council. I'm going through and I'm seeing, other things that like promotional items. We're talking about a possible, deficit that the Navajo Nation may be facing because of the closure of coal. We've been talking about that for some time, but yet we want to spend thousands of dollars on promotional items. And I get it. I understand, when we go through the fairs, people want things, people that they want to see, things coming down. But, we have to be able to justify some of this, here. And when I saw the UUFB legislation, my initial thought was, okay, it's the shortfall to help assist with personnel, or it's the shortfall to help assist with maybe getting brand new equipment. Because if it's about new equipment, then, we have Office of Hearing and Appeals that has computers that fit back to the early 2000s. They are in need of office equipment and of computers. And I wonder if they were consulted and asked, about new computers. We have police officers and criminal investigators that need satellite service attached to their vehicles so that they have communication, so they have access to dispatch. Were they consulted with, I'm looking at this some of the listing here, and I can't justify this. I'm sorry, Speaker Damon, I know that your heart is in the right place in terms of, the shortfall. But, some of these, is it a need or is it a want? $30,000 for Navajo Nation Council to purchase promotional items, to have catering and refreshments. Is that a need or a want? And again, I'm scrutinizing all of the budgets, looking, and I'm asking, okay, what happened that, that we're requesting these additional funds? Because I see a lot of travel on here, And, I see furniture, I see renovation, I see consulting fees. So, and I think that Delegate Crotty asked that question at the very beginning, in terms of budget, are we properly budgeting at the beginning of the year everything that we should be taking into consideration as we go through the year? Or are we just going through and asking for the wants that we have? Because again, if you look specifically at some of these things, how are we going to explain this? How do we explain, $26,000 for Office of the Speaker, for furniture, for computer hardware, when many of our programs, they don't have that. They're not given that fee. Office of the Speaker, $126,000. $120 coming from consulting fees. Who are we paying for these consulting fees? And again, to me, these are all wants. These are things that can wait until the regular budget. I want to know, what is going to help the programs to get through the next few months. And then I see Office of Navajo Government Development. In my opinion, this office has done zero from the time that it has been established. And yet we're going to be giving them additional funding. To do what? Nothing again? So, colleagues, we should be scrutinizing, the budget, looking, because you're the one that's going to have to take it back to your veterans and say, sorry, veterans, we couldn't give you additional money, but hey, we're giving this office $75,000 to renovate. We're giving this office $25,000 to buy brand new furniture. Sorry, elders, we can't supplement your funding because, hey, we're giving consulting fees of over $1 million. And we don't know what these consultants do, but, maybe during the budget session, we might give you a little bit here and there. I don't support this legislation. To me, these are wants. They're not needs. Unless we can justify what these needs are. 12,000 contractual fees from Office of Navajo Government Development to do what? They haven't achieved anything. Our government hasn't changed. So I'm a little bit disappointed going through, the entire legislation. And what I keep asking myself is, how am I going to explain this to my veterans? How am I going to explain this to my elders? How am I going to explain this to those people who are in need out there? It just doesn't make sense. So I am voting red on this legislation. And if you can show me a budget where it cuts out the wants and it specifies what the needs are, then, maybe I'll change my mind. But right now, as long as we have Navajo Nation employees who are working in dilapidated buildings with their health, being put at risk, and then, we have shortage of food coming from Zoltec, we're not paying our bills in a timely manner, those to me are more important than increase in travel budget. And again, it's not so much the travel budget. I know that we have, travel is required for our position. It's just these are additional money. So that's why I'm asking, is President Nygren, is he traveling more than former President Nance? Is that why we're asking for additional funding? So, again, I cannot in good conscience vote green for this legislation, because what I'm seeing on here is want, and some of these wants, they could be presented during the regular budget session and not as a UUSC legislation that, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. At this time, to give the floor back to sponsor and agents. Speaker Damon.
Good evening again, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us, and it's after 5 o'clock. Thank you very much for your questions and the follow-up, Madam Chair Charles Newton, and the questions that you have specifically on the budgetary items. And again, as a supplemental request, supplementals can come in any form or fashion. And if that supplemental request becomes for request for additional services, and if those different services are for additional staff, whether they be temporary or permanent, or for shortfalls, in some cases, as indicated, some budgetary items are not funded fully throughout the year, and one of the reasons why is just because of a lack of indirect cost funding that's coming down the pipeline. The other avenues is about trying to get supplemental requests for services so that the organizations that have tools in order to fully make sure that their jobs are completed through the task of customer service, and if that customer service needs to get further equipment for their organization, that's something that's always brought up too as well. The other areas for any kind of shortfalls specifically, and one of the areas of interest that you talked about was additional equipment or additional resources to have in the case of business unit number 103005 for the Office of Miss Navajo. I can't specifically speak on the whole request for new capital equipment or new capital services to provide additional resources for building material, for repairs and maintenance, but I can state that a lot of our community homes, a lot of our homes need major renovation, not only here in Window Rock, but elsewhere, especially for buildings too that our workers are working on. And the priority, I think, was given to really try to supplement some services. And I understand your urgency to try to make sure that there's other programs that are outside of this budget that need dollars as well. And if those dollars need to be attached for services, I do honestly think there was ample time to come together with the Office of the President, Vice President, or the Executive Office to see if there was any additional resources. And if that was something that could have been done, we could have gone together to try to get any additional supplemental appropriation to any other business unit numbers, whether that be in the legislative branch or the executive branch. So again, I can't specifically give you a direct answer, but what I can do is turn the floor over to the agents, because they're the individuals who are leading the branch and have the specific knowledge on their different programs that are really trying to identify what the critical need is in there in order for them to do a proper or even a more thorough job, one, of customer service, and two, to get customer-based needs as a proficient measure in order to have some kind of organizational leadership position, not only here at the council, but funneled down through the different programs on the executive side as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Rico first, Madam Chair, Curley, and then I'd like to go ahead and refer the other questions that might have been arisen regarding the Office of the President, Vice President, or the specific needs on their end. At that time, to Mr. Patrick Sandoval. So I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Manny Rico at this time.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and Madam Chair Charles Newton, for the questions. Just to provide clarification for the Speaker's office, When we put these budgets together, for me, it wasn't, I made it clear to departments that, it's just, to get you through the rest of the fiscal year. So in regards to the consulting, there are contracts that still need to be paid that are sitting there from previous administration. So that's what we're taking care of. And as mentioned at the beginning, a lot of the funds that were taken out of the speaker's office it wasn't, allocated at the beginning of the comprehensive budget. So, but as we dig, if I can, I'll have our staff work on these contracts so I can give you guys a breakdown of where this is going. And in regards to the promotional items and those types of stuff, since I've got in here since March, I've gotten requests, from other of your colleagues, when we get like school visits, students that come here, visitors, they come to, delegates will come to our office and ask if we have anything to give them. So that's the reason why we have those promotional items in there, just to have on hand. And as mentioned before, those also, go to you guys for the fair. So as mentioned before, this this resolution belongs to the council. So, any funds that the council feels that isn't needed, there's always, I welcome any deletion or amendments to these budgets. So, but it wasn't, we didn't tell the departments to, change the world with this, because we did have one department that tried to submit a budget into the millions, but we looked at their budget and they have a lot of money to spend, so that one just wasn't included in here. But I'm open to suggestions as well. Thank you, Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much. I just want to, before I move on to Mr. Patrick Sandoval, at this time, Madam Chair, I'd just like to recognize individuals that I did meet the other night that are just entered the chambers. They're from P&M, and they're volunteers who are doing the Light Up Navajo program, and they're volunteering their time to build power lines for all our Navajo people across the Navajo Nation. So I'd just like to recognize them for their efforts and what they're doing, and they came out here and volunteering their time to put up power lines for our Navajo people. So I just want to say thank you guys for that effort. With that, I'll go ahead and refer over to Mr. Patrick Sandoval.
Good afternoon again, honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council. A little bit of clarification and to the Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton's concerns regarding our request in certain items in the budget. First of all, to the Navajo Nation Council, our office, the President's office, President Nygren, Vice President Montoya, we did not develop the budget that we're working with right now. That was structured by the previous administration based on their needs and what they thought and what they needed to do. In addition to that, I remind you again that their expenditures went into the second quarter of the budget. And so again, we didn't build that budget, and that's why we are asking for additional funding so that the new administration, President Nygren, Vice President Montoya, are able to meet the goals and objectives of their administration. I cannot speak to the amount of travel that our previous president did and how they spent those dollars, but I can tell you that there was a lot of dollars transferred out of that to other programs, to other reasons, and again, leaving this administration our president, our vice president, very short on travel dollars. And President Nygren works anywhere from 10 to 12 hours a day. Vice President Montoya works almost the same amount of hours. And aside from what they put in at the office, working for the people and serving the people, they do a lot of travel to meet with constituents and meet the requests. The number of requests that come into the president's office for meeting attendances, functions, from agencies, from chapters, from outside of the government, around the states and some around the country, leads to an extensive amount of travel on our elected leaders. And again, I can't compare how our travel is compared to the previous administration, but we do know that our president and vice president are traveling. And I must remind you guys that earlier I did bring up the fact that we had a number of unpaid bills. And so that has its debt to the people who this office incurred those bills with, and so they've got to be paid. And regarding consultants, we all know that we work at the state level, the federal level, and sometimes the county level. And you know, the amount of money that comes into the Navajo Nation from the feds, aside from that, we've got Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. There are so many wheels turning out there, so many committees out there, and so many opportunities to find additional funding for the many programs within the executive branch that consultants are a tremendous amount of help as we look to them for their best knowledge with state government and the federal government. So, I don't know about the consultants on both the legislative and the executive branch, but I know that the consultants we have on board that we are using to accomplish the goals of the president and vice president, their bills have to be paid, their services have to be paid for. Again, the state of the art of the equipment at the president's office, which should be the best that it can be, is not at that level. Again, we're dealing with much very, very old equipment and trying to get things done, trying to make sure that in addition to the travel that gets done, we are working with many of the technologies to be a part of the rest of the world. And that equipment is very expensive to set it up and to maintain it and to do what we got to do. Again, there's many, many state programs out there that we want to stay connected to, we want to be a part of. And a lot of that's done through our consultants with relayed information back to our divisions, our programs. These consultants attend our division directors meeting to hear what our needs are, and so that they can continue or go back to their respective areas and work on acquiring additional funding, services, opportunities. And when it comes to our building, it looks nice, and we've got a lot of paint and a lot of cosmetic things that are covering what's truly happening in our office with regards to mold and unsafe conditions as well. But we have people here that are committing to it, just like our tribal workforce, and working every day. We have floors that are possibly going to collapse one of these days, and we're in the same boat as all of our programs and divisions are. So let me stop with that. One last thing is, again, we got to remember that IDC is down, and before we make that recovery, we've got to prove to the funding sources that our services are back up, the constituents we're serving is actually happening. So let me end it there, and thank you for the question, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, and I hope you're able to reconsider and vote in our favor, as well as the rest of the Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you to our sponsor and also our agents for answering a lot of the questions and clarification. Next in queue, we have Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee and staff and individuals who are listening. Madam Chair, is this a quick, I'd like to request for additional information, reports for FY 2023 budget to actual reports. For each entity that are requesting for supplemental funding on this legislation. So we'd like to have that. I know this will be moved to the special council session tomorrow. So we'd like to see that beforehand. So that kind of gives an idea what, we're kind of pointing fingers. This is what the previous administration did. So previous, division director did and all that stuff. So we're just kind of going pointing fingers. So that budget to actual will actually tell us how much money was expended from October 1st to the new administration taking over, and then going same with the speaker and division. So ADOT each gets all the budget to actual reports for each entity that's asking for supplemental funds. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Speaker Naa'bik'iyati. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Simpson. There is a request for prior to special council session or ready to be by council session of those budget reports of all programs and offices requesting supplemental budgets. Ishin Ko'aki, give that authority back to our legislative chief of staff and also executive chief of staff to get those prepared. Ado kodoshi tlaoshna na adulkit colleagues. Second call. Delegate Crotty.
Chair Curley, sponsor Delegate Damon, and agents. I'm still going back to my questions. So I am looking at Exhibit A, and Office of Management and Budget provided guidance, but I didn't hear how the sponsor or agents are going to fix that budget form that was, who created this budget form. I have several documents open, and while I look for that, because what I'm concerned about now that we're hearing is the amount of transfers that are being conducted or transpiring, is that the right word? That are being transferring of money after appropriation of dollars for programs who said they needed that funding to meet their performance criteria and their objectives, and to provide those direct services. So I am going to ask Mr. Bial, how do we, the law does state the program will go to the oversight. I can't cite the law if you want the citation, but I believe you're aware of this. The law states that if a program wants to transfer over $50,000, it needs to go to the oversight. Now, how can we get a high-level summary of how many transfers are actually taking place throughout the fiscal year? Because the oversight committees or delegates, we won't know until OMB provides us a report on what was budgeted, and then I think the term is actual, and then that's when you know if money was taken away or if it was transferred in, but you never know where, and you never know how that money was used. So I think this is kind of a loophole that has really escalated in the past. And I need to understand how rampant are these transfers. Because I'm going back to the fiscal year budget and looking at the request from the Office of the Controller for the position of the interim. And the way our documents are, like resolutions, they don't have the complete information that we received as delegates at the time when we're opening up the books and looking at all of the items. And we've gone back and forth on the oversight, including this year, about what should be included in this budget. I'm a delegate that I believe I should have access to documents that are needed for me to make the best data decision possible. And so if we could get clarification on the Office of the Controller's budget, because I'm looking at the Budget and Finance resolution for that office, and I don't see all of the budget forms that we, well, I don't see the breakdown. I'm looking at BSJY-25-22 for the Office of the Controller. And I see here Exhibit E is an unmet need for the Office of the Controller, and it's an unmet need for personnel. It doesn't say the interim controller because it says 4 employees that need 100 or 2,080 hours but have only been funded for $1,044. And in addition, we need to cover OOC's operating costs. But you just mentioned the Office of the Controller was pulling out of the operating budget to cover the intern controller's budget. Now, something is not adding up here, because it appears that the programs are asking the council's oversight for dollars that they are indicating that they need, but yet throughout the fiscal year, they'll start transferring money. And I think there's some integrity questions we need to talk about, because then they're not presenting that information correctly, and they take an oath. We've talked about is the purpose of the oath, how can you enact the oath? But if they know they're transferring money, this is an issue we're going to have to deal with at the budget. But coming to the controller's position, how do I find out what was transferred out, where it went to? How can I have access to this information? If it's, I know it's through maybe FMIS, and if I need to do the training to get access, but more importantly, how can our people start getting access to this information? Because there's amazing Navajo professionals out there that are tired of the Navajo Nation government allocating dollars for areas that do not move our nation forward and do not directly help the people. I'm one of those people. I'm one of 24. But while I have this time, I need to figure out how we could keep programs accountable. Because they're obviously not being honest when they're moving along in their budget process. And now we're at the point where we have this budget for an interim consultant that needs to be fixed. And we're hearing the program of all places, the Office of the Controller was transferring money from one account, operating account, to their other account. And I think this is a ripple down effect. So if it's happening at the Office of the Controller, I find it problematic, but help me understand this issue and how can we address this issue with this amendment, Exhibit A. Because it's not proper, the budget form is not proper. I don't know then if the legislation is proper because they're like out of order or bringing information that's not correct. But I need to know then what could we do at this time to correct what is being asked of this council and how we can understand this transferring between programs, because now my understanding from other conversations is it's not just transferring between within the divisions or different programs. If they're transferring out, transferring in, there's too much quid pro quo going on. A favor for a favor. And we need to be crystal clear on where every dollar is and how programs are using it. If you could help me, Mr. Bial. And then if the Office of the Controller wants to chime in and help me understand how the form needs to be fixed so it complies with what is required to fund this PAF. And I'm not sure if there's funding in there right now. If Mr. Bial can also provide that information. Thank you. And I will have follow-ups. I will get back in the queue.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. There was an extensive amount of questions, so I'll return the floor back to our sponsor, Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much. I think the overview is one to go back to the controller as suggested originally by Mr. Dominic Bial and ask the controller's team and just answer your question from what's on the documents, Madam Chair Crotty. Mr. Rob Williott states that prepared the documents, and if there's consideration to changing Budget Form 4, or if their recommendation is to leave it the way it is, I'd look to the Office of the Controller to answer that question, and then also asking Office of the Controller to clarify a response to your question regarding the possibility of budget transfers to fund the Controller's position over the past year, and how that was done. And then I'll go ahead and, Madam Chair, you could also refer back to OMB and a follow-up question for additional information on budget transfers across the board to Mr. Dominic Bial, and how that clarity can be understood a little more thoroughly. And if OMB has a process for us to go ahead and review the document for additional budget transfers that have been completed through this fiscal year. Thank you very much. So I would refer back to them to answer those questions, Madam Chair. Curley.
Thank you, Speaker Damien. We do still have OMB online. Mr. Bial, if you're still online, maybe you can have some answers to Delegate Crotty's questions. Mr. Bial?
Madam Speaker, you can hear me?
Yes, Mr. Bial, we can hear you.
Speaking to some of the questions and concerns raised by Delegate Crotty on budget transfers and so on and so forth. First part of her question or remarks were to the effect of producing a high-level summary of the number of BTs processed in a given month or quarter. We generally report on a quarterly basis. Now, we can do that. In fact, in prior years, we used to do that fairly regularly. So we would be able to show by a particular business unit the number of BTs that were, BTs meaning budget transfers, that were processed and what the amounts were for. And a general description of the purpose. Now, beyond that, the specifics are obviously the managers of these budgets. They're the ones who would know the exact detail behind it, because they're the ones who are proposing it and requesting it. So we can go back to doing that, but for now, it's going to take a while. Delegate Crotty, with the B&F committee, you're our oversight you know that we're really short-handed. So all I'm saying is that we can do it. We used to do it fairly regularly, and we can return to do that. But for now, it's going to take a while to produce, maybe a week or two. Let me see. That's my answer at this point. As I mentioned earlier, former Speaker Damon referred to it as well. This particular budget that we're speaking about, the Office of the Controller, was done by the Controller management. So they're the ones who can explain beyond the document, the paper document, why they're doing this and why they perceive the need to do it in a particular way or fashion. Earlier, I just spoke to the way the paper reads to me in our office, but beyond that, we wouldn't know. Furthermore, my last point would be this particular budget, when you look at it, it was prepared on April 4th. So that's 6 weeks ago now, by the prior interim controller, who has since left. Now we have a new controller. So depending on the answer to whether the current controller, interim or otherwise, is a regular employee or salaried employee rather, or a consultant. See, at the time that wasn't known. And that's probably why they prepared it at that time in the way it is. But it can be corrected, adjusted, modified, and updated to reflect the current state of the budget and what management intends to do. Madam Speaker, Delegate Damon, and Delegate Crotty, that's my response at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rial. We also have Mr. McCabe online here with us, Controller.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, Shinata. Thank you for having me on. I'm kind of listening in. I apologize. I'm in an airport picking up someone coming in for a graduation this weekend. So I apologize for the background noise. I'm kind of listening into this. I appreciate the comments and the questions. I wish I could tell you I knew why it happened the way it did, but we all said this happened before I even got there. What I do know, I can be transparent with you, is when I originally started talking to OPVP about coming on as the controller, I did request it to be under a contract. And what I was told was that wasn't the best way to do it. So I agreed to be a PAF regular employee. And I was also told that the budget line item under consulting, I guess, had been used up. And so that would cause a budget problem. Now, how they handled it after that, meaning the prior interim controller and or OPVP, I don't know. I haven't, like I said, I didn't prepare that form. But, whatever council wants to make this smoother for you all, I can assure you, at least from my standpoint, nothing nefarious happened between transfers. I wasn't even a part of it. But if that's a concern, certainly I can work with whoever, the OPVP, the council, or OMB, to figure out how these transfers work and whatever the case might be for that. So, I wish I could offer more, Shinata, but I don't. I really don't know how it worked because that form was done before I got there. But again, like I said, when I first started negotiating how I would come on board, I did request it to be as a consultant and was told that probably wouldn't work. I think for budget reasons and plus it just for, I think the setup that the president and everything. So I am a PAF employee. If you guys want to know the truth, I have yet to be paid a penny. I've been almost 6 weeks here, kind of waiting to see when that's going to happen. So I'm basically working for you guys for free. And I have been there on site. I've been, when I'm not on site, I'm working on your behalf, off site with meetings with auditors, et cetera. And so I believe I'm fulfilling my end. But just, again, whatever council and my oversight and OPGP feel like they need to be more than that. Okay.
Turn back the floor to our sponsor, Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much. I don't know if Mr. Rob Willie's on the call, but the question at hand is, I think going back to Madam Chair's question and concern, is the program wanting to fix budget form 4? And if Mr. McCabe can't answer that at this time, Madam Chair Crotty, I'm working together right now with Mr. Rico, who's sitting by me, and Patrick, Mr. Sandoval, if you could get on that and possibly ask the team to see if the correction can be made, or if the direction is to leave budget form 4 the way it is. I understand what Madam Chair Crotty is indicating, and the question is, if the controller's position's a PAF, then it wouldn't go into consultant budget line item. It would go into the specific personnel expense line item, which is a 2,000 number, and the sub object code would be 1016. And I think that's what Dominic Bial is asking too as well. So I'm asking of you, Mr. Patrick Sandoval, if you can work together, and Mr. McCabe, if you can work together to get that as soon as possible in the morning when Mr. Rob Willie and his team come back into the office, if they're not on the call at this time, in order to make sure that that clarity is cleared up. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, for those responses. So there was that recommendation made to both Chief of Staff. And also we're still trying to get in contact with Mr. Robert Willie just to be on call as well, but we'll still continue to make that call. We do have a few colleagues in the queue. We'll go first with Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, if you're online with us.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, Chair, we can hear you. You have the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted to know what.
Chair, we lost service on your end. Your phone did cut out. If you could repeat or find good service area. Chair?
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, Chair, we can hear you now.
There was mention that there were bills that were unpaid, which is resulting in the request for funding. What bills were unpaid that's resulting in this UUSD supplemental fund? Thank you. Could I get a listing of them? Thank you.
Okay, we do have that request, and in the meantime, we'll go over to Delegate Toth.
Madam Chair Speaker, and also Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Sitting here and listen to all the questions, it seems like budget, anything that deals with budget should go before the Committee of Budget and Finance. That's where they should straighten this, amendment, look at the budget, and seems like we're just, the members are just questioning each other. I thought that's the way we're supposed to be working. Any budget that deals with, it has to go before the budget and finance. That's where the correction can be made. After it's fixed, it will be forwarded to us, and then that information will be given to us, so we don't have to sit this long. I thought that's the way the procedures are, and I guess anybody can come out with a budget and present it to Naa'bik'iyati. So I think we need to go back to where a committee should be the one. Outside, it's like that, Any budget, that's why these standing committee are established. So anything with budget, funds, it goes before the budget and finance. That's where we should, that's the way we should work. Now, one of the members questioned, I don't know if she was here when this was presented to them or not. I don't know. So we need to go back that route. Like HESI committees like that, anything with health, we talk about it, we come to consensus, and then we forward. We just don't pass on without the committee's knowledge. So that's why I'm questioning. You guys have a good question, but I hate to, I don't want to defer back or back to the committee if, people, I don't understand. That's the process. I don't understand. We should do new procedures where any budget funds that deals with, then it has to go before the budget and finance. The Naa'bik'iyati, after it's fixed, it comes to this body. Don't hear they will orientate us. If we need to make some amendment, then it has to be done from here. So, I thought that's the way we're supposed to be working. So, it bahatis ko kwegi. To na peso de yoki to shinike deslin. Or you Johotsan leko, so we can be sitting here all day, all evening, trying to ask each other. So, that budget, wanahat on John Don Deko, Corinta John. I do support, but we need to change the way we legislate. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Toth. Next, we have Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Naa'bik'iyati, staff. Good evening, good evening, Madam Chair, I'm gonna restate my requests on this budget to action reports on all the entities that are requesting funds. To the way I want is budget to action reports from October 1st, 2022 to January 10th, 2023. The second report will be October 1st, 2022 to today. So it gives an idea of where people are pointing fingers, previous administration or previous council or previous expending all this money. So it kind of gives a report how much money they expended when that 25th council came in and when a new administration came in. So that's why I'm asking for that first report to be up to January 10th. Then the other report will be from October 1st to today. It kind of gives some information how his money is being expended or how it was expended. Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker, and my brother here, Honorable Delegate Seth Damon. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Simpson, for clarifying that request that will be having on our end with the legislative branch. We'll have our staff work on getting those budget reports. And all entities, I think that does go back over to executive branch as well. Next in queue, we have Chair Vince James.
Thank you, Speaker, and then Naa'bik'iyati Committee, and then those that are on the call. Good evening. I just wanted to get a clarification from our Chief of Staff in regards to his statement that he made on record that the previous administration did the budget. Did I hear that correctly? If so, I'd like to make an amendment to delete office and president and vice president. I don't know what I just said, but yeah, OPVP budget in the amount of $750,000 from the legislation, since that budget was done by the previous administration. I just wanted to get that clarification before I make that amendment to delete the request from OPVP's office in $750,000. And then also, eventually, if that probably does happen, that's where I think the game is going to start. Maybe that will be the first line item veto that we'll see coming from President Nygren. I have no idea, but I just need clarification, because it was stated on record by Chief of Staff that the previous administration did this budget that is here before us. And then I was looking at OPVP's memo as well, and it looks like Chief of Staff did not sign that memo as well, and it was a delegated individual that had signed OPVP's UUFB request for executive branch. So just wanted to get that clarification before I move forward making that amendment request. Thank you, Speaker.
Question, there were several comments and requests from the floor. I'll return back the floor to our sponsor here, Delegate Damon.
Thank you very much, and good evening, colleagues, members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Going back to your question, Madam Chair, regarding outstanding bills, I'll turn that over to Office of the President, Vice President, and then to have that question answered, and then Honorable Simpson, I think Speaker's office is clarifying that and working on your request, and then Honorable Toth, just to give you some insight, the reason why I didn't question this before, at least for me as a sponsor, is because I looked to our department's Office of Management and Budget, came back and said these budget forms were sufficient. And usually when OMB does that, there's no question about it. They usually do a good, thorough review of the budget forms. I think that's one area of interest that might possibly need an amendment tomorrow morning, if possible, if the team can't get that done this evening. But I think that's the only thing technically that probably needs to be corrected, especially since the clarification was made in consideration between a contract employee and a PAF employee here at the Navajo Nation. Moving on down, previous budgets, I'm not too sure. I'll turn the floor over, Honorable Vince James. But as you're correct, the budget forms are signed off on April 5th, and they were signed off by, looks like Ms. Bitterbecker, who was probably delegated that authority that day. With that, Madam Chair, I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Patrick Sandoval, Chief of Staff.
Good afternoon again, honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council. The request so far that we look like we need to get together for tomorrow, we will begin working on it. Honorable Seth Damon, regarding the assembly of the people from the appropriate offices, including the Controller's Office and OMB, to bring correct definition and to everything related to the Controller's position, the PAF, and so on. We'll work to make sure that gets done. Tomorrow, we will be able to provide a list of unpaid bills, which, just looking at it real quickly, probably amount to about $230,000 from a number of vendors that I guess business was conducted with them and bills were left behind, including one related to a company and livestock sales and 4-H programs and so on. There are people that are still attempting to collect those funds, and then one of the last one is there is money owed to enterprises as well. So again, that amount does exceed well over $200,000. So we can get that list tomorrow.
Mr. Sandoval, the question about your comment regarding the previous budget or the previous administration creating the budget from Honorable Vince James.
Clarification on that. The budget process that developed the 2023 operating budget was done last, the 4-month or 5-month period that it takes leading up to September 30th, and then budget approval so that we can begin new operations October, November, and December, and then into the second quarter, January, February, and March. My comment was that we are working under the budget that was prepared by the previous administration and how they thought they needed different dollars and different particular line items and so on. And so a new administration, we certainly have some different direction, different opinions, different thoughts, and again, related to budget transfers, I believe there were transfers there as well. So we can define all that, and then again, that helps us justify our request for funding to make it through fiscal year 2023 and be able to deliver services and work on behalf of the people. Is that sufficient, Delegate Davis?
Thank you very much. I think for clarification, he's talking about the previous administration created the comprehensive budget for the Office of the President and Vice President and the Executive Branch back under the former administration previous to the first week in September, and then that was approved by Council. With that, Madam Chair, we'll go ahead and yield back to the floor.
Thank you to our sponsors and also the agents who are on call answering all the questions and comments here. We'll go forth with our who's in queue. We have Council Delegate Chair Brenda Jesus via Zoom. Chair Jesus, we have your audio that's coming in and out.
What about now?
Yes, Chair, we hear you.
Madam Speaker Curley, and then also thank you, Speaker Honorable Damon, and also to your agent, Mr. Rico, for bringing this legislation before the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Now, it's not more so of questions or anything, but I want to make a very important point. I guess you call it a recommendation. We all know the current financial health of the Navajo Nation. And just looking at the budget and the budget forms that were submitted with this legislation, we know that there's an expenditure pattern every fiscal year. And we have accountants that are hired within these divisions and departments that hopefully should make sound budget appropriation decisions when it comes to budgeting every year, going based on the last 2 years' expenditure pattern trend, and that's how you would set your new budget for the upcoming fiscal year. Now, if there's a high volume of budget transfers happening within a division or department, that means that someone is not preparing these budgets right. And not only that, I believe that there's a certain amount of budget transfers allotted per quarter. And so going forward, I'm just looking at the budget numbers that were submitted. We actually have 4 months left to go in this fiscal year. And these amounts that were requested, are they, realistic amounts that will carry us to the end of the fiscal year? The reason why I say this is because that we need to try to be mindful in how we are expending our dollars. Are we expending monies for something that we really don't need? Because, again, this coming fiscal year, there's going to be a budget issue where, we're already in a deficit. Okay, where do we find these monies? But, ARPA has saved the nation for a while. So one of the things that I really would like to emphasize is that going forward, we really need to be mindful in how we structure these budgets. So with these amounts, is this what is really needed to the end of the fiscal year to carry out these, programs or even committees that are requesting for these funds? Or are we just wanting these funds so we can go over, meaning that are these overstated numbers so that we can just spend extra money? So again, with this request, I am favorable because I know that from the transition of the administration, I even looked at the Resources and Development Committee budget. There was spending that had happened where now, like for the next 9 months, we had to make modifications. So our advisor requested for a little over $19,000. So with that, I just want to caution, since we have OPVP on the line, I'm hoping that this can be shared collectively with the divisions going forward, is that we need to be mindful in how we really structure our budget and budget what we really are needing these resources for. There's overlapping of services, there's overlapping of duties and responsibilities by a lot of personnel within these divisions and departments. And now we're talking about the controller. It's a big amount, over $100,000, but on contract basis. But is that something that is needed to within the next 4 months? Why couldn't we just ask for the next 4 months of the controller's salary so that we have a more measurable budget? So that just draws a concern to me because, again, where we're sitting at as Navajo Nation, and I honestly do understand the intent, Honorable Damon, for bringing this legislation forth because you were concerned and you expressed that, and I totally hear that. But that didn't mean that we had to go extravagant and, ask for more money than what we actually really need, because we have to leave money for uncertainty, with what was shared with us today by the Navajo Nation Washington office. So again, let's be mindful. I am in support of this legislation with the recommendations that were requested, additional information by my colleagues. But going forward, this coming budget season, we need to be mindful in where we really are going to budget these dollars in these line items. So, and again, this is something to think about going forward, also as division directors, and even OPVP to share this information collectively. And again, I do appreciate every thing that we talk about here on the Naa'bi floor. It hopes that it is being heard and it's being shared with the staff that are carrying out these duties on a daily basis. So again, Speaker Damon, I do support this legislation, but with the recommendation of the additional documentations that were requested by my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Back to you.
Thank you, Chair Jesus. Next in queue, we have, going back around, we have Delegate Crotty.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I'm going back to Exhibit E. I don't think it reflects the situation at hand, and that budget form, I think in terms of moving forward or asking this committee to move it forward, if we know that that is not the correct budget form and stating we'll deal with it tomorrow at council is concerning in terms of procedures and how votes will be casted for an exhibit that does not have correct budget unit numbers, and that's required through the BIM. And again, it goes back a lot to integrity. If you're going to be moving things forward that are not in order. The other issue that I wanted to ask before going to any other exhibits is, are any of these expenses, are they considered ARPA eligible activities? As we try to maximize and draw down our ARPA dollars, have we considered what areas can be used for the ARPA dollars? As that's where I want to zero and laser in some focus to make sure that we're not just using CIHSN or UUSB, but making sure that our eye is on ARPA and drawing down those dollars. If I could have that question answered by the sponsor's agent. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. Next, we have Chair Vince James.
Nana Speaker. Again, I'm going to go back to Exhibit H, which is the budget summary for Office of the President and Vice President. Chief of Staff, are you saying that we need to pull your budget from this legislation? Because at the same time, you also now have informed us that you have some outstanding bills that are over $200,000, and I assume those outstanding bill is not part of this Exhibit H of this legislation. Can we get some clarification on that, Chief of Staff? Thank you.
Chair James for those questions. Return back to the floor to our sponsor here, Delegate Amon.
Thank you very much. I'm just going back and reviewing the response or the question that was at hand from Honorable Vince James. Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and defer that question specifically to Mr. Patrick Sandoval. Honorable Vince James, thank you for that question. Good evening, colleagues. Going back to Madam Chair Crotty, specifically on any ARPA fund reimbursements on each one of the branches. I'll go ahead and refer that question back to Mr. Rico and Mr. Sandoval, and then if there's any further questions or response to the comments that were made by Madam Chair Jesus, thank you again for those comments and consideration, and thank you everyone for having the discussion, and this is always a learning process for all of us, and I thank you very much, and I think that consideration that we're having this evening for this legislation is a good tool in order for us to go ahead and make sure that we can go ahead and one, get your questions answered, but most importantly, try to derive solutions and compromise from the recommendations that are coming forward. So again, thank you. At this time, Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and defer to Mr. Patrick Sandoval to answer questions from Honorable Vince James and Madam Chair Crotty, and then go over to Mr. Manny Rico to answer the question from Madam Chair Crotty. Go ahead and yield to the agent at this time.
Good morning, honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council. First, let me start with response to the honorable delegate, Jesus. And first of all, I want to assure you that our budget process out of the President's office, the assembly of what we're referring to as the EBR, Executive Branch Budget Review Team, will be taking a very strong look at all of our budgets with regards to service delivery and shortfalls and unmet needs and so forth. And I definitely want to get with you to better understand the overlapping of services. That way, maybe you're seeing something that we're not, and we certainly welcome all of that information so that as we work through our budget process, we're using those resources as wisely as we can. And, now that we're talking about the controller, as you indicated, you have those concerns, and I've assured Delegate Damon that in the morning we will assemble the people together to bring the most correct answers with regards to that controller's position, PAS, and so on. Moving on to Honorable Delegate Crotty. One of the first things we do, Delegate Crotty, is that I check with the FRF offices to see if in fact any of the things that we might be looking for, or positions that we're looking to fill, or things that we're planning on embarking upon might qualify for FRF funding. And a good portion of the time, if not most of the time, we're dealing with federal funds, so we don't want to get out of the scope of work and end up in a position where we end up having to repay funds. So I always honor the FRF director's office when I'm advised that we really can't use FRF funding for certain projects. So most of the stuff that we're presenting to you are probably not eligible, Madam Crotty. And then off to Honorable Vince James. At no time do I think that I am indicating that we want to pull this budget. As a matter of fact, we're continue to stand by it as submitted to our honorable legislative branch for consideration. And the outstanding bills are something that we definitely want to take care of, because the office of the president and vice president at one point went into an agreement or a contract with vendors or other people, and upon entering the office in January, they were still unpaid, and that doesn't make the nation look very good. It does not make the office of the president, vice president look good. So that's why, obviously, we want to bring these bills to some sort of paid fruition, so that they're not there anymore. But we do have those, and as indicated earlier, we'll be providing a list of those outstanding bills to move forward. I hope that answers everybody's questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sandoval. With that, I'll turn the floor over to him, Mr. Rico, Chief of Staff for the Legislative Branch.
Thank you, Speaker Damon and Honorable Cardi, for the question. Just going through the budgets, none of the Appendix K's reference ARPA, anything to do with ARPA, so I don't think they would be ARPA eligible for reimbursement. One of the things when we met with the departments was to take that into consideration, because we still had those funds available with the Speaker Curley's allocation. So, but I'll go through it again. One thing I didn't do was, check with Mr. Tom Platero, but I'll try to meet with him as soon as I can. I'll send this over to him and see if any of this could be ARPA eligible. Thank you, Honorable Crowdy and Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and yield back to the floor if there's any further questions at this time on the legislation. Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and also our agents. At this time, we'll go back to who's in line for request to speak. We have Chair Parrish online.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker Curley, Adil, Yat, and Anna, 25th Navajo Nation Council. Good evening, everyone. And thank you, Speaker Damon, for offering the legislation today. My questions are technical to the Office of Management and Budget, and also to the last statement that the Chief of Staff mentioned in regards to the FRF eligibility. So my questions are stem off of the request made by Delegate Danny Simpson, who requested extensive background and detail in budgets. And so my question is, how long will it take the Office of Management and Budget to create those documents? And then also back to the question, I forget which one of our members asked earlier about the budget transfers. And as Mr. Bial had stated, that it would take some time. So my question again is the time frame that these documents will be retrieved before this legislation is considered before the Navajo Nation Council. I think that's an important. These are important documents to put before the council.
Chair Parrish, we lost your audio. I don't know if you can hear us. Chair Parrish, if you're still there, we lost your audio on your end.
Before 9 a.m. tomorrow, and if the Office of the Controller
Chair Parrish, your audio went out again. We just heard a few seconds of what you had to say.
votes on
Chair,
this
Chair Parrish, your audio was going in and out for a good, I would say about 1 minute. If you could repeat, we keep losing your audio on our end. Yes, we can hear you, Chair.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, my questions are just to the Office of Management and Budget to know the time frame that it would take the Office of Management and Budget to create the documents that Delegate Danny Simpson requested earlier before the consideration of this legislation in front of the Navajo Nation Council, and also to the questions our colleagues have asked regarding the budget transfers. As Mr. Bial had stated, it would take an extensive amount of time to get that information to the council. So I guess then, Speaker, are we going to consider this legislation without those proper documents? Because I think that to answer a lot of these questions, it would be in the data provided from the Office of Management and Budget and the Office of the Controller. So those are just my questions about the time frame in getting these proper documents before we consider the legislation in front of the Navajo Nation Council. Because we do have it scheduled for 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, my concern is the amount of time that it would take Navajo Nation employees to provide this information to the Navajo Nation Council at such a short notice. So those are my questions because the request was made to, to the Speaker's office, but I know working with the Office of Management and Budget and the Office of the Controller, they've probably gone home for the day. So I want to know if this information will be available to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Parrish, for your questions and your concern. We'll go on next in queue. We have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton via Zoom. Chair Charles Newton, if you're with us online.
I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. Can you hear me now?
Chair, we can hear you into chambers.
Oh, okay, thank you. So I'm asking, so does this then mean that the 3-branch chiefs agreement doesn't work? And is that something that we should go back and we should revisit? That's my first question. Number 2 is in terms of the unpaid bills. I just need a yes or a no. Are the sheets going to be paid from the UUSD request? And then I think you all know what I'm talking about when I say the sheets. Are they is it going to be paid out of this if we're talking about unpaid bills? Because my understanding is that the Navajo Nation still has not paid the $107,000 for the sheep. So is that coming out of this UUSD request?
Thank you for that question, Chair Charles Newton. Next in queue, we do have Shiaj, Delegate Ricky Nez.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Council. I'm listening and thinking how money, Navajo Nation money, peso, we want accountability. The people want accountability and they want transparency. They want to know how the money is being spent. Not ani dan leniki besh bahasa ananda alit beso churayos hot benhidan ebenina yobas beso not joki. And it's always good to hear a lot of these questions, and then it makes us think twice before we vote green. You say from the chapter level, under staff and everything, there's always reports of misuse of Navajo Nation money. It's always in the newspapers. And the budget sessions are going to start soon. And we're going to put everybody pretty much under oath when they ask for funding. And if this is what certain programs do, is even though we allocate funds for them, they transfer money for other purposes. And I was thinking how Mr. Sandoval, the previous administration, it's the blame game there. We're justifying this, that any kid. The previous RDC shortfall. Oban just case go. But this mesa. Oh, sure, down the Hosna. The Snesa. Tell the truth. Come out and let's admit where we've done wrong. I was on the previous RDC, and I think when you're asked to go out to communities, you work for the people, you serve the people, you listen to them. You go out there, you're asked to go to Washington, D.C., you do that. Only one time, the first year in office, I went to a water meeting out in Vegas. Travel and stuff like that. And we're and you know, as elected officials as well as employees somewhere, we need to find ways to put a stop to a lot of these embezzlements, misuse of funds. Maybe legislation needs to be introduced at some point and make sure that when people do that, have it on their record, because they're not going to write it down on their election documents and say, this is how much I embezzle, this is how much money I misuse. No way nobody's going to do that. Even in be careful, because during COVID, some of these committees' travel expenses, their funds were decreased because there was a lot of meetings on teleconference. We're beginning to move around again, and we're going to have to ask for an increase in our funds for travel. You look at history, you look at back when the council misused their discretionary slush funds. Maybe we need to get a report on that. Maybe we need to find out who was all involved, how many paid back, how many spent time in jail. Even in this is why sometimes we're looked upon as thieves. Under the table, and it's just really sad that, you know, when we start to put blame on other people, we don't look in the mirror and say, you know, we're not going to admit that. But, you know, they want to know how the money is being used. But it's the Gold King Mine spill, and we need to be careful how we spend the people's money. We shouldn't be complicit to misusing our people's money as well. So, make sure you have a clean laundry when you start to point fingers.
Delegate Nez, we have Delegate Daniels joining us via Zoom.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Daniels, Oh, you have the floor.
Yes, I'm still here. Yeah, kudo. Aronana kudo. The question here, kudo. Naa'bik'iyati kiko. Ako kudo. Oya sin so. Jadi akadiego. Kudo Naa'bik'iyati kiko. Legislation kudo. Eso okay kudo. I'm looking at the legislation. This legislation went before Budget and Finance Committee. Naa'bik'iyati tomorrow a council. So I was looking for some kind of a recommendation or a directive from Budget and Finance Committee. When this legislation went before Budget and Finance Committee, consent agenda, I'm hearing committee members, even though members of Budget and Finance Committee, so, if this legislation went before Law and Order Committee, recommendations of a condensed on the or even his committee, that this went through BNF committee. Committee members, when we have our committee meetings, delegate tough. We have Christian legislation on DZ. So I was hoping to see a recommendation or a directive, but there is none. Not then. So my brother Honorable Nez Delegate Rick Nez Ziggy Ani with travel the last RDC we met with the local farmers, the local grazing permittees that we even did a drought tour that these Mr. Advisor Mr. Atai can attest to this. But I couldn't get advisor but couldn't have all these ita a call. Cododo she has always and the stone on a codot data on the story to the best all care so did a coha she way that the Ota Lee. I don't say that tomorrow she does on it or the end. So he has a last no codo, but if he did the one for kids or let's go all for the one seat or let's go Madam Chair, Speaker Crowley, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels. Ado kudo ala na isadol kit. Kudoshi sponsor Speaker Damon for your responses.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good evening to everyone that's here. It's a packed house here tonight. Thank you very much. Let me go back to the response. Thank you very much, Madam Chair Parrish, for your question regarding I guess it was more a question towards OMB, but Mr. Rico and his team are already starting those reports, and those reports should be for a legislative branch. I did reach out to the executive branch to prepare that, and they said that they would have that together by tomorrow morning, but I know for the legislative branch, they'll have that prepared for you. It's not that hard to get that, especially if you're an FMIS guru, to just print it off. Already seen one draft document of it for them to go ahead and do it. But Mr. Simpson, Honorable Simpson, modified his request to 2 different dates, so they're clarifying that. Mr. Rico and his team on this side, and Mr. Patrick Sandoval did indicate that they would get that information too as well in the morning. With that, moving on down to Madam Chair Charles Newton. Good evening, Madam Chair. Question about the 3 branch chiefs agreement. I think that in consideration, just as being in that role previously, working towards that initiative is really trying to defend the branch's budget. I can't always say that there's always going to be shortfalls, unmet needs, and I think that's a dividend response in order for the UUFB was created to help appropriate some of those shortfalls and those unmet needs. Thank you very much for your concern and your recommendations from Honorable Chairman Nez and Honorable Herman Daniels, and then also the response and the defending the actions of the 24th Council Resource and Development Committee. Honorable Daniels, to your question about recommendations, again, the recommendation here is what you see as a whole entire budget process, and you see that recommendation. That's why I asked specifically for memos from the branch chiefs in order to make sure that they outlined in there that these are the recommendations for their goals to go ahead and have that move forward for additional funding for each one of the branches. And then I think the clarification is requested for additional recommendations from either the Budget and Finance Committee or individuals asking, and I think that's the time to go ahead and bring that forth. So if there's any further questions or comments or recommendations, I'm here to listen into that and make sure if there's any kind of request that we can go ahead and get that information back to you all. So again, with that, I'll go ahead and refer some time over to the agent, Mr. Patrick Sandoval, to clarify on some questions. I guess a response on Madam Chair's Parrish's request on a couple of the different actions regarding the reports that are requested, and then to answer the questions that were raised by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council, and beginning with the Honorable Delegate Parrish, the technical questions that you asked, I'm going to do our best in the morning to assemble the people to put the reports together by start time of council, 9 a.m. Believing the way Honorable Delegate Damon believes that as long as we have the right people in the room, the right gurus, then we should be able to do it. But if that's not possible, I will advise otherwise in the morning, let you know that, giving you an estimated time of when it could be done, if it's not doable tomorrow. The Honorable Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton, the unpaid bills that I talked about, and it's being referred to, and I think it's misconstrued by some of the delegates as finger pointing. There's just existing bills that are left here that have a name or a company attached to it, which provided services to the Navajo Nation or the OPVP, and the bills just can't go unpaid, and if they do, that's a reflection on us. And Madam Eugenia Charles Newton, at the top of the list is that, because it's one of the larger ones, which is the company and the people that I guess help facilitate what happened with regards to some commitments and then non-payment. So yes, to answer your question, yes or no, yes, it is included in the unpaid bills component of this, what we're talking about. Mr. Nez, again, we're doing our best to try to make sure that we're as accurate as possible in the number that we're presenting to you with regards to consultants and travel and equipment to operate in the office, and be as transparent as we can. And so let me leave it at that, and I think that answers everybody's question.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll go ahead and refer that information back to the floor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, for your responses, and also the Chief of Staff. Colleagues, Delegate Crotty, we can hear you. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Curley. I apologize, Speaker Damon. So in terms of how ARPA, so there hasn't been a formal eligibility request to either Fiscal Recovery Office or Department of Justice. I would like to ask our Legislative Council, has in this language, we had put in previous funding that if federal funding is eligible, it would be reimbursed. Is there language, I have not seen it, is there language in this legislation that speaks to that effect? And while you consider that, I wanted to go back to the bills that have not been paid. I need to understand how these bills, are these under contracts that are signed for by the president at the time to enter and receive these services? And what does that look like? Because Title II was amended back on the 23rd Council, where there is contracts. So is this in the line of these contracts that move forward without any real review, and the president signs the contracts? I have a legislation to remedy that situation where I feel that at least the Attorney General and Office of the Comptroller at the very least should be reviewing to make sure that funds are available. So we're not put in a position that services are rendered, because that's not allowed anywhere else on the nation, is my understanding. Or if services are rendered without a contract, then that contract is not paid out. My concern is if we're talking about the 4-H outstanding invoice, and this is my concern. I'm not sure if that was through contract or the authority of the office to bid or get that. It's an excessive amount. There's no way to justify a sheep being at that value. So I need to understand more in terms of how we're addressing this invoice. If that's the case, I'm not sure if it's considered a contract. But did the individual create a liability to the nation without securing funds? I participated in 4-H, and I've sat there and I've bid on livestock, but I pay out of my own pocket, and especially to help support the 4-H program. And so I don't create a liability to the nation, and I'm not sure how that actually happened. So if I could be given that information from someone who's on the call, so that I understand how these services are rendered without anyone checking to see if funding is available, or else how can we just have unpaid accounts? And this is why I believe, Chair Curley, the audit of the Speaker's office is so important, because on our end, we should at least understand what happened to the budget prior to the 25th Council. I sat on committees, and I could not believe I could not believe when we were presented our budget, the amount of funding that we were in deficit as a committee, and it's still not clear how delegates were able to use or get access to funds, the committee funds, but were not doing the work of the committee. And so that is why we need these internal policies and procedures and an open account of how these dollars are being used at any time. I know for Apache County, they offer, I read an article and I know what the county commissioners are eating for lunch because they provide that information to the public. And I think that could help us with some checks and balances to at least understand that doesn't look right. Why is one delegate draining the funds, or why is there one, a handful of individuals? Because someone drained the funds, and as a delegate from the 24th Council, I should know. I should have a right to know what exactly happened. What happened to that money? And at this point, I still do not know. And I cannot give an answer of why Budget and Finance Committee was in the negative. And I think that's important because then we need to develop a policy or a law that prohibits, maybe during the election process, there is some kind of mechanism that does not allow for this extravagant spending. And I'm looking at the promotional items from this budget, and I'm going to ask for reductions once we get some questions answered, because you could buy promotional items, but I also think there should be balance there. I mean, a sticker costs 25 cents. I'm not sure exactly what, $30,000, $50,000 worth of promotional items really conveys to the public in outreach, especially now with all of the chronic issues that we continue to hear. And so I wanted to really dig into these unpaid bills, if it's part of this budget request, and how did we get there, and most importantly, what then are the recommendations that are needed so this committee can provide either directive or have that as part of the legislation that contingent upon this funding if the committee or the council agrees on this legislation. We have to have some accountability and transparency, and that's what I'm looking for. Thank you. And I'm a member of the Naa'bik'iyati committee, and so I think some of the comments I'm hearing, put that energy into solutions, put that energy into helping your people. And we have so many delegates commenting on each other. We have prayers done. We have so much to do. You could just put that energy, because that's what I have to tell myself when I want to judge another individual. And so I think that's important for me to state, because we're getting into kind of this unbalance here as we have this discussion. You can have commentary and you could have your opinions, but I think it's the work that we do collectively that is going to help, and it's the work that we do to try to undo some of these systemic issues, and it's going to take a collective conversation to do that. Thank you, Chair Curley, and I look forward to the recommendations.
All right, thank you, Delegate Crotty, for your questions. I refer back to our sponsor, Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Chair Crotty. Thank you for your questions and your, your comments specifically on the legislation. Going back to your first question, I think I would like that to be answered by Ms. Barbroff, Chief Legislative Counsel, and then I'll go ahead and refer the question specifically on the questions about unpaid bills to Mr. Patrick Sandoval from the Office of President or Vice President, and if there's any further clarification on the process that has been developed there or that was developed there, and if there's any recommendations for changes. So with that, I'll yield to the floor to our request for Ms. Barbroff to answer that question by Madam Chair Crotty, and then refer to Mr. Patrick Sandoval, Madam Chair.
Ms. Barbara?
Thank you very much. The question that Delegate Crotty asked was whether there was language in the legislation that stated that if any of these appropriations were ARPA FRF eligible, they would be reimbursed. At the moment, there is not phrasing in the legislation that says that, but we are, I have Ms. Tapaye putting together that language if the council requests an amendment to add it. Back to you, Speaker Curley and Delegate Damon.
Thank you. With that, I'll refer to Mr. Patrick Sandoval from the Office of President and Vice President to answer Madam Chair Crotty's questions.
Thank you, Navigation Council, and if I can clarify, Honorable Delegate Damon, I am answering which questions related to Honorable Crotty? Or what? Which ones are you referring to me?
Mr. Chief of Staff, Mr. Patrick Sandoval, questions in regards to the unpaid bills or unpaid invoices, more of a direction on, I guess, further information on that and the process that got that specifically into the comments about the possible 4-H event.
Honorable Crotty, again, we're going to be providing a list tomorrow, and the services that were provided, the products that were delivered, or the contract that we're referring to are just that, promotional items, services for events, it looks like, contracts with entities to allow services to be provided. When it goes back to the 4-H, at some point there was an attempt to use an RDP with a rush stamp on it, and I believe the Division of Finance returned it back because of the amounts or the process that they were attempting to take. And so it's an array of things, Honorable Crotty, and the bills just went unpaid. And when President Nygren arrived, we were obviously faced with the bills that existed. So that's where we are. And as far as obligation to pay them, outside of the 4-H1, services were either provided or products were delivered, it looks like. And so therefore, there is an obligation to a certain degree. And if we were to pay these immediately through budget transfers, for example, from the existing budget, we'd have had a lot less money now, which might have been in the neighborhood of about $215,000, $220,000. And that's it.
Thank you, Chief of Staff Patrick Sandoval. I believe Speaker Damon, would you like to finish the response? Thank you, Speaker Damon. Floor is yours, Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Madam Pro Tem Chair. With that, I want to go back to Madam Chair Crotty because I don't think I specifically stated her question right. Just that Madam Chair Crotty can restate her question. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Yes, we'll go back to SHEDA Delegate Amber Canesba Crotty. SHEDA, can you restate the question for the clarification?
Oh, yeah, thank you. So, sponsor, I appreciate that. So, my questions, there was a lot of commentary, like about also professionalism and working together and going back to our prayers and how we address one another. And the stories we tell each other, I love how Brene Brown says, the story that I'm creating in my head, because there's a lot of discussion that's taking place that's beyond the legislation. And so I think that this creates animosity amongst one another. But with that being said, I think in terms of my questions were the liability. I understand services were rendered on this 4-H, but I need to know, was there a contract when 4-H does their, what is that called? When we're bidding, sometimes you sign a paper and say that you are responsible, but who signed that paper? And I am trying to connect the dots, and I still don't see the dots, even though it was service rendered, that the Navajo Nation is liable for this. I think if an individual signed for it, there's an individual liability. And how can we pay such that is, I don't even know how many, 1,000% above market value. And we're not sure if there was political influence. And I don't know how a bet goes that high. I was not there. I do not know the facts. And so I'm asking for the facts because I'm not sure how this was determined to be a legal liability of the nation. Or I'm not sure then if it's UUSB then should be covering the charge, or if this is something we need to ask, like Department of Justice, is this a liability that we should move forward like to collect? Or if Navajo Nation then is liable, but this charge was, it doesn't sound like it's a lawful charge. And I think as I have never been president, and I've never worked in the office. And so it's not clear to me how the office or an individual can create such a liability for the nation, because we constantly hear about red tape and bureaucracy and funds being, possibly reverted. We have contracts with the state, but yet we can have this type of liability that's being asked to be covered by UUSB. And I'm asking, what type of analysis has been done to determine that? And then what kind of conversations do we need to have to prevent that? Whether it's a policy procedure, I mentioned the Title II amendments that were changed under the 23rd Council to remove division directors to review contracts in certain instances that do not need to come to council, that we removed. And I want to say I looked in that vote, and I'm pretty sure I voted against it, and I will triple check. It removed the office of the controller. It struck out the office of the attorney general. And so if we're looking at this in this one incident, how do we prevent this in the future? I don't know how to justify this expense. And matter of fact, I think, and I can only go back to how we look at land purchase. Someone needs to determine what was the market value of that product and that was served, and then provide a reasonable amount, and that remaining amount, I am not sure how to move forward on this. And I'm not sure if there's been a similar situation. So let me pause there because there's so many unknowns. And if our legislative council can provide some insight in terms of how, as a council delegate, what are some of the tools that I have in our authority to get some of these answers regarding this liability and how to move forward? Because at this point, I don't see how we can pay for this liability if it's such a gross, overinflated price. That would be my question, and if the sponsor wants to answer the Title II amendments, that is going through the process, and I also believe in our work session on procurement, it looks like some of that language was restored, which is also a move in the right direction. But it goes back to accountability and transparency. Like, can we see these documents? Can the public see these documents? Can we figure out what is going on here? And how do we prevent it in the future so that an individual does not create a liability for the nation when they're acting in their individual capacity? Because anytime, how can you make this amount of purchase without any checks and balances is what I'm trying to mentally figure out in my head in reviewing our appropriation laws, reviewing our policies and procedures, reviewing what every other program here on Navajo Nation has to account for, and how did we get here, and what are the recommendations. Chair Curley, I added a little bit more, but that's how far as I've gotten in terms of my trying to understand these outstanding debts, liabilities. And during election time, we obviously cannot help ourselves when it comes to spending during an election period. And so there has to be some hope on some of this money that floats around. And if there's not a policy and procedure, it's discretionary money. And we've already lived through that nightmare. So what do we do moving forward? I didn't realize that part of this legislation was to cover that fund. And so these questions will need to be answered, and we need to uncover and fully understand what is being asked by this committee at this point with this legislation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. We'll turn the floor back to our sponsor for those specific questions. I don't see anybody else in queue for any further comments. Sponsor? Speaker Damon?
Thank you very much. Again, I think that there was that was expanding on the original question that was to the Office of the President, Vice President, and then now there's further recommendation to ask our own Office of Legislative Counsel for better direction, or maybe some advice on recommendation to, I guess, the formulation of a policy, or maybe even policy changes to possibly prevent future actions like this, or even maybe now to align itself to see if this was actually, I like that what Madam Chair Crotty indicated, a liability on the nation's portion, on the nation's side. So I'd like to turn over to Agent Mr. Patrick Sandoval first, and then I'll go back and turn time over to Office Legislative Counsel.
Good evening, everybody. This is Patrick, the Honorable Navajo Nation Council. Again, with the bills that were presented or here when we were going over stuff, there are simply letters drafted by executive staff to people in charge at the time requesting for direct payments. And then at that point, there's an invoice that was received to the president's office and other offices here. And then at that point, it looks like there was an RDP generated for payment with stamps on it, signatures on it, and it looked like it was returned back from finance, basically indicating that it wasn't what it needs to be. So it's also unclear on our part. However, we have the constituents who were supposed to be the recipient of the committed funds come forward to the president's office inquiring about these payments. So the best thing we thought possible was to put it in this budget request so that council could understand it and we could possibly get it paid. But after the extensive discussion, maybe we hear from legislative council, and we're happy to allow that to be extracted from the budget, the total amount that we're asking for. Unpaid bills portion that we're asking for are again above the 200,000 mark, and then we stand with the other amounts that we're requesting for consultants and travel and equipment and so on. So that's kind of where we're at, and I hope that answers the question.
Ms. Barbara?
Thank you. So without having the documents that would support the purchase of the sheep, or the bid for the sheep, which is probably the way it went. I was in 4-H, and so I know about those auctions. But without having that supporting package, it's really hard for me to comment on it, about the steps that were taken, propriety, whether it was proper or not. So first thing would be if OPVP could just provide the documents supporting it, I could do a better analysis. But I am suspecting that perhaps DOJ has already taken a look at this matter. And I was texting the AG and Deputy AG to see if anybody from DOJ was on the line. I didn't finish my text though. So first question is if anybody from DOJ is on the line, and my question would be whether DOJ has looked at this purchase, this procurement, because as Delegate Crotty and OPVP have even pointed out, it is a very unique transaction, and so it's hard to comment on it without knowing, seeing the supporting documents. As you're all aware, all purchases from the nation, there are specific procurements that have to be done, and specific steps. There are a few exceptions. So would like to see how this is being justified in the steps that were taken. So I do apologize that I don't have a more clear answer right now, but if I look at the documents, I can get that to you early tomorrow or such. Back to you, Madam Speaker.
I thank you, Ms. Barbara. Colleagues, are there any other additional questions or comments here within the chambers or online? We have Delegate Crotty. You have the floor.
Yes, Delegate Crotty, appreciate it. I appreciate the floor. So seeing that the questions are not answered in this unique situation, I just wanted to ask, before I ask another question, if Department of Justice is involved in reviewing this issue and how is someone doing what is the fact analysis on this issue, and was the recommendation to us UUFB, are we, the UUFB is the funding of last resort, and so are we at the point where there's no alternative, and the nation needs to come together and pay this? And has there been any negotiation in terms of what was the market value and what could be some possible remedy? 'Cause my heart is aching for the 4-H kiddos and their families. We need to make this right, and but we also need to know how this happened and the prevention. I just recalled right now when I first saw the social media post, and I can only imagine how hopeful that young producer felt and their family. But I also think to this point, what are some of our options in terms of liability and how we could move forward? That would be my questions to the Department of Justice, who's on the line, and if they have any answers or any guidance or any insight in how to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty, for those questions, and refer back to our sponsor, Speaker Damon.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Good evening again, Madam Chair Crotty. I'll go ahead and, as your recommendation, if the Office of President, Vice President wants to chime in, but I don't know if anybody is on from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. I don't know if Madam Attorney General is, or one of the, any attorney from the Department of Justice might be on the line that could help answer that question. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Do we have anybody online from Navajo Nation Department of Justice? From DOJ? Navajo Nation Department of Justice. If you are online, and however the staff did note that recommendation or for that request to come from DOJ. All right, Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much. I think that if I respectfully ask for Speaker's office, your team, to maybe send a message over to the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, to Madam Attorney General, Ms. Branch, to maybe if we get further clarification and possibly have a response as soon as tomorrow morning for the Madam Chair Crotty's question, if they're not on the call this evening. But other than that, I'll go ahead and yield back to the floor.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. The staff will reach out to Attorney General this evening for that request. Colleagues, are there any other questions or comments regarding the main motion on the legislation?
Curly, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. So we'll try to get that information. Appreciate the sponsor assisting with that follow-up. What I did want to ask, now going to, gosh, we were on Exhibit A, now on Exhibit B. Let's see, is it Exhibit B? I'm sorry, Exhibit C. Yes, Exhibit C, Office of the Miss Navajo Nation. I did not hear a response regarding the request for $75,000 to remodel the apartment. If I could get some additional clarification on that justification, that would be helpful. I'm not sure if that was, I did hear a sweeping comment from the agent that the personnel are also living in questionable conditions. So I'm not sure if that was referencing the apartment request or how that has entered into the conversation with this exhibit. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. Speaker Damon, question to Office of Miss Navajo Nation.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and refer back to the agent, Mr. Patrick Sandoval, to respond to Madam Chair Crotty's question. Thank you very much. I'll yield back to the floor.
Good afternoon, members of the Nomination Council, Honorable Crotty. Regarding the repairs and maintenance in the amount of $75,000, I believe that the Office of Miss Navajo and her sponsor or her person that is in charge with her, when they briefed me on this, they talked about the fact that the apartment has not received any or regular upgrades or maintenance to the facility, and the building is under Navajo Nation employee housing, and so they indicated clearly that the $75,000 would be used to use a private contractor to bring the building up to par for safe living conditions. And I don't know exactly what the damages or what the repairs that would be needed, but that's as much as I remember. Delegate Crotty?
Thank you, Chief of Staff, for your responses in regards to Delegate Crotty's questions. Colleagues, are there any other questions or comments online? Delegate Crotty?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. If I could get that information from the sponsor regarding the safe living conditions and to justify the $75,000, that would be, I'd appreciate that. I do want to make a recommendation in the budget. There's a request here for office space. That rental can be under Navajo Nation fixed cost. And that could be the recommendation as sponsor and the Office of President and Vice President, that programs should be submitting fixed costs. And I'm not exactly sure if that then means the office is expanding its place there in the museum, or if it's moved. That would be an interesting discussion. But the last on the exhibit for Office of President and Vice President, because I did want to mention, the Miss Navajo budget, this UUFB request, so we have 4 months to expend. This amount of money is more than the entire budget for last year. So there also needs to be a conversation if this can be drawn down, or are we creating funding that's going to be carried over in the fiscal budget period. And that's some of the challenge, because the Office of Control has to close the books, and then in January it comes, and so it kind of becomes this issue internally on Navajo Nation. But I want to go to the OPVP budget. So air, you're asking $50,000 for air travel. One of the line items says commercial, and then one says charter internal. Could you tell me more about this internal charter line item request And if I could get clarification on those other comments and insights that I mentioned regarding the Miss Navajo budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. Return the floor back over to Speaker Damon and Chief of Staff, Mr. Sandoval. Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and turn the floor back over to Mr. Patrick Sandoval to answer Madam Chair Crotty's questions.
Good afternoon, Honorable Crotty. The commercial airlines, again, are used for all airlines that are flown out of Albuquerque and Phoenix, which are destinations, most commonly to Washington, D.C. or back and forth. And then the charter for internal, one of two things. Number one is we do have hopes, hopefully before the end of the year, that we might be able to bring the Navajo Nation services for airplanes back online. We're working with our division director at General Services to see how quickly that can happen. And that way, if and when it comes back up, we're able to have funds there internally to pay our own Navajo Nation air services. And if not, then we would probably do a budget request to move it out so that we could use outside services like Gallup Line service or any of the local services around for air transportation. I hope that clarifies that portion of the budget.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and also your agent, Chief of Staff, Mr. Sandoval, for your responses. At this time, we're looking in queue. We have Chair Vince James.
Nanadan Speaker, Ado Kodo Shanat Anotlanigi Naa'bik'iyati committee members, Ado Isanotsangi on the call, Kodo AA Bahastito Lehigi, AA Yadi, the committee report, Budget and Finance Committee report. It's attached to the legislation. And in that committee report, it sounds like Shamasana Honorable Amber Crotty was excused for that meeting. Akot Khalid Kwaiki Naa'bik'iyati Linigi I don't know the Budget and Finance Committee Akot Edo Lind Adin Hikote as a whole Naa'bik'iyati Kwaiki were just here at council chambers. Don Zam Naa'bik'iyati Sil Tiesali Ado Nahahahuin staff Notlinigi An Hisi Zini Dot Kwaiki, those of us that are present as council delegates, Nihidot Nahahahuin Zin Akoko without Quinzate by Yale regarding our safety. Ninle now if you're on the call, one day just dog go islaho nanat eko. Akoko ade yajol tito ade nashtil kito islaho de. Akoko Quinzate what aba Yale Quinzade eko. Ako ben nachit that's a Quadot Nao Khan Linigi Dish Atle or that's a table adult ni the legislation nigi ako ado kot ao na hitni ado kot ao ala kodobe has ani be hatat heigi akot ao be yelti on hayat ejon hitna e paneta ako do panel nash do pa it and le ako kot ao e ba hasti do le lako speaker hot adole. Thank you.
Kodo Shia Shotab Sad Mehensi Iki Ani Ikot the 326 we did read the legislation to the record at 3:26 p.m. Iki for 4 hours is li ako de sto sa na to kido it will move forward to council session, to the full council. Thank you, colleagues, for staying here. There's 7 of us here who are on the council chambers. Thank you for staying this long. Although, thanks for your patience and understanding for being here with us that long. Any new players or any new colleagues that are have any questions on the main motion of the legislation? We have Delegate Crotty via Zoom. You have the floor.
Thank you. So whether a colleague is calling in or in there in person, the people elected us to provide insight, to provide rigorous research, and to be able to ask questions regarding legislations that are before the committee. Please do not forget that I'm one of the 24. Please refrain from comment to try to single out my questions regarding this legislation. I'm a member of this committee, and the questions are valid. The questions require response, and these questions should be asked. If colleagues have the questions, please text or email, and I'm happy to open up whatever information you can provide. And that not being the case, I would like to ask if Legislative Council can create an amendment, the language regarding if any of these funds are eligible for federal reimbursement, that amendment language be drafted and created for this legislation that's being presented before Naa'bik'iyati committee. That's my first request. The second request is in terms of time frame, what I have written down as action items for tomorrow, a special council session that was petitioned, is to put Exhibit A, to create a new Exhibit A so that this legislation is in order. Because right now these budget forms are not correct, and the interim controller is not a consultant under a consultant contract, but under a PAF. And those policies and procedures there is oversight authority and can be looked up online. The second action item is in terms of the information on the transfers from the different budget units and what it would take to get that information. So there's a clear picture on how Navajo Nation funds are being utilized by all of the programs. The third item is the conversation surrounding the debt or liability of the livestock contract or purchase. I'd be more than willing to sit down and have a discussion with Department of Justice tomorrow. And I want to thank them as they are heading up an incident command down on Operation Rainbow Bridge. The fourth action item that I have is then looking at this Ms. Navajo budget for the apartment request for renovation. And then the recommendation if the office space will be referred to rental fixed cost. The rental will be to fixed cost. The last item that I have is the charter, this internal charter. So this line item, and with this budget, I wanted to ask the sponsor, is the intent then of this line item, because there's not a breakdown, how you'll see on all of the other budget forms for this budget unit, if you could give me insight as a sponsor seeing this internal charter funding. So it's $50 for commercial. No. It's $50,000 for air, and it's broken down into commercial and then charter or internal. I think that's the only time I've seen that in any of the budgets in this packet, all of the different accounts. And there's other entities that are requesting air, but it's the Office of the President and Vice President is the only one requesting this commercial or this charter internal. And so what I haven't been able to get to yet is Speaker Damon as sponsor. I did send out an email requesting from the Deltec program if they had an unmet need and if they could pull together their budget. They have submitted, and that request was sent out also to the Oversight, Health, Education, Human Service, requesting a conversation on the program's unmet need. And so we do have those documents, and I've requested the budgets, and so I have requested from the interim controller and the Office of Management and Budget to draft the memos. And I would be requesting how that could be incorporated into this legislation if things are modified, or we might have to move a separate legislation because the current legislation has some issues in terms of the budget forms, or it has issues regarding some controversial items like that 4H liability contract debt. The second area is the Office of the Prosecutor was able to find funding to secure some of their unmet needs using current ARPA dollars. And so that's the way we want to move forward. If these are ARPA eligible, and I'm going to ask, I'm not sure at this point if the Deltec budgets are ARPA eligible, but we do know that there is some opportunity there to reallocate some of these dollars. I had a great conversation with Police Chief regarding what they are experiencing and their unmet needs, and giving them the opportunity for either equipment or other things to enhance services. I'm not exactly sure if they'll be able to get a budget in time since the special council session is tomorrow, but there is a need there for police department, and I'd like to see some recommendations from the sponsor and how we could continue to support that effort with your agents and this committee. And the last thing is I could follow up with criminal investigators. Again, because of Operation Rainbow Bird, the time and commitment that the nation has been exposed on the crisis in Phoenix, and I appreciate the delegates who are involved and committed to getting some of these issues resolved in all different aspects. We'll need to see what support our criminal investigators may need in terms of equipment. Because if you don't know, there is some challenges, and I believe Chair Charles Newton raised them earlier, that they need updated equipment um, equipment to help them with investigation and other things. Like, I just don't know how then do we give them the opportunity to provide those requests, or if there's all of these kind of lingering issues with this legislation, moving forward with a separate legislation. Because this, I've only asked half of the questions because there's a completely other allocation, and so it's $2.8 million. That's the request. UUSB, we have about 18 million, and so I am thinking ahead in terms of how can we make sure ARPA can cover some of this funding. Is there opportunity for reallocation in any of this funding with what we know? Because legislative hasn't submitted their ARPA funding. Maybe bits and pieces. When we saw the report last Friday, 0 expenditures, and now we're asking for UUSB. So I'm trying to balance this approach. And so I think in terms of those are...
Delegate Crotty, we have a point of order raised on the floor. Delegate Tull.
Chair, members, with all due respect, this question was already asked. What she wanted to know, that was all she's doing right now, is repeating the whole thing, and it seems like we're being hostage by that. So with all due respect, you already have, this question was already asked. So that being on the work, it's being on the record, so I think we need to move on. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Is Delegate Tull enacting for his point of order?
So we have 2 point of orders here. We have one by Delegate Tull and then one raised by Delegate Crotty. She's specifying what rule that Delegate Tull is using for his point of order. If you do have a specific ruling on your point of order, and we can just state that for the record. Delegate Tull.
Again, thank you. It's just common sense that
Point of order by Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Madam Chair, a committee does not need to cite a rule when an important order is raised at a standing committee. So that's only done during a council meeting. So let's say council can clarify that individual raising the order does not have to cite what rules during a committee meeting.
Delegate Simpson, you are correct. Regarding to our standing rules, Rule 19, point of order, if a motion, procedure, or remark appears to lie outside the establishment bounds of the committee, it shall be the right of any committee member to question the priority of it. The matter shall be immediately brought to the attention of the chairperson by the member raising without waiting for recognition, may interrupt the speaker, even a vote, and the point of order shall not be debated. And it does only if we are in council session. It does have a different ruling, which is Rule 25 on page 13 of 15 in our rule books, but for a standing committee, it is on page 8 of 11, Rule 19. Delegate Crotty, I'll allow you to finish your remaining comments to the main motion of this legislation. Delegate Crotty.
So is that your ruling on Delegate Tull's point of order? So if he doesn't have, Rule 19 states, if procedure or remark appears to lie outside the established bounds of the committee, What example was provided? Because other than that, I'm just being interrupted to hear someone else's opinion when they could go in the queue.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. I do recognize all point of orders when it's coming on the floor. As stated before, there doesn't have to be a specific ruling that Mr. Toth has to reference to. And we did get that clarified, and I am allowing you that time to finish your comments and questions to the sponsor here regarding the legislation. So you can go forth with your comments and questions. Delegate Crotty?
Chair Curley, the Rule 19 point of order that was used at the committee was if a motion, procedure, or remark appears to lie outside of the established bounds of the committee. What motion, procedure, or remark was made that lies outside of the established bounds of the committee?
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. I'll refer that over to Ms. Barbaroff too to give us all that clear understanding here on the floor with the multiple point of orders that were raised throughout this evening. Ms. Barbaroff, this is that first section of Rule 19, I believe the first sentence of Rule 19.
Thank you. Speaker Curley did read Rule 19, which is the Standing Committee Rules of Order. Delegate Crotty did repeat it. And under Rule 19's point of order, it starts with if a motion, procedure, or remark appears to lie outside the established bounds of the committee, it shall be the right of any member to question the propriety of it. The way I interpreted things is Delegate Toth was questioning the propriety of the length of comments or questions. Delegate Speaker Curley recognized his point of order when he raised it, which is absolutely the standard of practice. But when Speaker Curley has provided Delegate Crotty the opportunity to continue speaking, she has essentially ruled against Delegate Toth's point of order or objection. So it appears that it was handled properly. Back to you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbaroff. With that, Delegate Crotty, if you're still joining us here through Zoom, you do have the floor to finish your comments and questions to the sponsor.
Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you. So I would like to say for the sponsor in terms of how this legislation was developed, if criminal investigators were provided that opportunity to provide their unmet needs in the budget that was passed last year, the fiscal year budget, Exhibit E of unmet needs, we were unable to provide a comprehensive funding for all of the unmet needs. And if you could let me know how that was used to develop this legislation for the executive and legislative branch. Thank you.
Delegate Crotty. Next in queue, we have Chair Vince James.
Speaker, thank you very much. I'd like to maybe translate my last comment that I made in Navajo, that I would like to do a motion to table this item for 30 days. Speaker, I make that motion.
There's a motion on the floor, colleagues, to table the legislation with
No more than 30 days.
no more than 30 days. And we have a second by Chair Parrish. According to our rules, a tabling motion is not subject to debate. Staff, could you help us do a roll call vote regarding the tabling motion?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo? Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not vote. Honorable Lamardo Astarat, how do you vote? Honorable Lamardo Astarat? Honorable Lamardo Astarat votes green via text. Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbegay? Honorable Helena Nesbegay did not vote. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Kanez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kanez-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon? Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Johnson? Honorable Casey Johnson did not vote. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, and Honorable Casey Johnson all vote green. Honorable Rick Nez? Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota? Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So? Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito? Honorable Curtis Unito votes green via text. Going back up, Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbegay? Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota? Going three times, Honorable Nathan Nota? Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So? Going three times, Honorable Otto So? Honorable Otto So did not vote. For the record, Honorable Shauna Ann Claw and Honorable Jermaine Simonson are excused. Honorable Otto So votes green via text for the record. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 2 delegates who opposed, with Madam Chair Crystalline Crowley not voting.
Thank you, staff. We have 18 in favor and 2 opposed and chair not voting on the tabling motion of the legislation. So the tabling motion does carry. Thank you, sponsor. And going on to item D, legislation 0101. Do we have the sponsor online? Delegate Yanito? Okay, we do have the sponsor online. Staff, could you help us read the legislation to the record?
Legislation 0101-23, an action relating to Naa'bik'iyati Committee, establishing the 25th Navajo Nation Council Naa'bik'iyati Title II Reform Subcommittee. Sponsor, Honorable Curtis Yanito. Madam Speaker.
Colleagues, do we have a motion and a second? First call for motion. We have Honorable Chair Jesus motions, second by Speaker Damon. Colleagues, would we have any questions or comments on this legislation? Second call. Third call. Staff, could you help us with the roll call vote?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo? Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not vote. Honorable Lamardo Aseret, how do you vote? Honorable Lamardo Aseret? Honorable Lamardo Aseret votes green. Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati and Honorable Stephen Arvizo both vote green. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Johnson votes green via text. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green via text. Honorable Curtis Yanito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugenia Charles Nguyen, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Nguyen. Honorable Eugenia Charles Nguyen did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green via text. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. For the record, Honorable Shauna Ann Claw and Jermaine Simonson are excused. With that, Madam Chair, you have 15 delegates who voted in favor, 3 delegates who oppose, with Madam Chair Crystal Crowley not voting.
Yeah, thank you, staff. We have 15 in favor, 3 opposed, and chair not voting. The motion carries forward. And now down to item E, legislation 0102-23. We do have both sponsor and co-sponsor here with us and within the chambers. Staff, could you help us read the legislation to the record?
Legislation 0102-23, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee and Navajo Nation Council, amending CAP-10-23, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati's Delegate Region. Chapters include Coppermine, Kaibito, Lichee, Tonalea, Red Lake, and Botaway Gap, to include additional projects for this delegate region. Sponsor, is Honorable Helena Nesbigay. Co-sponsor is Honorable Seth Damon. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff. Do we have a motion? Motion by Chair Parrish. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Toth. Colleagues, we do have the co-sponsor here with us within the council chambers and also the sponsor online. And I did, if you look in your email, there is a request for amendment. At this time, I give over the floor to our sponsor, Shema. If you're still online here with us, Delegate Helena Nesbigay.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, Shema, we do hear you in the chambers.
Yes, Deputy Delegate Naa'bik'iyati. There's probably too much noise at the background of the graduation right now. So that is my legislation, and it's just an amendment to include the Kanalia. And I have 3 projects, one for the 3 chapter and 2 for Ivy Code chapter. And I'm asking for your approval on that if you have.
Hokoshi, Shema, Delegate Nesbigay. First in queue, we have Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker, and good evening to the members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. This evening, I'd like to motion to offer Amendment 1, which was emailed out to the committee at 11, let's see, it was emailed at 8:04 p.m. this evening to legislation 010223.
Thank you, Chair. There is an amendment number 1 on the floor, and we'll have staff read amendment number 1 into the record.
Amendment 1, amendment to legislation number 0102-23. 1, delete Exhibit A summary sheet and insert new Exhibit A summary sheet attached herein. 2, add DOJ eligibility review and Appendix A for the following project. 1, Tonalia Chapter Long-Term Housing Support, Other Housing Assistance Project, attached herein to the end of Exhibit A. 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Council and Committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff. With that, colleagues, it is on the board. Do we have a second? Second by Speaker Damon. Colleagues, I don't see anybody in queue for comments and questions on amendment number 1. Second call. Third call. Staff, could you help us with a roll call vote on amendment number 1?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo? Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Lamardo Asseret, how do you vote? Honorable Lamardo Asseret? Honorable Lamardo Asseret didn't vote. Honorable Helena Nesbigay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbigay? Honorable Helena Nesbigay did not vote. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay? Honorable Norman Begay and Honorable Helena Nesbegay both vote green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton didn't vote. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, Honorable Lamardo Asseret, and Honorable Curtis Unito all vote green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. For the record, Honorable Shauna Ann Claw and Jermaine Simonson are excused. With that, Madam Chair, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with Madam Chair Crystalline Curley not voting.
Yeah, thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting on amendment number 1. Colleagues, we're going back to the main motion. Are there any additional comments or questions? Second call? Third call? Staff, could you help us? We'll do a second reading before a vote.
Amendment 1 to legislation number 0102-23. 1. Delete Exhibit A summary sheet and insert new Exhibit A summary sheet attached herein. 2. Add DOJ eligibility review and Appendix A for the following project. 1. Tonalia Chapter, Long-Term Housing Support, Other Housing Assistance Project attached herein to the end of Exhibit A. 3. Renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and or other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, for reading our second reading. With that, colleagues, we'll go for a roll call vote. Staff, could you help us with a roll call vote?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not vote. Honorable Lamardo Asseret. Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Lamardo Asseret, how do you vote? Honorable Lamardo Asseret votes green. Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Helena Nesbegay did not vote. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Johnson. Honorable Casey Johnson did not vote. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Rick Nez also votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Courtesy Nito, how do you vote? Honorable Courtesy Nito votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. For the record, Honorable Shauna Ann Claw and Jermaine Simonson are excused. With that, Madam Chair, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 0 who opposed, with Madam Chair Crystalline Curley not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. The motion carries. Next on our agenda, we do have our last legislation on our agenda, F, legislation 0107-23. We do have the sponsor here. Can we get a staff to read the legislation to the record?
Legislation 0107-23, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee, approving certain amendments to the plan of operation for the Office of the President and Vice President relating to the Executive Protection Services Program. Sponsor, Honorable Seth Damon. This legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording per Standing Rule of Order Number 9. Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We have a motion by Delegate Toth. Is there a second? Second by Chair Vince James. Colleagues, do we have any questions or comments for the sponsor? Online? Second call? Third call? Staff, could we do a roll call vote for legislation 0107-23?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not vote. Honorable Lamardo Astarat, how do you vote? Honorable Lamardo Astarat. Honorable Lamardo Astarat did not vote. Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati? Votes red. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez? Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota? Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish? Honorable Shandine Parrish did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson? Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Nito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Nito votes green. Going back up, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo? Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not vote. Honorable Lamardo Astarat, how do you vote? Honorable Lamardo Astarat votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota? Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish? Honorable Shandine Parrish did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson? Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. For the record, Honorable Shauna Ann Claw and Jermaine Simonson are excused. With that, Madam Chair, you have 16 delegates who voted in favor, 1 delegate who opposed, with Madam Chair Crystalline Curley not voting.
Yeah, thank you. We do have a vote of 16 in favor, 1 opposed, and chair not voting on the legislation. Motion carries. Colleagues, we're down to number 8, close of meeting, announcements, and adjournment. Are there any announcements? So we do have a motion to adjourn by Honorable James. Do we have a second? Second by Delegate Toth. Good. Shiaj, quick announcement. Delegate Nez.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable members of the 25th Council, Speaker's office donated 2 Pendleton blankets to the veterans on Armed Forces Day on Saturday. The veterans were very, very, very happy, and a few veterans were honored, and they were just really, some of them were just really choked up knowing that there are people that care about them and think about them. And let's always remember and honor our veterans. It is because of them that we have our freedom of speech and we say what we want to say because of them. So let's always thank our veterans. Thank you, Speaker.
And colleagues, we'll see you back here in the morning at 9 a.m. for our special council session. So we do have a motion and a second to adjourn. If I don't see no objections, we're calling for a roll call vote for adjournment.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Lamardo Astarat, how do you vote? Honorable Lamardo Astarat votes green. Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Helena Nesbegay did not vote. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Johnson. Honorable Casey Johnson did not vote. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish. Honorable Shandine Parrish did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Johnson. Honorable Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. For the record, Honorable Shauna Ann Claw and Jermaine Simonson are excused. With that, Madam Chair, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with Madam Chair, Crystal and Curley not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. We do have a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting for adjournment. With that, colleagues, we adjourn at 8:28 p.m. May you drive home safely, and thank you, staff, for staying this late with us. And just drive home safely and just have a good evening. Thank you.